The story begins in the year 2035, where advances in technology have created a metaverse called Connect. It was practically no different from the real world, and all the NPCs were as if alive, indistinguishable from real people. The player could master any martial arts skills or gain magical abilities. Such opportunities attracted hundreds of millions of people to the world of Connecta, who were eager to fight. And now a huge crowd of warriors lined up in front of Bae Do-hyun, nicknamed Crusher, who fought alone. Looking at several fallen comrades, they did not retreat, deciding to continue attacking him. The guy in the black cloak was not afraid and remained standing in place, preparing for a new battle. One of them wished death on the enemy of the Empire, after which several people attacked him simultaneously. Do-hyun was ranked 13th in Connect, and his class was Psychokinetic, which allowed him to manipulate objects without touching them. It was enough for him to just wave his hands slightly to push the attackers away from him. Meanwhile, those standing to the side fired a volley of arrows aiming at Do-hyun. Seeing the arrows above him, the guy raised his hand, thereby stopping them right in front of him. The arrows hung in the air, then turned around and began to fly back, but few managed to dodge them. Meanwhile, Do-hyun grabbed the dagger and then rushed into the attack, taking advantage of his opponent's hesitation. He destroyed the warriors one by one and then slowly moved towards the next ones. Everyone was shocked by the overwhelming power of telekinesis, and then watched as a pile of weapons flew up into the air. With one wave of his hand, the boy directed swords, spears, and axes towards the knights to deal with them in one fell swoop. When everyone was defeated, Do-hyun left a trail of blood behind him as he made his way inside the building. He came here on a mission to find something, when he suddenly noticed a priest who was barely alive. The boy noticed a pendant on his chest, finding what he was looking for while the priest was speaking about the prophecy of where the Savior would reveal his face. He grabbed Do-hyun's hand, wanting to know only where they were. Who would stop these endless wars? He demanded answers from the stranger. Why did he bring chaos to this world? Why did he burn cities, kill innocents, and enslave their people? Having torn the pendant off him, the guy asked that the blame not be placed on him, but on the guilds working for the government. At that very moment, he heard voices behind him and realized that reinforcements had arrived. On the threshold of death, the priest asked him to remember that everything would be as God intended, and he would pay for his actions. However, Do-hyun ignored his words, reaching the ark that had a slot for the key. The boy held up the torn pendant, causing the lid to open with the help of magic. Suddenly, the ark began to move, revealing a staircase leading deep down before the man. According to the data, the first mythical artifacts of Connect that Do-hyun managed to find are kept here. 5 years ago, the major guilds made a pact with the Empire and destroyed this world to the ground. The old man's lamentations were nothing compared to what he had to go through over the last 6 months. The guilds took control of Connect, leaving him as the only solo player in the top 100. Now he decided to take everything and run away. Other guilds will be angry if they find out that he took them first. As Do-hyun was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, noticing a strange thing lying on the ground. It was a fairly old game cartridge, and it was unclear how it had ended up there. But as soon as the guy took it in his hand, his body was pierced by a terrible pain, similar to an electric shock. Do-hyun tried, through the pain, to understand what was happening and why the connection error occurred. When he woke up in the real world, he realized that someone had stabbed him with a knife and ordered him not to move. The guy cursed under his breath, realizing why things had been going too smoothly up until this point. In front of him stood several men in suits, members of the guild who had gone too far. One of them called the president, asking if he needed to be delivered alive. When he hung up, he announced to the others that the boss had told them to kill him and bring him his head. The men immediately grabbed him tightly, hinting that it was in vain that he had climbed to another level alone. At first he thought he was cool and thought he was playing well, but now he was trembling with fear and begging for mercy. Suddenly, they put a bag over his head so that he wouldn't know when the end would come. When the knife reached its target, darkness fell, and Do-hyun only thought that he was killed because of the game, and now he would die. But some voice called to its master, demanding that he wake up. After which, the guy suddenly jumped up in bed. Screaming loudly, he began to examine his body for wounds. But everything was fine, although he was sure that he had been stabbed. Suddenly he noticed the maid, who was sitting on his knees and asking how he was feeling. The guy was stunned that he was called Raoul, and there was a status window hanging above the girl. Her name was Anna, she was level 3, and now she was saying that he was covered in cold sweat while he was sleeping. The guy immediately went to the status window, feeling as if he had been given access to classified information. The notification stated that the soul transfer was successful, and the user interface was available. Looking out the window, Raul realized in shock that he had entered the world of Connect, and his soul had been transferred into the body of a non-player character. Without wasting any time, he ran out onto the balcony to see where he was, and immediately felt something. All his senses seemed to be heightened. In the Crusher's body, the sensations were completely different. Due to synchronization, the player's strength depends on the level of connection to Connect. Usually, synchronization doesn't exceed 30%, but Do-hyun merged with the character by as much as 90%. He managed to hold the top spot in Connect's rankings for a year until guilds appeared. He spent so much time getting into such physical shape, and then he ruined it all. The notification mentioned a closed beta version and the number of users, meaning he was the only one logged in. He still has access to the old inventory, and the information was currently being scanned. Hidden user data was discovered, causing updates to be downloaded. With the knowledge and powers he gained in his past life, he will become number 1 again. His name is Raoul Ashton, the youngest son of the 5th Earl of the soon-to-fall Kingdom of Reuben. The guy grabbed his head, trying to digest all the information that had suddenly fallen on him. The Ashton family were orthodox. The Earl and his eldest son died suddenly, and the middle one disappeared without a trace. When the younger one inherited the throne, a coup occurred. At the same time, the barrier collapsed, releasing the monsters. The residents fought, but they were unable to fight back. And now Do-hyun found himself in the body of that very Raoul. And this beautiful city before his eyes will be completely destroyed in 3 years. The guy decided that he would not allow this. Do-hyun and the Crusher were in the past. Now this was his new life. In the past, a sad end awaited him. But if he misses a second chance, he will never forgive himself. There is only one way to prevent the county from collapsing, and that is by making it stronger. In a month, there will be a traditional coming-of-age ceremony, which he is obliged to attend. If he makes it to the semifinals, he will be able to enroll in the Royal Academy, where training will restore his previous form. Only in this case will Raoul be able to protect himself and his kingdom, which was on the brink of collapse. But when he swung the ball twice, it was the same one who fell, realizing that this body was incredibly weak. The guy noticed that he was level 5, and he was not far from the maid, who was level 3. He sighed heavily and realized that he needed to start preparing for the tournament immediately and raise his level. A month later, on the day of the tournament, Raoul walked among the crowd of warriors who were also taking part in it. He would have to fight these brutes, and he remembered how mercilessly he had trained for this. It took a lot of effort to get to the qualifying rounds, but the journey was made. The last time Raoul looked at the status window, he was level 13 and had managed to increase his stamina. But on top of everything else, he has a backup plan that he will use at the right moment. Just when he thought he had to reach the semifinals, he felt an attack from behind. Having dodged, the boy noticed the man, who justified himself by saying that his hand had slipped. Dion and his cousins were surprised that the noble aristocrat decided to take part in the tournament. He was the middle son of Viscount Austin, Raoul's uncle, that is, his cousin. He always picked on Raoul during martial arts classes and never showed mercy. However, the mentor and the count did not interfere, adhering to the family charter. So this guy can pester the younger ones as much as he wants, and now he was doing the same. Dion urged Raoul to get out of here before it was too late, because this time he wouldn't get away with a fracture. He then turned to his cousins, urging them to let the boy through. It was time for him to cry into his pillow. Many people think that Dion will be the winner of the tournament, but Raoul will leave him smashed in the final. Towards the evening, the butler reported to the master that the countdown had begun from the first day of the competition. The count was curious to see if anyone had distinguished themselves. Then he picked up the list and was surprised. When asked where Raoul was now, the butler replied that the master had eaten and was now resting in his chambers. He needs to regain his strength after such an intense qualifying round. Count Melvin Ashton, Raoul's father, dismissed the butler, wanting to think it all over in private. As soon as the servant left the office, the man laughed loudly, praising his son. Looking at the list, he still couldn't believe that the guy had made it, and made it to the group stage. He was always the weakest of the sons, so he did not insist that he learn swordsmanship. But suddenly, a month before the start of the tournament, he began to practice, showing amazing results. The first training session turned out to be a complete failure, but this did not break him. On the contrary, It gave him strength. The Count knew that Raoul was being mocked and ridiculed, called a weakling, but he should not have interfered. He was afraid of making the situation worse by putting him in an awkward position, and was waiting for the moment when he could stand up for himself. But now his son has surpassed all his expectations and has begun to look like a man. When the tournament came to an end, Melvin decided to make sure to talk to him about his future. When the day of the final competition arrived, the arena was filled with spectators eagerly awaiting the fight. However, some were not so happy, complaining that it could hardly be called a battle. The green-haired man was called upon to finish off his opponent, but it turned out to be more difficult than he thought. He didn't understand why Raoul was still standing on his feet, even though he had already received many injuries. However, he decided not to retreat and continued to attack Raoul, who could only defend himself from the sword blows. The warrior gathered all his strength and called on the guy to surrender, throwing him away from himself a couple of meters. The enemy began to insult him, being confident that he would not be able to run away forever. Waving his sword, he continued his provocations, saying that the offspring of noble families did not behave like that. Fighting off another blow, Raoul suggested that he watch his language during the fight. Meanwhile, the spectators continued to call on Edmund to finish him off, since money was bet on him. Unable to bear it any longer, the warrior decided it was time to call it a day. After which, he began to release energy from the sword. The audience was stunned by the use of the mana sword, after which they began to advise Raoul to save himself. Edmund rushed forward at him, but the boy remained standing in place, gripping the sword tighter. Everyone was wondering why he wasn't dodging, when suddenly a deafening explosion was heard in the arena. When the cloud of dust cleared, the judge stood between them, declaring that the competition was over. To everyone's surprise, Raoul emerged victorious, and the spectators called the fight amazing. However, Edmund began to object with displeasure, and asked why they chose Raoul and not him. The warrior shouted that they shouldn't have stopped him, but the judge immediately called him a fool. The referee asked him to look at his neck, and he was forced to stop the fight. Otherwise, Edmund would already be dead. The stunned warrior realized that all this time Raoul had been aiming at his neck, waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly he was overcome with fear, and a cold sweat ran through his body as his legs stopped responding to him, and he fell to the ground. At that very moment, Raoul approached him, declaring that he would be punished for insulting Ashton County. Towards evening, when the competition was over, the boy went to his chambers, and the maid wished him a good rest. His face was stern, but as soon as the door closed behind him, Raoul immediately lit up with happiness. He immediately opened the status window, noticing that he had improved his swordsmanship skill, reaching level 9 of the novice rank. His plan worked perfectly, but he was only able to use it during the battle with Edmund. The guy took advantage of the game's features and gained experience and skill points by fighting stronger opponents. The longer the battle went on, the more points he earned, forcing him to defend himself all the time. And all this is thanks to the experience multipliers that he uses in exchange for the ability to respawn because he plays in hardcore mode. More risk means more gain, although at first, Raoul was not very happy about it. But now, everything has changed. If it weren't for hardcore, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such results in a month. But what he's most pleased with is the 5 unique characteristics. Telekinesis is an ability that Do Hyun possessed, and Noble Blood is Raoul's specialty. The remaining 3 will unlock as he levels up, but for now, he'll only use what he has. At the following competitions, the guy emerged victorious each time, gradually raising his level. Finally, after several fights, the judge announced that the younger Ashton had reached the finals. The audience decided that he was just lucky, and also thought that he was cheating, although this is impossible. In fact, the residents of Connect have no idea about the existence and abilities that players possess. Therefore, he decided that it was better not to use telekinesis now, unless absolutely necessary. Recalling one of the battles, Raoul thought contentedly that his acting talent was not wasted. He was brought out of his thoughts by a knock on the door. It was Ivan, the butler, asking permission to enter his chambers. He inquired about the gentleman's health, but he was perfectly fine, because if he got hurt, he would call a doctor or a priest. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man advised him to be more vigilant, because his opponent was only getting stronger. He must also remember that not every wound can be healed by healers. Raoul was pleased that Ivan sincerely cared about him. This was unusual, because in his past life, he was on his own. After this, the butler handed him a piece of paper, fulfilling the master's recent request. Holding the information in his hands, the guy was confident that he would definitely win. Ivan bowed, after which you decided to leave. The boy reminded the butler of Mr. Melvin at his age. Here, too, he was a self-confident young man. But this time, His opponent will be Sir Dion, who spares no one who stands in his way. Meanwhile, Raoul looked closely at the sheet of paper, wondering how much money was there. Ashton County has a betting system in place, created specifically to promote the tournament, and a portion of the money collected goes to the participants themselves, which should be enough to become a worthy member of the Count's family. All that remained was to defeat Dion, and the next day, he had this opportunity. The final fight begins, during which the spectators unexpectedly begin to support Raoul. Dion didn't know how he managed to reach the final, but he would make him believe that signing up for the tournament was a bad idea. The smug guy was sure that soon his fans would notice how pathetic Raoul was. The warrior couldn't wait to crawl on the ground, coughing up lungs and whining in pain. At that very moment, contrary to his words, Raoul began to yawn demonstratively, pretending that he didn't care. This action made Dion angry, causing mana to start escaping from his body. He pretended to be cool, but his potential was practically zero. He makes a strong impression, but it's just a show. When the referee announced the start of the contest, Dion was the first to rush forward, promising to finish off his opponent. However, Raoul was faster, which is why he tried to strike first, but his opponent immediately covered himself with a sword. The first blow was Raoul's, and Dion was thrown several meters away from him. The first thing the guy thought was that he wasn't as quick as he seemed, and his strength wasn't at all worthy of attention. He could clearly see the trajectory of his sword, so there was no way Dion could hit the guy. By tripping him, Raoul realized that he had sword skills, but lacked practice. It was hard to believe that this man had been bullying him all this time, even though he was nothing special. Meanwhile, Dion rose to his feet, gripping his weapon tightly, and promised that now it was definitely the end for him. Using the mana flowing through his body, he is able to charge his sword, but that is where his knowledge ends. The spectators watched in shock as Raoul swung his sword sharply, knocking the weapon out of his opponent's hands. With a stern look, Raoul declared that Dion was a worthless person, which finally finished him off. The disgruntled opponent wanted to attack him with his bare hands, but the guy tripped him up again. As he fell, Raoul explained that he had anger management issues and had already fallen for the same trick twice. Now Dion was directly prophesying the glorious name of Viscount Austen, making a laughingstock of himself. However, shocked spectators couldn't believe that Dion lost without making a single successful attack. Raoul turned to the judge, reminding him about the announcement of the winner, because he was as shocked as the others. The man immediately came to his senses and announced that the winner of the coming-of-age tournament was Raoul Ashton. People immediately started chanting Raoul's name, while some did not believe in the victory of this weakling. The guy was happy with the victory, but his useless endurance shook him and made him fall to the ground. While the judge was calling the doctor, Raoul noticed a notification about the completed task and the reward for it. The rewards were quite generous, and besides, he will now be able to get into the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Ivan, who was standing next to Melvin, said that he was very proud of the young master. In just a month, he achieved great success, which made the Count think seriously. For him, the battle with Dion was nothing more than a game. If he advanced so far in such a short time, then he is a real genius. Raoul noticed that his father had seen everything, and therefore hoped that he was convinced that the boy was worthy of studying at the academy. However, towards the evening, the dissatisfied Count categorically ruled out this possibility. Raoul couldn't understand his thoughts, because he had made it to the top 4, and even won the tournament. However, Melvin stated that this was not up for discussion, as he had concluded that it was too early for him to leave his father's house. He almost passed out, so it's better for him to stay and recover after the tournament. Raoul was dissatisfied and repeated his father's words that mastery of the sword is learned throughout life. This is exactly what he wants, to improve and learn new things, so even he can't stop him. The Count looked at his son in shock, then smiled, thinking that he had really grown up. Suddenly the man stood up, drawing his weapon, deciding to let him go if Raoul could defeat him. Melvin was adamant in his decision and immediately pointed the gun at the guy. He decided not to be cautious with his son, who was shocked by such a proposal. A month later, about 100 knights followed the carriage in which Raoul was located. The boy could hardly believe that his father had finally let him go and was able to fulfill his promise. He remembered that when his father challenged him, he immediately accepted it, preparing for a fight. They crossed their blades, but Melvin only egged him on, that this was all he could do. However, the man decided to fight with full force, offering to see the true art of swordsmanship. One blow threw Raoul back several meters, after which he immediately lost consciousness. Then his father showed him only a drop of his power, but he clearly knew that this was not so. After all, when the war began, the powerful Lord Melvin died, unable to resist the enemy. His county is rapidly collapsing, and to avoid this, his father must survive. He must live up to his expectations, since he finally allowed him to leave the estate. The guy decided to become stronger and protect his family, without losing what was dear to him. Meanwhile, Melvin recalled the countless times his son tried to resist him. The guy could barely stand on his feet, but he could still hold the sword in his hands, not wanting to give up at any cost. His tenacity was commendable, as that is what all Ashton men do. The next moment they rushed at each other again, wanting to decide everything in this battle. But as Raoul got closer, the man was surprised to notice that the trajectory of his sword had changed. Even using telekinesis, the guy was only able to scratch him slightly, but that was already an achievement. The Count thought it was a matter of time before Raoul would become a man, and everyone would recognize him as a great swordsman. So, later in the evening, Raoul and the other soldiers decided to take a break to rest. Without wasting time, the guy decided to ask Sir Philip how much time they had left until their final destination. The High Knight explained that it would take them 5 days, but if you wished, they could quicken their pace. Rowley decided to give up on this idea and continue in the same spirit, because it was good training for soldiers. Apart from him and his servants, his father allowed him to take 50 men with him to guard him. Of these, 3 were ordinary knights, 6 were mentors, 15 were apprentices, and 20 were cavalrymen, each of whom had reached potential at level B or higher. The number and condition of other skills are also normal, but they will have to sweat to prevent the fall of the county. At that very moment, Jake informed him that the cart with the luggage was ready and they could leave at any moment. Some doubted that they needed to travel in such a large group for a whole month, but decided not to argue. With a smile, he decided to circle everything when they got to the place, thereby puzzling his comrades. He was talking about the free city of Mira, one of the first cities players are sent to after the tutorial mission respawns. Here he will find mini quests and hidden artifacts, as well as restrictions on the use of mana to avoid violence. Mira's resources are endless, so players love this place because they can get a lot of valuable things there. There is also the God's Domain, a territory where you can kill monsters as much as your heart desires. This is exactly the place Raoul wants to show his fighters. His goal is to improve their skill level as quickly as possible. In his opinion, it was the perfect plan, and as soon as he arrived in Mira, the next task immediately appeared. He thought that no more options would be available to him until the official launch of the game, but he could get even more. While the boy was riding in the carriage, Jake approached him, announcing that the mayor was ready to receive him right away. The mayor of the free city was named Reynaldo. He was thin of build, with a perpetually curious look. He was immediately informed that the youngest son of the Earl of Ashton had arrived, and that another 50 people had decided to visit their city. The mayor decided that the boy wanted to take in the sights, so he asked to be let in. The Ashton family makes good money selling monster products, so meeting them could be useful. As soon as Raoul arrived to see him, the man immediately smiled, kindly inviting him to his city. The guy shook his hand and thanked him, although he thought the man looked like a lying scoundrel. Without wasting any time, Raoul tried to explain that they had a suitable place for training. Ronaldo assumed he meant the city's safe zone, but the boy immediately interrupted him. He was specifically interested in the Cursed Forest, which he would like to visit with his permission as soon as possible. The mayor immediately began to dissuade him, explaining that the topic was too dangerous for young gentlemen like him. With a heavy sigh, Raoul realized that he had no choice but to throw away 500,000 gold. He intended to give them to the mayor in gratitude for such a warm welcome, but it was all in vain. As soon as the man heard the amount, he immediately grabbed the guy by the hands and announced that he was just joking. The mayor, delighted with the money, immediately began to encourage him to visit, allowing him to go there right away. Raoul realized that everything had gone according to plan, after which he thanked him for his generosity. And now it's time to hunt monsters to soon find yourself at the top of Connect. The world was supposed to be home to Connect players, but since it's a closed beta, it's currently empty. There is only one player here, Raoul. So this is a time of crisis for Mira. No one can appreciate the wide range of amenities, accommodations, trading stalls, and guild housing opportunities. For the same reason, the price of land dropped significantly, which looked very tempting. However, The true purpose of his arrival here lies in the desire to purchase real estate. If he buys the lands of the world now, it will open up a huge number of opportunities for him. Sooner or later, luxurious mansions for aristocrats can be built on them. As well as guild houses and housing for ordinary players, the value of these lands will increase hundreds of times in the future. When players appear and the war begins, Mira, a city blessed by God, will become the perfect place to hide. Previously, it was possible to lease out land and thereby earn a living. But now, this is not enough. Raoul must be fully armed, calculate all the risks, and prepare for war. In his past life, he was unable to resist the financial prowess of the vile guilds that had taken the reins of power into their own hands. Sometime later, Jake asked again in surprise if he should just sign his name. An irritated Raoul shouted loudly that everyone had already signed long ago and were only waiting for him. However, the knight countered this by saying that his mother had told him to be careful when signing papers. When everything was over, the girl confirmed the creation and registration of the first guild in this city. It consists of Sir Raoul and 50 other people. And after the papers were signed, everything went smoothly. The guy formed the very first and most progressive guild in the world without players, and called it the First Guild. Now everyone who is part of it has the right to support the system, and soon the confusion on their faces will be replaced by inspiration. After this, Raoul decided to visit the Mira Combat Association branch. The girl behind the counter greeted them, asking how she could help them. Raoul was primarily interested in how high-ranked their skill books were. The skill book is a collection of skills of varying difficulty. If you read carefully, you can expand your range of possibilities. Without wasting any time, the guy began to find out what it took to become one, and decided to skip the low-ranking books. He could contribute to the association by completing tasks or making a certain number of purchases. However, he was warned that he would have to spend a lot of money to do this, but Raoul was ready for it. The surprised girl announced the sum of 10,000 gold, doubting that he had that kind of money. But, seeing the money, the girl's expression immediately changed, offering him her help in finding the necessary books. Raoul decided not to waste time on trifles, and so he smiled sweetly, declaring that he would take everything they had. Sometime later, Jake complained that it was very difficult for him to carry so many books. They may seem useless to them now, but later they will play a big role in perfecting their craft. I had no doubt about their value. I was just curious whether it was more effective or reading practical experience. Philip asked himself the same question, but the gentleman decided to tell them everything tomorrow. While in his room, looking at the huge stacks of books, the guy thought that he had gone a little too far. There is a limit to the number of skills a player can have, and it is unlikely that they will be able to use all of them at once. Then he opened the quest window, remembering that when he woke up in this body, there were 2 unknown items in his inventory. For some time he tried to lift it, to see what it could be, because he couldn't press it or use it. But yesterday, when he received the assignment, they were open, but he did not have time to check it. When Raoul opened his inventory, he was pleasantly surprised to find out which items were locked. One of them turned out to be skill dex, and perhaps he will be able to activate it by completing the current task. The goal of the task was to collect at least 10 skill books and add them to the skill dex. Raoul immediately grabbed the magic book, then brought the skill book to her, watching what was happening in surprise. As soon as skill dex absorbed the skills from the book, the boy joyfully shouted that everything worked. But he would spend forever digging around with the rest of the books, and he had to figure out how to bring in all the books at once. As if reading his thoughts, all the books immediately soared into the air and began to give their energy to skill dex. The guy was stunned that the system understood him, but in the end, everything worked out for him even faster than he expected. Skill dex was activated, giving him the skill collector stat and the mimic skill. Looking through the skill descriptions, Raoul was shocked that thanks to the copycat, he could steal his opponent's skills. Reading the description of skill dex, the guy suddenly realized that this was the very artifact that he found right before his death. Although some characteristics and inventory items from the past life have been preserved, with only 3 EX rank stats and 1 item left in his inventory, he wondered what kind of power was hidden within it. The next day, the military looked at their status window in shock, trying to figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, the butler entered the young master's room and wished him good morning. However, Raoul looked very tired. because he had not been able to close his eyes all night. The guy greeted Bernard half-heartedly, and I wondered if he had briefed the others. The red-haired boy did absolutely everything as he was ordered, obeying the will of his master. After this, Raoul began to ask with interest how he liked the skill book and whether he had studied it. Bernard is a servant of the Ashton family and Ivan's stepson. He taught him everything he knew, and Bernard worked for the good of the county from an early age. He has an excellent memory and high performance skills, but there is another reason why Raoul took him with him. While Bernard thanked him, the boy carefully studied his impressive status window. His basic stats are weak, but his talents make him perfect for the role of a servant or esper. The preparations were finished, and so Raoul decided to check if Bernard was ready. When the long-awaited day arrived, Raoul and his retinue set out into the forest, immediately encountering monsters. For the guy's current level, such monsters turned out to be too slow, and therefore he dealt with it with ease. Such an easy victory only raised his spirits, and he was already ready to fight the next ones. At that very moment, he was surrounded by orcs who noticed the strong man and wanted to kill him. Behind the ordinary orcs stood their leader, whose skin was red, and he called on everyone to attack. When the crowd pounced on Raoul, he remained standing, but was ready to fight. The huge number of enemies was only a plus, and this way, he would be able to level up faster. God's domain is not only a territory for hunting monsters, but also a symbol of Mira. If players get injured, they will be healed, and if they die, they will respawn in the city, so there is no better shelter. Even if you kill any of the monsters, the total number of monsters will remain unchanged because Mira has a blessing on them. People cannot be reborn in the cursed forest, or use items obtained as rewards for hunting monsters outside of it. If you take them out of the forest, they will immediately turn to dust and disappear, as if they had never existed. And all because people are forbidden to touch the property of the gods. This was an important rule. But it only applies to the inhabitants of Mira, which did not apply to some individuals. Players are also allowed to take trophies obtained in battle out of the forest, which is a huge bonus. Jake, who was acting as a porter, thanked the system for such leniency. Philip looked at him with surprise, because he knew that the young master had taken the entire blow upon himself. The orc chieftain, who watched his comrades die, asked the man what this power was. Meanwhile, Raoul looked at him with a smile, using telekinesis to raise the orc's weapons in the air. Having heard no answer to his question, the monster realized that he was not able to resist such an opponent. Once the orc was defeated, Jake happily gave his master a thunderous salute. The blonde was amazed at Raoul's useful abilities, while Philip asked to skin the orc silently. However, they were confused by the long journey to Mira for this, even though they had gained a lot of experience after this training. Meanwhile, Raoul collected the blood of his opponents using telekinesis. Then he thanked his comrades, because only through their joint efforts had they achieved such a result, and now they could become stronger. Philip realized that the master was right, because he remembered how he used a sickle strike against an orc, cutting him in two. It was then that he first used his powers after studying the skill book acquired by Raoul. Now he understood why the master preferred skill books over combat armor. He mastered this skill so quickly it was unclear where the young master got such knowledge. At that very moment, he looked at the notification in surprise, after which he asked Raoul to look at the guild chat. However, he already looked irritated, which meant he had seen everything. After which he ordered them to return to Mira immediately. Meanwhile, in the city, one of Raoul's men lay on the ground, completely defeated. The man standing over him, with a sword in his hands, was sure that this should have been done earlier. It was hard for him to contain himself, watching them, Ashton's kids, do whatever they wanted. At that very moment, another guy pierced the warrior's body, telling his brother that he should have listened to him in the first place. The red-haired man with a smile on his face was sure that they would have put them in their place long ago. Meanwhile, the third brother remembered the words of his great-grandfather, who taught them to be careful and not to cause trouble. These boys were the Viscount's sons, Randall, Ramon, Jerry, and Cale. One of Ashton's warriors, who was still alive, whispered that they would regret this. Ramon, with a wild laugh, advised their master to hurry up so that he could happily talk to him. Suddenly, he noticed that something was wrong here, and these warriors refused to die to the last. They thought that representatives of noble families were forbidden from sending weapons against each other within the territory of a free city. But now they didn't care, because if they were interrogated, they would say that they had nothing to do with it and somehow get out of it. After all, it was a wonderful idea to put an end to the Ashton line now, and perhaps great-grandfather would even praise them. As Ramon was saying this, some unknown force blew up Jerry's head. Turning around, They were surprised to see Raoul, who was beside himself with rage. They have committed a crime against Ashton County, and now there is more at stake than their worthless lives. The eldest son could not believe that Raoul dared to kill a member of the Randall family. Cale immediately started asking loudly where the guards had gone and who had let him in here. One of the guards, Randall, who had a sword to his throat, only now decided to announce that he had found Ashton's squad. The Knights of Vice County Rindle are surrounded, and they will make sure that no townspeople are nearby. Raoul thanked the warriors for their good work, then used telekinesis to lift them into the air. He decided to give them to Bernard so that he could take them to the temple for healing. The boy then opened his inventory to get weapons to fight the Viscount's vile sons. Raoul decided to deal with this trash on his own, not daring to let his comrades down. Rindle, like Ashton, is one of the 5 military families of the Kingdom of Reuben. However, Rindle joined the 4 warrior families when the head of the family, Viscount Hudson, became a sword master. And since they had no special merits, they had to look for other ways to strengthen their status. To make a worthy contribution to the prosperity of the kingdom and destroy dangerous rivals. Their target was the county of Ashton, which had ceased to train renowned swordsmen and had lost its former power. Moreover, the Ashton family could be easily manipulated because they were politically unsavvy. Conflicts and clashes occurred more than once, most often with the Randall family as the instigators. The number of artificial swordsmen in her army left no doubt that she would be the one to win this fight. But suddenly the boy turned around sharply and swung his sword, killing the guard that Philip was holding back. The knight realized that the young master had decided to handle absolutely everything himself, and therefore ordered the swords to be released. Rindle's warriors were surprised that their opponents were sheathing their swords, stupid ones, but it played into their hands. The first to fall for the provocation was Cale, who rushed at Raoul, who decided to fight against them alone. He decided that the guy was just showing off, but with a sharp movement of his sword, he cut him in 2. Ramon was stunned by the death of her second brother, after which she ordered the guards to finish him off. Night Guard Captain Jeremy grabbed his sword, realizing that Raoul had left them no choice. He didn't want to intimidate the 15-year-old boy, but after what he saw, he didn't intend to stand aside. This man had B-rank potential, so he was confident that he could handle the guy. The other guards also drew their weapons, intending to help their captain. Viscount Rindle's primary weapon is the rapier, and Raoul is now dealing with elite knights. At that very second, several guards pointed their blades at the guy, but he didn't even move. The captain was level 65, the others were around 60, Raoul was level 45, and he couldn't beat them in a fair fight. The guards called on him to surrender, not caring that he came from a noble family. But while they were wagging their tongues, the guy suddenly rushed into battle, swinging his sword. The man didn't have time to realize what was happening when Raoul used the bear strike. In a short time, the guy defeated 2 guards, but Jeremy immediately rushed into battle. The guys barely managed to put his sword in front of him to defend themselves from the sudden blow. Jeremy asked the remaining guard if he was okay, but he was perfectly fine. 2 of his elite knights died, even though he heard that the guy was weak and had no idea how to wield a sword. At that very moment, he took out a knife to use as an additional weapon in the fight, thereby hinting at his seriousness. The man realized that the rumors about Raoul were false, and from that moment on, he decided to fight with full force. Noticing the dagger and rapier in his hands, Raoul realized that he had the skill to wield the Rendell meteor sword. Jeremy admired his bravery, but asked him not to forget that Mira is a sacred city that heals any wound. The man was sure that Raoul would not be able to defeat them without help. But the boy was ready to prove them wrong. He's even willing to bet that his knights haven't trained once since arriving in Mira. Jeremy immediately flinched, realizing that the boy was telling the truth. But it was unclear how he knew this. In fact, Raoul noticed that they were healed, and yet they continued to lie on the ground, paralyzed with fear. They were not used to looking death in the eye, and Jeremy immediately realized that this boy was not just familiar with the art of initiating combat. It is as if he sees right through his opponent, which makes him a very dangerous opponent. Now, the man was extremely serious, which is why he asked his friend to cover his back. At that very second, the 2 of them rushed at Raoul, who jumped back, avoiding the attack. But despite his defense, Jeremy was able to inflict many small scratches on him, which should have weakened him. Seeing his condition, the guard immediately rushed forward, deciding that his opponent was exposed. Jeremy realized what was happening and tried to stop him. She was too late, and Raoul caught up with him. When the man was left alone, he realized that he had to act immediately. For a second, he gripped his weapon tighter, deciding to use the meteor to destroy Raoul as quickly as possible. The boy held the sword in front of him, watching the very same powerful skill used in duels. It was damn hard for him to fight back, because even telekinesis couldn't save him in this situation. The guy firmly decided that he had to hold out until the end, which noticeably surprised Jeremy. Now the advantage is clearly on the man's side. He attacks again and again, leaving him no chance to counterattack. However, he was filled with hatred as he continued to look at the arrogant face of this boy. Taking advantage of his hesitation, Raoul knocked the weapon out of his hands, after which he used the impersonator skill. Meanwhile, Jeremy's weapon hovered in the air using telekinesis, not returning to its owner. After this, Raoul pulled the weapon towards himself, deciding to use the man's own technique on him. Swinging his rapier, the boy used Meteor, pointing the blade at his opponent. The man tried to understand where he knew about this skill, but now it was more important for him to defend himself from the attack. Holding his hands out in front of him, Jeremy asked who had trained him and who had betrayed Viscounty Rendell. Meanwhile, Raoul swung his dagger and explained with a smile that he was the very traitor. When the boy pierced the man's body, his synchronization with the Meteor Mastery skill reached 100%. It wasn't easy. He spent a lot of energy using the S-rank impersonator to suppress the opponent. With the help of the impersonator, he can only copy one skill at a time while maintaining his sight on the target at the moment of activation. Otherwise, the analysis percentage will be reset to 0, which is why he didn't blink while he was being attacked, and the skill can only be stolen in a one-on-one fight. At that very second, Raoul opened the skills screen, deciding to check what abilities were available to him. Thanks to Skill Dex, he has access to 3 more skills, and the slots allow him to use any 2 skills from Skill Dex. At that same second, the guy turned his gaze in surprise to the stunned Ramon, who could barely put a sentence together. He tried to find out who Raoul was and how he knew about Viscount Rendell's skill. The guy ordered Philip to kill them over and over again until 1 hour had passed. Once they would respawn. The knight bowed and then gave the same order to his subordinates. Seeing the warriors looming over him, Ramon trembled and began to beg them to spare him. Raoul was sure that earthly rules did not apply here, and the games were over too. This is his new reality, and now he has dealt with the first problem that arose on his path. And he will not waste the chance given to him, even if he has to swim through a sea of blood. Raoul declared to himself that he would never give up, and would only move forward, together with his comrades. Meanwhile, the city's stunned mayor watched the events through a telescope, trying to understand what was happening. According to the plan, Randall's knights were supposed to beat up the brat, and he would get his share by sending the guards to help. But this guy ruined everything for him, taking out 12 fighters in one fell swoop, and remained unharmed. After defeating his opponents, Raoul turned his gaze to the window, behind which the mayor was located. The man became frightened and immediately crouched down, hoping to hide from the angry gaze. Rumor has it that he is nothing special, a weakling who can only boast of his status. However, it could be just a mask, and underneath it lies a great master of the sword. If his guess is correct, then Raoul has long since found out about his machinations and will now want to deal with him. The man exhaled and tried to calm down, deciding that it was necessary to build a trusting relationship with Ashton County. Later in the evening, while in his room, Raoul decided that he had overdone it a little, but the game was worth the candle. He hit the jackpot of 5,000 gold, and thanks to the magic bag with spatial magic, he doesn't have to worry about excess baggage. He also acquired a rapier and a dagger, the main weapons of the knights of the Viscounty of Rendell. But what pleased him most was the ticket for a random skill book that he received for completing the quest. Raoul hoped that this time he would be lucky. Otherwise, he was already tired of unlucky tickets. Before activating it, he asked for a ticket so that it would give him something good. After this, the guy tore up the ticket, which he immediately began to examine in the bright light. At that very moment, a skill book appeared in front of him, the B-rank Riviera Spear Mastery. This was exactly what he needed to leave for the capital, and today, fortune clearly smiled on him. However, there is now one unfinished business left, and the month of preparation must not be wasted. Before going to bed, the guy concluded that now, finally, he could do it. A week later, Raoul was in the forest, fighting the orcs, destroying them one by one. He was able to level up to 51 and was now eligible for a class upgrade. Having fulfilled all the necessary conditions, he received the swordsman class and expert-level psychokinetic. Philip and Jake congratulated the young master, as being an expert swordsman at 15 years old is a rare occurrence. At that very second, the guy raised his hand up, raising a huge number of stones into the air. He then piled them into a mountain and then used a bear strike to cut it down. Raoul had not expected such a powerful return, and now his strength amazed even his comrades. Jake suggested with a smile that now they could rest, but Philip had a different opinion. They will think about rest when they reach the level of skill of a young master, but not before. The blonde decided to justify himself by saying that they were behind the gentleman, as if behind a stone wall. Suddenly, Raoul interrupted their conversation, suggesting that they send a message to Ashton County to please his lordship. He decided to contact him later, but for now, it was necessary to keep their successes a secret, to which everyone immediately agreed. But he crushed quite a few monsters, thereby increasing his skill level, which means everything went according to plan. The guy also threw out some bait so that someone would take the bait, thereby sending a message to the imperial mongrels. Meanwhile, in the city, Nakia, who was an alchemist, was glad that the workday was over. Her potion has been in high demand lately, which has kept her busy. It was all thanks to Ashton County, to which she is very grateful. To create them, you need body parts of monsters, but they are not often found in the cursed forest. But the Knights of County Ashton suddenly kindly offered their help, and now she can brew potions every day. Besides, Raoul is a frequent visitor to her shop. He always asks if she needs anything and asks about the work in general. She was unusual for this kind of attention, but she was still grateful to him, because besides everything else, he was a handsome man. Suddenly, Nakia came to her senses and began to slap herself on the cheeks, because right now she was thinking about something completely different. There is an 8-year difference between them, and he is too young for her, and on top of that, he is an aristocrat. After some time, the girl reached the house, noticing the light inside. Entering the room, she turned to Nikki, announcing that she had returned. But there was no answer. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the bed, where there was a note, pinned to the bed with a knife. It said that they had her sister. If Nakia wanted to save her, you had to keep your mouth shut and wait for further instructions. A cold sweat immediately broke out on the girl's face as she read the terrible message. A few minutes later, Nakia was running down the street in tears, thinking that Nikki couldn't leave the city. She can't go to the city government because the kidnappers are probably watching her, and the guards are unlikely to listen to her. It will take some time for mercenaries and members of the Adventurers Guild to begin searching. Suddenly, the girl remembered Raoul, who asked her to let him know if she got into trouble, because he would always be ready to help her. Now she had no other choice, and she had to find Mr. Raoul immediately. At that, he then gave the order for everyone to take their positions and focus on the target, reporting any changes to the plan. Then the guy entered the Connect community, the Svyaz Cafe. This place was very useful for him. As a star player, he received the information he needed from fans and informants. Gradually, the cafe turned into an information treasure trove, where all of Connect's hidden information was stored. It hasn't disappeared anywhere, but he can't make further plans relying only on his memory. Raoul decided to search for information on the request, Free City of the World, looking through all the available tasks. When suddenly he was told that Nakia had arrived, the guy decided to change her future too, asking him to be nice to her. A crazy alchemist, a bloodthirsty witch, a taboo breaker. People called Nakia many different names because they were terrified of her. Because of her, many civilians suffered in the process of creating chemical weapons, because she conducted experiments on people. But now in front of her stands a desperate girl who needs help, because someone dear to her has disappeared. The guy asked her to calm down, because everything would be fine, and then asked her to explain everything in order. As it turned out, her sister was kidnapped, and 2 hours ago, the lady who lives next door was supposed to bring her home. Raoul smiled and promised that he would definitely find her, and he even knew approximately where she might be. He will let her know as soon as he finds his sister. She should stay here for now, and Bernard will take care of her. The butler bowed, explaining that she had made the right choice in turning to the young master. Meanwhile, Pierce tracked the kidnappers, while Raoul, Jake, and Philip made their way to the horses. They also received permission to carry out the operation from the mayor. Philip, in turn, gave them a list of rats, and the mayor promised to certainly reward them later. In this list, he wrote down the location of all the city's criminals, using all available communication channels. Raoul also obtained all the information he could, making sure to eliminate the flaws in the plan. At that very moment, 2 guys were watching them, hiding in the bushes, and were talking to each other about something. Meanwhile, judging by the tracks on the ground, their lair is here. So he found them and was about to begin the operation. He then decided to climb a tree, trying to use his newly learned skill. Activating detection, he found several archers hiding near the entrance to the lair. The young master was right. They had set up magic circles and barriers. He had to report it. Raoul replied that they would be there in 5 minutes. But 6 months ago, Pierce's life was completely different. The youngest son of Earl Ashton, Raoul, unlike his brothers, was a weak and untalented child. Most of the servants and knights avoided him when he sought volunteers to go with him, and few expressed a sincere desire. Raoul visited the training ground and talked with the knights, among whom was Pierce. Then he said that he wanted to go beyond his limits, and Raoul was ready to help him with this. Then he took the sword in his hands and began to guide Pierce, drawing attention to the points that needed improvement. Even though he said he wanted to achieve more, he doubted that this kid would be able to teach him anything. But sometime later, the knight noticed that his movements had become much clearer and more efficient. It was difficult for him to master the bear strike because his advantage is not in strength, but in dexterity, so he must hone his archery. Few people knew that he could shoot a bow, but Raoul noticed this. Perhaps he could really help him. It was the best decision of his life, and the father who refused his offer must be kicking himself now. It is unknown why he hid his strength, but thanks to the skill books he bought, Pierce improved his skills in addition to his bow. Without his help, he would not have succeeded, and perhaps today, Raoul will demonstrate his true strength. At that very moment, the archer noticed the approaching horses, after which he jumped from the tree and dropped to one knee. He politely greeted Raoul, who greeted his subordinate warmly. The guy noticed the lair of a criminal group, which was closed by a third-level magic circle. All the lairs are similar, no matter what city they are in, but spies of the Crane Empire are hiding here. Typically, Connect players receive quests while at starting points like Mira, and then receive rewards. But now they are dealing with more serious villains. A slave trader who kidnaps people, mercenaries who want to make more money. All of them are nothing compared to the Crane spies, the so-called Imperial Trackers. They track down players, preventing them from cooperating with others. The Bloodhounds are causing a lot of trouble, so Raoul can't let them continue to run amok. The boy gave the order to Pierce, who immediately fired his bow, hitting 2 hidden spies. When they passed inside the barrier, they thought that this path was open for them. Now Raoul wanted to dispel the magic circle with the scroll he had recently acquired, but suddenly he stopped, noticing the flow of mana. And then another idea appeared in his head. Perhaps he would be able to absorb it. So he took out a knife and decided to damage the magic circle. Once the boy realized it was working, he continued to deal damage, breaking the seal. The magic circle was destroyed, and now he can save money instead of spending it on scrolls. Pierce ordered Jackson and Neil to move on to the decoy stage, and he would let them know when it was safe to enter. It was very convenient that Raoul had his elite knights by his side, because now it was time to hunt. They were ordered to take no prisoners and to remember to use the rapier to deliver the finishing blow. Jake didn't understand why they had to poke with that stick, but he was ready to do as he was told. Pierce was supposed to cover the search for the captives. His main task was to rescue Nikki, Nakia's younger sister. After this, Raoul opened the gate, and the team confidently headed inside. In front of them was a shaft that looked like an incredibly long corridor. Sometime later, they found the shelter itself, after which Pierce used the stealth skill. A few minutes later, he sent a message that he had successfully penetrated the enemy base. In front of them was a huge cave with high ceilings and wooden railings. After Raoul finished his analysis, he signaled to his comrades that they could move out. The guy began to actively gesture, explaining the plan, after which the company immediately moved forward. The opponents were stunned by the sudden appearance of Raoul, who attacked them from above. The rest of the team also entered the battle, eliminating their opponents one by one. When the thieves realized they were under attack, everyone was immediately ordered to guard the entrance and kill the trespassers. With each passing second, their numbers increased, and they also began to block arrows with their shields. The archers noticed Raoul, who was at the top, and then tried to shoot him with arrows. However, the boy remained standing, using telekinesis to stop the arrows in front of him. The archers were stunned that the arrows simply bounced off him, after which they demanded reinforcements. At that very moment, warriors began to approach Raoul from behind, quickly climbing the stairs. When they realized that they couldn't take him down with an arrow, they decided to attack him hand to hand. The guy reached behind his back, taking out a bow. We decide it's time to use this. Arrows flew around Raoul, which he kept under control, and at the same second, he soared into the air. The opponents were stunned by this turn of events, not expecting him to use magic. The boy used his strength to direct arrows at helpless enemies who had no shields. Then he took out a rapier. It was a light weapon, but not powerful enough. You need to apply more force to pierce the armor. Having descended to the ground and finished off the enemies, the guy noticed that the others had disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, the surviving thieves asked their comrades to save themselves because they would not be able to defeat these monsters. Raoul was stunned that Jake, the bastard, was rebelling against the use of the rapier. It would be better to save mana, because he reminded me several times not to leave traces indicating swordsmanship. And while there was probably no need to worry so much, drinking with the small fry was over. Sometime later, Pierce reported that they had searched the entire prison but had not found Miss Nikki. However, they gave the remaining prisoners clothes and food and told them to calmly wait for the end of the battle. Jake doubted that they had dealt with all the criminals, and it was not a fact that these were the same kidnappers. There was no Nikki here, and all the criminals they encountered were equal in strength, which proved the absence of a leader. A magic circle was waiting at the entrance, but the magician was not there, which means that the big shots and prisoners are in another place. Pierce checked all the suspicious areas, but found nothing. Perhaps a skilled magician is working here. It had only been a month since he became a member, so he did a good job. When Raoul praised Pierce, he ordered everyone to follow him because he knew where they were hiding. When they arrived at the huts, Raoul gave orders to watch them and report if they found anything suspicious. All the rooms were clean. They only had to check the last one they entered together. At the same moment, he kicked the table away and then struck the ground with his blade, destroying it. The wooden parquet floor was destroyed, and underneath it, there was a secret iron door. Raoul used telekinesis to open it, revealing a secret staircase leading to the basement. The guy was the first to sense something approaching, and a monster's hand suddenly appeared from the basement. A huge red monster appeared in front of them and began to let out an angry roar. Philip ordered them to stay in close formation, since it was pointless to scatter, as it would be more difficult to suppress them. As the monsters began to emerge from the basement, Raoul had already begun to fight the first one, stabbing him in the heart with a rapier. These were the demons of the Imperial Cavalry, their vital organs located differently from those of humans. They needed to cut off their heads, while Jake wondered what they were doing there anyway. Right during the battle, the first thing Raoul decided to do was study their characteristics. This demon was level 41. His class was Experimental Mutant, and he was currently on a rampage. That's exactly what the guy thought, because these guys had caused him a lot of problems in his past life. After 6 months of playing Connect, he was tasked with raiding a tax empire in the starting city. At the moment when the best players had almost cleared him out, he needed to finish what he started. 10 of them changed classes twice and formed a punitive force of hundreds of guilds to capture the fortress. However, once the secret Imperial Cavalry showed up, most players didn't last even a minute. That day, he miraculously escaped from there, and for the next 6 months, none of the players dared to approach the Empire's lair. At that time, the demonic cavalry numbered about 50 individuals. It is not surprising that players under level 50 were unable to defeat them. Today, there are far fewer demons, and their level of training cannot be compared to the skill of elite knights. Moreover, now Raoul could clearly observe all the enemy's vulnerable spots. This was enough to dodge in time and deliver counterattacks. The guy was quite agile, and so he didn't expose himself to the blow, in turn attacking the monster with a rapier. A few minutes later, several monsters lay lifeless on the ground. It was unclear what they were doing here, and whether they had confused the entrance to the main courtyard of the Imperial Palace. They would have to find out. The rest must take care of the prisoners, and they must quickly find the main criminals before they are informed of their arrival. Philip suggested that the master stay behind them and let them deal with the enemies while he was busy searching. You can't grab everything at once. Raoul will still get experience points even if he doesn't kill the bastards with his own hands. It's time to delegate responsibilities, because it's very nice to have reliable subordinates. Holding his shield in front of him, Jake prepared for battle, slowly opening the steel door. Their eyes immediately widened when they saw the laboratory where the horrific experiments were being conducted. It is bold of them to locate a laboratory for conducting experiments with chimeras in another country. It turns out that those demons are most likely the missing mundanes, and the kidnappers turned out to be crazier than they thought. Raoul had seen similar scenes many times before, and at first, he thought about joining the Empire, because in 10 years, she will completely seize power on the continent, but she is controlled by one crazy psycho. Following orders from such a person is like sitting on a powder keg. There are many rumors about the Emperor, but one thing is known for sure. He treats people as a means to an end. All who do not have noble blood in their veins are divided into classes based on the use they can bring, living a life full of endless burdens of suffering, and one day they become unnecessary. For this purpose, they are used as lab rats or as food for the demonic cavalry. If members of the upper class act against the will of the emperor, they are executed. One day, a general spoke out against tyranny, and at that very moment, the mark on his shoulder flashed red. He was instantly torn to pieces, and this scene was forever imprinted in Raoul's memory. He has given up on the idea of joining anyone to save himself, and now he must do everything to stop the experiments. Suddenly, Philip called out to him, calling him to look at the magicians who were about to activate the magic circle. There were 4 knights, 3 mages, and 10 demons. It looks like the mages are setting up a magic circle at the entrance of the cave. Philip decided to take on the knights, pierce the mages, and Jake had the imperial cavalry. He also asked Raoul to cover for them, while Jake was unhappy that he was left to do all the dirty work. Pierce shot one of the mages with his bow, after which everyone remained, realizing that intruders had broken in. However, the company has already rushed into action, having distributed its responsibilities in advance. Among these people, there is a 5th-level mage. He must be dealt with first. Arrows usually can't penetrate such a barrier, but with telekinesis, it is possible. Having pulled the bowstring, Raoul thought that it was possible to set the trajectory of the arrow's flight. With the chief mage fallen, it was clear that they would no longer be able to escape through the teleportation gate. The escape route was blocked, so the warriors were ordered to break the seal and kill the violators. Concentrating the energy within themselves, the warriors in steel armor rushed into the attack with shouts. Raoul watched in surprise as several knights ran towards him. The guy stood in place, when suddenly Philip appeared in front of him, holding out a shield in front of him, taking the blow. He could barely hold them back. It was surprising that the strength of a high-class knight wasn't enough. The knight's mark affected the growth of all his characteristics, even though he was only level 71. During the battle, Jake tried to figure out what was going on and why they were being crushed so much. He turned to Raoul, asking permission to use his sword, as it would be difficult to kill them with a rapier. Philip and Pierce are doing a great job of dealing with the enemy, but he's having some trouble. Raoul took him with him because he believed in his abilities, but it seems that was a mistake. These words angered Jake, who began to furiously swing his rapier, inflicting severe wounds on his enemies. Satisfied with the result of his words, the guy decided that it was time for him to work too. Watching him, Jake was surprised that the master managed to find their weak points so quickly. One of the warriors was angry that the intruders were superior to them in strength. He decided to find out who they were, while Raoul's retinue continued to fight them. They fight with rapiers, which means they must belong to the Viscounty of Rendell, but their movements are rather clumsy. He had already answered them that he didn't need to know about it because he would die soon anyway, and all they could do was chatter. These words angered the warrior, who could not believe that this man was insulting the Imperial Rangers. Suddenly, he noticed Raoul, who was standing behind them, and decided that he was their commander. At that very second, he came up with an idea of how they could get out of here alive, after which he gave the order to give their lives for the Emperor. Suddenly, the warriors who were once human turned into monsters and attacked Jake. It was a skill that deprived the user of mana and life energy and allowed them to gain incredible strength for a short period of time. Apparently, they had something in mind if they resorted to this method. They had to be careful. At that very second, the very knight who had given the order began to run towards Raoul. He used power armor, absorbing mana from the stone, thereby strengthening his defense. Suddenly, Philip ran towards him, deciding to try to distract him. But when he struck him with the rapier with all his might across the chest, the blade only slid along the armor. The force field blocked his attack. The warrior was already swinging his fist at Raoul. The knight was sure that the boy was finished, striking at the place where the enemy commander stood. But his eyes widened in surprise when he noticed that the boy blocked his attack with one hand. Cordovoy also had power armor and was able to modify its parts even though it was level F. But now he had to destroy this guy at any cost, so he swung his fist again. Meanwhile, Raoul was trying to figure out what happened as he was about to dodge using the flash skill. But suddenly a notification popped up that he had collided with power armor, and he felt as if he was pinned to the spot. And now he has Awakened Regnator, because according to his status data, he has a unique characteristic. The guy has fulfilled all the necessary conditions and can now activate the regnator. He had insufficient mana reserves and was searching for additional energy sources. A barrier that blocks all physical attacks but is weaker than a mana blade. It was a defensive skill that could neutralize spells of at least the third circle of magic. Inside it is a mysterious core that increases the owner's mana and physical abilities. A wearer of power armor cannot be defeated, even if the opponent has a higher level and more experience points. Its power is unfathomable, but it was created for the residents of Connect, so players cannot use it. It remains their pipe dream, and for NPCs, it was the only way to fight back against players. But now, the power armor belonged to Raoul, which made him incredibly happy and pleased. Meanwhile, the knight was trying to understand why it still had no effect on the guy, even though he was hitting with all his might. The next attack threw Raoul back several meters, and his shield began to slowly weaken. At the same second, the guy summoned a rapier and a dagger with telekinesis, putting them into a fighting stance. With an incredibly sharp movement, he rushed forward, managing to break through the enemy's barrier. The knight couldn't believe that this was his end, so he decided to take everyone with him to the grave. He did this for the honor of the Empire, after which his body began to glow purple. The man was pierced by terrible pain, and his entire body began to become covered in a black substance. Raoul instantly realized that in a moment he would merge with the power armor, which would not be to their advantage. Suddenly, he received a notification that Regnator had discovered a forbidden fragment of power. As per the oath, part of the seal is released, when suddenly Raoul began to shine with a bright light. Regnator was ready to show his true power, and now the boy was wrapped in heavy armor. Now, two titans have met in a battle that could destroy everything around them. The first to attack was the knight, who jumped up and swung his fist towards Raoul. Jake, Philip, and the other monsters paused in their battle, watching in shock as someone else fought. At that very moment, a loud explosion erupted, throwing the monsters back and forcing the knights to cover themselves with their shield. This attack did not cause any damage to Raoul, but the recoil weakened the enraged monster. Without wasting any time, the guy said goodbye to him, after which he trampled him straight into the ground. At that very second, the armor began to disappear, and Raoul hoped that he was lying down within the time limit. When he started coughing up blood, Philip and Jake ran up to him, asking how he was feeling. The guy felt something like this for the first time, as if he had lifted the curtain of eternal power. This time, he borrowed energy from other sources, but he promised that one day he would manage on his own. When it was all over, Raoul discovered a pocket teleporter in a mana stone. He decided that they would find a use for them later, and Philip reported that they had found Nikki and the other hostages. They did everything they could, so the survivors will soon be ready to return to their families. Jake reminded him of the treasure he wanted to take and give it a second life. It would be foolish to throw such valuable things away in an unknown place, and Raoul realized he was right. He won't be able to wear the power armor, but it will serve as proof that they caught the Rangers. The Bloodhounds weren't easy to defeat because the boy remembers how easily they took the lives of ordinary people. But now there is no need to provoke them into new battles. It is better to focus on strengthening their combat power. Raoul asked him to forget about it because he needed this armor for the plan, and it was also his trophy. Instead, they will receive a reward for their work, and now they must return to the city and have a good rest. Jake was pleased with this development, while Pierce declared that the bait had worked, and they would carry out everything in the best possible way. Raoul was curious to see what they would do, although everything here was too obvious. Still, he would like to see their dismayed faces when they realized they've fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, the three Randall brothers were asking the guide if they were going in the right direction. They followed him into the forest, lost the trail. Because of Raoul, they ended up in a temple, and also lost all their money and weapons. They lost their mana and lost, so there were only 12 knights left in the guard. Jeremy even donned power armor. They can't miss the chance to take revenge while the guy is outside of Mira. Meanwhile, the guide announced that they had arrived at the place, after which he led them into the mine. At first they were hesitant because the place looked creepy, but they would have to search it. A few minutes later, a huge chest with gold coins and a sword lying around it caught my eye. They didn't find the boy, but they did get their hands on gold, magical items, artifacts, and even the corpses of criminals. But the biggest find was the power armor, which was quite well preserved. Meanwhile, the soldiers patrolling the street noticed several silhouettes on horseback. When the horsemen approached them, the knights were surprised to recognize the young master. They thanked him for taking the hit while they cleared the hideout in the eastern forest. These are novice knights and members of the First Guild, 6 of them have reached expert level, while the others are preparing for it. Each of them is trained in the Ashton County sword skill and how to use mana. Their ranks have grown to hundreds of fighters, and now I fear no criminal. A few hours later, when they returned to Mira, the guards were surprised by a crowd of warriors from County Ashton. Even in the middle of the night, people crowded around them to watch the arrival of the heroes. They were immediately met by the commander, who was ordered to gather all the civilians. People whispered among themselves that this guy had found the missing people, and their children would be saved. Nakia, who was standing in the front row, immediately noticed Nikki, who was in Raoul's arms. The guy explained that she was not feeling well now, but they would take care of her at the palace, and she would definitely get better. They saved the lives of many people who could have died, and changed the future of one girl. Perhaps Nakia will never become a great alchemist, and will never create a potion that will change this world. But Raoul hopes that she will play an important role in the prosperity of the Empire, because now a lot has changed. He no longer follows the principles of humanity and is not afraid to take away someone's future. He could have saved many more people today if he had acted faster, but he turned his back on them, wanting to please Nakia. He still managed to achieve his goal and free many prisoners, and the city is no longer in danger. But for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling of anxiety when he looked at ordinary citizens. There are people who don't have to complete tasks, but they will have to go through much more serious tests. Now the guy realized how selfish his intentions were, and he avoided ordinary people, not wanting to waste time on them. After being reborn, he promised himself to forget about the past, but continued to live as if there was nothing more important in this world than the game. There is nothing wrong with living by the rules of the game system, but it is wrong to let it determine the meaning of life. Until this day, Raoul had made plans based on Do Hyun's goals. But now, this approach limits his options. If a task arises that an aristocrat can complete without the help of gaming gadgets, then he will not repeat the mistakes of the past. The people of Mir are grieving the loss of loved ones, so we ordered Philip to collect their personal information. It is also necessary to provide all victims with monetary compensation and help them find work. The knight was surprised, because usually the master only intervenes in those matters whose solutions benefit the common cause. Everyone would be happy to carry out this order, but Philip hinted at one grumpy comrade. Jake stated that he was not against good deeds, but still asked Raoul to let him go for the weekend. When he received an affirmative answer, he began to praise the young master. The support of the guilds would be a great help in the fight against other guilds, but he also liked to see them happy. Perhaps he could have stayed here to gain practical experience and improve his skills. The next day, the mayor apologized for causing us so much trouble, but thanks to them, Mira can breathe a sigh of relief. The man couldn't close his eyes after learning about the evil creatures. If he hadn't warned them, they would have been in big trouble. Raoul himself was surprised that the dark forces of the Empire would reach the territory belonging to the Kingdom of Reuben. However, this was not the first wave of kidnappings, but the agreement tied their hands and feet. It prohibits the creation of their own army, and they can only afford guards. However, outside the city, she loses some of her abilities, and therefore they could not search for the kidnappers. Just as Raoul had expected, representatives of the Viscounty of Rendell visited them. They claimed to have destroyed the kidnappers' lair and demand compensation. They should have thrown them out, but Raoul asked them not to do that. The mayor didn't understand why he wanted to portray them as heroes, since it was the guy who deserved all the honors and glory. Raoul thanked him for his concern, but still hoped that he would fulfill his request. The mayor didn't know how to reward them because he thought the money wouldn't be enough, so Raoul asked him for a favor. The guy heard that the man had a large collection of valuable books, so he asked to look into his library. The mayor was surprised but immediately agreed, offering to choose any book he liked. However, he was sure that this was not enough, so he decided to take him to the secret treasury so that he could choose a gift for himself. He always shows generosity to those who deserve it, because only the blind would not notice it. Sometime later, the servant brought him to the library, where all the books were at his disposal. Looking at the huge shelves, at first glance, you wouldn't realize that this is a real treasure. There are countless skills stored here, and the system had already offered him the opportunity to purchase the book he picked up. The size of the library was astonishing, and just looking at all these books filled Raoul with deep wisdom. He may never return here again, so the opportunity to find that treasured book cannot be missed. Suddenly he noticed a book lying on the top shelf, which emitted a dim light, and decided to check it out. These were studies of ancient rituals, spells, and methods of mental cultivation. As soon as the guy opened it, he immediately discovered the S rank Quercus Meditation Art. Only an S-rank psychokinetic could master the skills in this book, and he realized that he had found the right book. In his past life, his B-rank meditation skills didn't stop him from reaching the top of the Connect rankings. While he was looking for a way to increase his spiritual power, the guilds and other players had already taken all the skill books. Soon everyone learned about Quercus's art of meditation, and a fire mage from Japan revealed a secret. The mayors of the starting cities keep S-rank copies in their mansions, one of which he found in Mira's library. But this time, his spiritual strength will not run out, because he has accumulated enough energy to study the art of meditation. At first, the effect of extrasensory abilities will be very small, but will gradually increase, and a certain amount of spiritual strength will greatly forgive him the task. If he reaches the same level of skill that he had in his past life, victory will be his. As a gift from Ronaldo, he chose a ring of mana, although there were plenty of similar ones in Ashton County. Now it's time to start customizing, because he completed all 70 tasks in one night. He also learned all the skill books up to rank C and tried all the rare items and collected 50,000 game coins. In just 1 month, his physical characteristics have reached the 65-point threshold, and he can now be considered an experienced player. The characteristics of swordsman and psychokinetics and the highest rank reach 90 points. In his past life, he achieved the same results. Now Raul is going to score them in all stats and maybe become the first player to reach 100 points. It sounds like a dream now, but he knows that all roads are open to him now. He was reborn, retaining his previous inventory, and he also managed to unlock skill decks, and now he can also activate Regnator. In skill decks' case, he was tasked with breaking the seal, and to do this, he had to complete 50 more tasks. However, with Regnator, everything is different. Even the current power seems unbearable to him. Also, thanks to the new skill, he can see the status of NPCs and track the flow of mana. Along with this, a new task appeared, and clearing the Imperial Shelter played the role of a trigger, opening it earlier. If he follows the already familiar path, he will constantly encounter the military of the Empire. After all, they are also looking for fragments of the Magic Stone, and we need to pave the way so as not to cross paths with them. Now, there is no need for this, because the guy himself decides how to construct a scenario and what task to complete next. He will no longer dance to the system's tune. Raul will follow his desires, even if they go against the script. The next day, when Raul was in his office, Bernard came in to see him. He announced that Miss Nikki had regained consciousness and that Miss Nikia was asking to meet with him. When the boy came into the room, he was immediately greeted by the maid and Nakia, who was sitting near her sister's bed. She immediately began to thank him for saving Nikki, but he asked her not to worry about it. At that very second, the girl opened her eyes and thanked him for saving her. Suddenly, Nakia apologized to him, explaining that she was a little shy. The guy noticed that she was clearly unwell, but he still wanted to take a closer look. But as soon as he looked into her eyes, he suddenly felt that he was in the middle of huge waves. Raul was stunned by this, unable to believe that the others could not see anything. To make sure, he decided to use the keen eye he had recently acquired. Raul thought she was an ordinary child, but looking at her characteristics, everything turned out to be completely different. Her potential was SS rank, although she was only level 5 and her stats were low. The disease suppresses her characteristics, but you can try to cure her and return her to her previous state. It was scary to even imagine how powerful she would become in the future, but now he needed more information. A few days later, the guy was able to collect all the necessary information. They will soon leave Mira, and so far, everything is going according to plan, so they just need to stay on track. They captured more slave traders and other scoundrels, and also rescued about 50 people. Mira is now the safest place on the continent. Construction is complete, and the guild house has opened its doors to its first guests. Many residents of the city decided to thank them for saving their lives and offered to help. There were talented workers among them, so he was confident in the success of the completed work. All that remained was to resolve the issue with Nakia. First of all, Raul asked about Nika's health, and as it turned out, she was on the mend. The girl thanked him again for inviting priests to help her sister. In reality, everything is completely different. Nikki is still unwell, and divine power alone is not enough here. Nakia heard that he was leaving today, but she still hadn't managed to thank him properly. They stayed longer than they had planned, and were now in a great hurry, but the girl wanted to be of service to them. However, the girl is afraid that Raul will turn out to be the same as all the noble aristocrats she has met before. There are so many greedy people in the world. First impressions can be deceiving, and yet she doesn't want to disappoint him. The guy asked her to stop filling her head with all sorts of thoughts and read this, after which he handed her several sheets of paper. When she read them, she dropped the documents in shock, because it was a letter pardoning Nakia. The girl tried to understand how he managed to do this, but, as it turned out, money works wonders. This document forgives all the mistakes the girl has made throughout her life. He had to spend a considerable amount of money to get the Alliance's permission, but it was nothing compared to Nakia's value. For 5 years, she suffered from the ban on using mana and thought that she was forever stuck in this quagmire. Meanwhile, Raoul asked her to tell him how she got the ban on using mana. Her mentor saw her talent and helped her join the Alchemists Association, and at a young age, she became famous as a gifted alchemist. But disaster struck unexpectedly. Her city was engulfed in an epidemic, and she lost her family. When she got home, only Nikki was waiting for her. Nakia took her with him, but the misfortunes did not end there. When Nikki was 6, she was diagnosed with an incurable disease, and she believed it was her fault. For 2 years, she searched for a cure, but when death came very close to Nikki, she made a decision. Nakia broke the taboo and used alchemy on a human, using substances stolen from the association to keep her alive. But the girl couldn't feed her medicine forever, and without it, she would immediately lose consciousness. And soon, her deception was exposed. But suddenly, Raoul handed her a flask and asked her to drink it. It was supposed to free her. After drinking the potion, Nakia felt a new sense of peace, as if those 5 years had never happened. Raoul watched with satisfaction as Nakia's stats changed in the status window. Only now did the girl understand how exactly she could thank him. She will serve Sir Raoul faithfully and look forward to seeing him save and make many other people happy. Stroking her head, he accepted her devotion and would never forget her words. The guy then took another stack of papers, which he also handed to the surprised Nakia. These were the notes on the maniphilaria that should help Nikki, the works of one great alchemist who left this world. However, they are missing a fragment, so she will have to pore over them. But now, Nakia can create the perfect medicine for her sister. Sincerely crying, the girl promised to make the best medicine in the whole wide world. Now, she had definitely decided that she would serve Raoul faithfully and truly until the end of her days. When Nakia left, the guy thought that he was not used to conversations of this kind, but he would learn to find a common language. Today is a big day, and for the first time, he has put in a lot of effort to bring a new member into the ranks of the first guild. An alchemist who will leave his mark on history and also create a miraculous cure. After all, the great alchemist who left this world is Nakia, but she doesn't need to know about it. In the past, she struggled with an incurable disease, and after much research, she finally created a cure. But he deliberately gave her an incomplete recording so that she could develop her skills. But if something happened, he would give her the missing fragment. At this point, his mission in the world is over, and it is time to move on to the next destination. And this is the capital of the Kingdom of Reuben, also known as the Tomb of the Sword, the large and populous city of Turim. Raoul was looking forward to meeting him, so he was already ready to set off. When they reached the capital, they noticed a crowd of people and a huge difference with Mira. Raoul ordered everyone to go forward, as Ashton County had no queue. Most of the first guild members remained in the world. He took few people with him to make things easier. But when they entered the city, the guy was surprised to notice that no one was meeting them. He immediately asked Bernard if he had sent a message about their visit, but he answered in the affirmative. There must have been a mistake, and he decided to go to the estate and bring an escort. But Raoul suggested that they all go together. Bernard asked a passing woman if she knew where the Ashton County estate was, but she had no idea. The men were also unsure, so they suggested looking for him in the Noble area. At the checkpoint in the Noble district, they were told that the Earl of Ashton's estate was not there. Raoul knew his family wasn't particularly popular, but he didn't think it was that popular. The townspeople have no idea what influence their family has. The capital is far away, and the father rarely comes here. It's strange that no one has heard of the Ashton estate. There must be a huge estate around here somewhere. Raoul asked Bernard to visit the Information Bureau and find out the address of the Ashton estate. Sometime later, the guard examined the paper and was surprised, because it was Baron Gendar's address. Raoul was surprised and did not know that Mr. Gendar had been living there for about 10 years. But they decided to accompany them. Bernard explained that Gendar, his 50-year-old distant relative, is responsible for managing foreign affairs. The guy frowned, but was still determined to see the estate with his own eyes. A few minutes later, 2 guards wanted to see their invitation. Philip announced that the person in front of them was the Earl of Ashton's youngest son, Sir Raoul, and that they would like to see the Foreign Secretary. However, they did not understand what kind of invitation was being discussed, and the guard told them about some kind of celebration. The knight asked them to wait near the tents while he found out everything, which made Raoul a little nervous. This attitude did not suit Raoul's subordinates, because their master was on his own territory. Suddenly, several guards ran up to them, but at the same second, they threw down their weapons and ran away. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events and could not understand why they ran away. At that very moment, a man with a sword in his hand approached them, asking who they were and what kind of mess they were causing. Philip explained that he was the Grand Knight of the Order of the Golden Bear of Ashton County, and then asked where the Baron was. As soon as the man realized who was standing in front of him, his face also changed, and he immediately began to apologize. After this, he gave the order to his subordinates to escort the surviving guests to the reception hall. The rumors weren't lying. The estate is truly huge. It would take a long time to go around all the possessions. Then Raoul noticed the main building of Ashton County, where only direct relatives were allowed to enter. However, it is from there that the music comes. The equipment yard is filled with strangers. He explained that today was Aaron's birthday, the owner's youngest son. Jake really didn't like that the guard called the Baron the owner of the estate. At that very second, a man came out of the building and addressed Raoul first. The Baron seemed strong, but he wasn't even an expert, and now it's clear why people don't take the county seriously. He can understand his father's decision to entrust him with the vision of foreign affairs, but he is not going to accept it. The man noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, although, in fact, he was his uncle, but no one had mentioned him in that way. Ashton's family tree is quite convoluted, and it would be difficult to explain their connection, so he suggested just calling him Uncle. Raoul decided not to let him take advantage of him, and asked Bernard to explain everything in normal language. The butler immediately explained that Baron Jindar was Count Ashton's second cousin, Raoul's second cousin, who currently serves as Minister of Foreign Affairs. The man didn't like the attitude, but the boy assumed he was just making fun of Ashton County. Philip added that, apart from his direct descendants, only Viscount Austin has the right to address him informally. When the Earl's children come of age, they inherit the title of Viscount and part of the territories. Then Raoul asked to answer why his second cousin, whom he was seeing for the first time, had changed his position above him. Jindar apologized, promising to address him with all respect. And the guy asked to explain what was going on here. They did not. The man was surprised, since he had ordered a cart to be sent for them, but they were also curious as to why there were strangers in the main building. Jindar explained that this was necessary in order to show everyone what they were worth, and it was necessary to arrange a big celebration. Philip decided to ignore this attitude, while Pierce found something in the yard. Judging by the invitation, the holiday had nothing to do with Ashton County. It only included the names and coat of arms of the Jindar family. The man swore it was just a piece of paper and a formal reception on behalf of the county. He then frowned, deciding that the guy was acting outside his authority, asking him not to forget that he was not at home. He then explained that according to ancient tradition, they always hold the celebration in the main building when it is empty. Other members of the nobility are allowed inside the mansion, but only with the permission of the Earl of Ashton. Raoul ordered me to complete the celebration within an hour, as a trusted person temporarily carrying out the will of His Excellency. Jindar immediately opposed you, because he couldn't just send all the guests home. Raoul immediately frowned, deciding that his uncle had chosen to refuse to follow the order. Then he pulled out his rapier, asking them to worry about the family members rather than the guests. The guy didn't show much generosity by giving them an hour to settle the matter, so Gendar reluctantly decided to carry out the order. The worst that could happen was for his father to scold him, but it was interesting to see where the Baron got so much confidence and fearlessness. No concrete evidence of the fall of Ashton County has ever been found. Perhaps Raoul can find it here. Nobody knows, but maybe he'll hit the jackpot here and prevent the family's downfall. Raoul was stunned that instead of placing them in the main building, they gave them an outbuilding. Since the main building was too crowded, Mr. Gendar ordered that a separate place be prepared for them. However, the guy didn't want to listen to this. He intended to live only in the Ashton County mansion. As soon as Raoul walked into his office, he immediately began making claims against the Baron. The Baron dared to settle his entire family into a 3-story mansion, where only the Count and his relatives had the right to be. The guy demanded an explanation, deciding that the Baron would insist that he was also using the office according to tradition. The man explained that these were temporary measures, as it would be wasteful to keep the house empty. Raoul ordered them to leave the building immediately, because he would not care that they were related. And from that moment on, he relieves the Baron of his duties as Minister of Foreign Affairs. If he wishes to raise an objection, let him bring documents tomorrow showing that he is fully performing his work. These words seriously angered the Baron, who silently headed for the exit. A little later they sorted this out, and all the guests and relatives glared at the Baron with displeasure. Now Raoul needs to find some information. And he's lucky it wasn't disposed of. All documents related to management and finances are in this office. The Baron is confident that he will not be able to find a way to deal with it. However, in his past life, he studied business administration and worked in a trading company. Philip announced that his family had left the building without even causing a scene. But they clearly think that they will still soon return and live here as if nothing had happened. However, it is necessary to quickly get rid of rotten people, and it is better not to miss the moment while they still look down on them. Moreover, the first guild branch will always fit in perfectly, and in his house, it is Raoul who sets the rules. Even if the Baron was under someone's protection, everyone had to simply believe in the strength of Ashton County. Jake was on the master's side and asked the others to stop talking seriously. The guy supported him, because now they needed a good rest, and tomorrow, great things awaited them. The strongest of them grabbed his comrades and led them to the exit, while they grumbled discontentedly. Meanwhile, Raoul and Bernard began their search, as time was running out. The next day, the boy decided to train with the butler, testing his fighting skills. However, this training was difficult for Bernard, and the weapon immediately fell to the ground. Raoul didn't think he would learn to wield two swords so quickly, although he still had room to grow. It's only been a month and a half since Bernard discovered his psychic abilities with the help of a skill book, but now they've decided to move on to the arts, because his power is measured not only by super strength. The easiest and most effective way to improve your skill level at the beginning is to apply several skills at once. But just as they were about to begin, the butler turned his gaze, noticing that they had guests. The windy mage is able to pick up information from a great distance, so they decided to welcome the guests. Bernard offered to bring what they had prepared yesterday, and Raoul agreed. The guy was determined to get a reward for his hard work. The butler realized that the expression on the young master's face did not bode well. Before entering the building, Jake assumed that some kind of treasure was buried there. He thought so because he noticed a lot of people gathered inside the building. Some knights exude enormous energy. The outer courtyard is filled with warriors. No matter which way you look at it, it's doubtful that the young master will be able to handle them alone. Meanwhile, Jindar stood satisfied because everything was going according to his plan, and the boy took the bait. In his absence, all issues must be resolved, and then he will be able to calmly take up the post. Large relatives of the Ashton family living in the capital, having learned of what happened, could not remain indifferent. By driving him out of the estate and depriving him of his post as minister, the brat created problems not only for him, but for others as well. After all, they also hosted banquets using funds from the county budget, and even received payment for managing the estate. It was his mistake to arrange a celebration in his own name, using the count's office. But they don't know about it. Surely this brat only knows how to act like a noble aristocrat, but in reality, he has no idea what he's gotten himself into. The man didn't understand why his brother made him his representative, but he wouldn't miss this opportunity. When Raoul entered, people immediately began to whisper that this pompous boy was annoying the Baron. They also mentioned this guy was the winner of the coming-of-age tournament. Rouse had not expected to see so many guests today, assuming that everyone present was concerned about the issue of rights to the estate. Jindar confirmed that they had all gathered here to express their outrage at his unreasonable behavior. The Baron spoke on behalf of everyone, in which case, as the guy promised, they won't figure out who's right and who's wrong. The man explained that for many decades, blood relatives living in the capital managed the estate, taking turns. And this is not so that some brat from the main family will come and create a mess. People immediately began to support him, thinking that it was a joke on the part of His Excellency to give powers to a child. They were unhappy with the cuts in finances, and building new estates and changing management methods would not solve anything. Raoul understood that they were not giving him the opportunity to explain the Baron's guilt. But that was not the most important thing now. The consequences could be much more serious than he imagined. And then he decided to use his keen eye. 5 influential families gathered here, the first being the major relatives of Ashton County. The second ones are scouts from the Crane Empire's Pathfinder Guild, but their appearance is natural. But he never expected to see the third group here, the Knights of Delamian, one of the 5 most influential families. One of them was named Graham. He was level 88 and was a sword expert. There were several other sword experts standing next to him, but it was unclear what the representatives of a much more powerful family were doing here. Raoul also noticed the familiar brothers he had recently defeated, the Knights of Viscounty Rendell. Among them was also Raphael, who was the fourth young master of level 61. He may want to take revenge for the incident in the world, but he clearly won't act openly. The last were the traitors of the Ashton family, the culprits of this chaos, always ready to take the reins of power into their own hands. Among them was Titus, level 65, who was literally devouring the guy with a displeased look. His father, Earl Melvin Ashton, had two brothers, an older brother Jaden and a younger brother Austin. Melvin was the most talented, but according to the birthright, the position of Earl should have gone to Jaden. He was an arrogant and cruel man. He either maimed or killed anyone who bothered him. Once Melvin reached expert ball skills, increasing his chances of getting the job, Jaden became jealous of him. He planned an attempt to kill his brother, but his plan was discovered before he could complete the crime. After this, he was deprived of all privileges, and after some time, Melvin became an earl. Jaden still received the title of Viscount and a large plot of land, but he could not accept the loss. This story happened 15 years ago, when he, Raoul Ashton, was born. The appearance of Viscount Jaden's son makes it clear whose side Baron Gendar is on. The incident that had caused the breakdown in relations with Jaden did not affect the others present in any way. In a past life, Ashton County was divided into many factions and eventually collapsed. They may have made a wise choice, but now he's here to make them realize they made a big mistake. Knowing the whole picture, Raoul can make the first move, and then boldly gives the signal to Philippe. The knight struck his shield with all his might, creating noise and calling for everyone to be silent. Raoul had heard enough complaints, and now it was his turn to speak, after which he asked Bernard and Pierce to distribute the books. Two guys walked among the guests and handed out books to the discouraged guests. It was a report on the management and financial transactions relating to the Earl of Ashton's estate. These were evidence and materials from the investigation into the case of a baron suspected of embezzlement and misappropriation of funds. Stunned, Gendar threw the book on the floor in anger, loudly declaring that it was a fake. This was official data, but the man did not believe that he had arrived only yesterday and had managed to collect all the information in one night. Looking at his reaction with satisfaction, Raoul assumed that he was now ready to have a serious talk. According to documents, 200 people are currently undergoing free training to become knights on the estate's grounds. However, when asked where they were, the Baron answered uncertainly that they had taken their equipment and fled. It was strange that he was recruiting students outside of Turum, although the purpose of the free classes was to spread his influence throughout the capital. However, they will continue their investigation and check the addresses of each of the students listed in this book. It also says that they gave 100 golden balls to other barons as gifts, but 10 of them turned out to be fakes. He also recruited 100 C-rank warriors, although the guy only observes 20 F-rank knights. There are also banquets held regularly, and it is difficult to understand what all this has to do with the costs of running the estate. This whole list simply amazed the guy. It took them the whole night to get this information. When they discovered that some of the documents were fake, they had to break into the Baron's house. There, thanks to his ability to analyze information and Pierce's research skills, they found the original ledger. Then Bernard took over the organization of the report book, and finally, Raoul used copying and made dozens of similar ones. He took the time to open the eyes of everyone present to the machinations of Gendar's defense. The guy provided everyone with evidence that more than half of the funds had been embezzled by the Baron. Suddenly, Gendar spoke up, who couldn't even imagine that his nephew was such a terrible person. The man found it all suspicious because he had never seen such a carefully prepared report in his life. A formal investigation usually takes 2-3 pages at most, but the guy managed to write a whole 30. His nephew claims that he did this work in one day, but this is simply impossible, and he probably planned everything long before his arrival. People immediately began to agree with the Baron, sensing that all this smacked of a political conspiracy. They thought Raoul was trying to save budget resources and had no idea what would happen next. The Baron concluded that this would not happen, after which he called Jackson to him. The knight handed Jake a list of their demands, and if they signed it and left the capital, they would not forgive them for this insulting behavior. They demanded that the right of ownership be transferred to the Baron, the right to run the estate, including managing the estate, and also lift the ban on mastering the art of swordsmanship by family members of the collateral line of kinship. Jake was stunned that they were throwing feasts with the money they earned from hunting monsters. People were immediately outraged by the brazen response, deciding that this was how the main family conducted business. Jake was firm in his refusal. You see, he had never heard such bullshit in his life. Gendar's patience snapped, and he put his hand inside his bosom, taking out a knife. Raoul asked Jake to calm down, after which he angrily threw away the piece of paper with the demands. Gendar was surprised, because he pointed a knife at the boy, but he didn't even bat an eyelash, although he wanted to intimidate him. He is surrounded by 3 of the best knights of the Order of the Golden Bear, and he doesn't have the slightest chance against them. Raoul's knight had insulted them, and if he did not immediately apologize and execute him, they would consider this an insult too. The guy smiled, explaining that Jake had merely stated the facts and then decided that pretense was enough. He knew there was no hope of a peaceful settlement, but he thought the Baron would be, at the very least, confused. After this, the guy took out his sword, declaring that Gendar turned out to be much more vile than he thought. The man became frightened when the boy threateningly declared that he would never sign his ridiculous demands. Then Raoul frowned, asking him to tell him what the Baron really wanted. Gendar had heard that the youngest son was the weakest and most untalented of the sons, but now he did not want to give in to him. The man decided to play to the crowd again, declaring that they would not leave this place until they signed an agreement. After this, 2 knights blocked the exit, hinting at a rather harsh solution to the problem. The Baron urged him to think carefully, feeling that with pressure he could move the boy. But Raoul just laughed, replying that he had dug his own grave by suggesting something like that. The Baron must be aware that his actions could be seen as a declaration of war on the county. People immediately began to be indignant because they had not agreed anyway, and they would not participate against the county. However, it was too late to back down, and now they are all in the same boat, because they have no chance of the Count's forgiveness. Raoul asked what his next steps were, since he was not going to sign the papers. The man decided that the boy had not grasped the essence of what was happening, and hundreds of knights and guards were waiting for his signal. Moreover, he has an ace up his sleeve that even the Order of the Golden Bear cannot handle. The rest just watch, afraid to do anything, in which case no one will stop the guy. Raoul said that he didn't care. The defense was shocked that he wasn't afraid of knights armed to the teeth. The man saved his secret weapon for the most extreme case, and using it, he will definitely unleash a war. But now he had no other choice. Who knew that the rumors that Raoul was weak were lies? The Baron claimed that the boy had insulted him by providing false documents, so he was calling for justice. Throwing the county badge to the ground, he demanded that Raoul make the blood sign. It is a challenge to a duel that can only be issued once in a lifetime, the only way to fight a member of the high nobility. He suggested that this be considered a final act of mercy, as it was better than taking his seal by force. The Baron sincerely thought that taking her in a fair fight would be much more noble. However, the decision remained with Raoul, and if he refused, the Baron would have to use force. The guy immediately began asking about the conditions, since the man himself would not be the duelist. Gendar proposed 3 participants representing the interests of each family, and the battle should be one-on-one. There are many representatives of the Ashton family present in the hall. If anyone supports Raoul, they can take his side. Philip was immediately indignant at such a statement, but the young master immediately stopped him. The guy understood that if he lost, he would sign the papers, but he didn't know what the Baron was putting at stake. The man decided that it didn't matter, but it was a private duel, so the stakes had to be appropriate. Then Raoul suggested that if he won, he would confiscate the homes of everyone whose signature was on the reporting documents. However, if they did not agree, then this duel would not happen, so he gave them time to think. With such antics, he would turn everyone against the Ashton family. But this only played into the Baron's hands. The main thing was to make him fulfill his demands, so he agreed without hesitation, which caused discontent among the others. It wasn't exactly a good deal, but Raoul had already accepted the challenge, and even received a new assignment. Raoul thought that Philip doubted him, but in fact, the knight was afraid that unforeseen circumstances might arise. The duel is arranged for the sake of spectacle. In any case, they will not admit defeat and will refuse to fulfill the conditions. Raoul accepted the challenge, asking for a second to ensure that the Baron kept his word. Gendar turned to one of the guests, asking him to take the place of a second, to which he immediately agreed. All the people immediately turned their heads in surprise towards this man, trying to understand who it was. This guy is known for his excellent sword skills, an outstanding personality, and a rising star. It was Raphael Rendell, the Viscount's fourth son, who looked at Raoul with a smug grin. Everyone was stunned by the appearance of the enemy on the territory of the Ashton estate. Philip and Jake were especially indignant. Raphael explained that he had not intended to come, but it would be impolite to refuse the invitation. Raoul only hoped that this guy would judge this fight dispassionately. After this, the second asked all participants in the duel to come to the center of the hall. Raoul knew that no one had dared to support the Ashton family, but all the better for him, he didn't have to deal with scum. The time has come for the first duel, and Raoul's first opponent is the third son of the Gendar family, Aaron. The boy thought with displeasure that it was the puppy who had ruined his holiday, the weak link in the Ashton family. He had become too arrogant after winning the tournament, but now he would knock him down a peg. As soon as the fight began, Aaron was the first to rush forward, rising into the air and swinging his sword. Raoul only needed to swing his sword slightly to repel the attack and counterattack, emerging victorious. It all happened too quickly, and people didn't even notice when he touched it. But the Baron was the most upset of all. Meanwhile, Raphael asked the guy if he was ready for the next fight. At this time, the second participant approached the second and announced that it was now his turn. It was Baron Kespi, one of the capital's finest swordsmen, and this fight promised to be exciting. When the fight began, Raoul immediately parried the first blow, and Kespi noticed his good technique. After that, they began to exchange blows, and the second son understood why Aaron was knocked out with one blow. The boy has incredible swordsmanship skills, even though he is 20 years younger than him. However, Kespi also had something to surprise him with, so he decided to use the bear strike. The guy was stunned when he realized that Raoul had easily blocked the blow without receiving a scratch. It was a pathetic parody of Raoul's family's technique. But what was this guy thinking using it on him? In this, he has no differences, because he constantly improved it, which means the advantage is on his side. Kespi couldn't believe that this boy was so familiar with this sword technique. However, he was not ready to stop there, after which he swung his sword again. Raoul realized that he had learned new techniques in the capital and was now trying to use them in the fight. People immediately began to support Kespi, deciding that the boy did not have enough combat experience and would not last long. But this was said by losers with an inferiority complex who abandoned their hometowns for life in the capital. In their family, there were also strong personalities, with many virtues who went to Turam in pursuit of a big dream. But these respectable aristocrats chose a different path than the idiots present in the hall. All Raoul had to do was swing his sword to feel the frustration of this battle. If Kespi had delved deeper into studying the Ashton clan's techniques, instead of wasting his time on others, he would have achieved much more. These words angered the guy, and he also decided that the puppy had decided to teach him a lesson. He doubted that he would be able to hand over someone who had 15 years of experience in bear punching. Kespi swung her blade and used a storm wolf strike, but it didn't frighten Raoul. People immediately rejoiced, deciding that this time he would definitely win using such a technique. However, the guy only needed to swing his sword once to cut the wolf in half, stunning his opponent. Kespi still can't get it. It's not what skills he's been taught that matter, but how well you master them. Holding the sword in front of him, the boy stated in shock that he could not defeat him with the basic form of the sword. However, Raoul abruptly changed the trajectory of his sword attack and attacked his opponent at the legs. Kespi tried to understand what had just happened, because he had changed the trajectory of the blade in a matter of seconds. At that very moment, he recognized the fifth form of the bear strike technique, the piercing charge. But then he decided that it was the eighth form, the horizontal cut. After this, Raoul used a fire whirlwind, and after that, a vertical slash. Kespi couldn't get his bearings quickly, because the boy was changing from one form to another so quickly that he couldn't keep up with him. Gradually receiving damage, he tried to raise the commas to see if such a fusion of forms of one technique was possible. The sword technique consists of 3 forms, which are a combination of basic styles. But Raoul's movements are too unpredictable, and in a short period of time he changes forms with lightning speed. He couldn't even imagine that such a gifted offspring was growing up in the Ashton family. And unable to withstand the pressure, he let go of the sword, and the guy put put the blade to his throat. Raoul explained that much can be achieved through a simple combination of forms, and this technique has tremendous power. Kespi decided that this guy was a damn monster who didn't leave a single chance. Keen eyesight, quick reflexes, and the ability to assess the situation are what's needed. Swordsmanship skills are irrelevant. When the opponent lost consciousness and fell, the second announced that Raoul had won. Events take an unexpected turn, although everyone has heard that the Count's youngest son is shirking his martial arts training. However, the Baron was not worried. He was just a boy who had recently taken up a sword, and the next participant would definitely win. If it was who everyone thought it was, then Raoul didn't stand a chance. Raphael asked to greet the last duelist, but he himself wanted to see Ashton swallow dust. He would have thoroughly enjoyed the Brat's defeat, but, frankly, he didn't care about the results of the duel. At that very second, a man stepped forward, announcing his exit. Raphael remembered that his name was Dave. Not a particularly memorable character, Baron Gindar's son, a little older than him, but he is not one to be timid. The second looked at Raoul with an evil smile, wishing him a painful defeat. The third match began, and people immediately started shouting words of encouragement to Dave. Raoul couldn't quite believe that they would put forward a truly serious opponent. The man asked the guy to listen, because he wouldn't repeat it twice, after which she ordered him to surrender peacefully. Otherwise, he will cut him into small pieces with this sword, and if he is going to show off his technique, then he better forget about it. Everyone immediately noticed the white blade, sparkling with the purest mana. Raoul was no match for it. The guy began to concentrate mana around himself, ordering the enemy to stop talking nonsense and attack. With a sharp movement, Raoul repelled the first attack, after which he decided to counterattack. The man decided that this was all the boy could do, asking along the way what had happened to his magnificent attacks. Raoul, you've already noticed that his sword has a mana-boosting effect. While defending himself from the attacks, he tried to guess how long this action would last. After a few minutes, it was noticeable that it was gradually dissipating. However, this only irritated Dave even more, as he was unhappy that the guy was only blocking his attacks. When Raoul blocked another blow, he noticed that his opponent had broken his sword. Apparently, he has a fake mana blade, which means it's time to wrap things up. At that very second, the guy jumped up from his seat, declaring to the Imperial Cur that he had lost. However, this did not stop Dave, causing him to swing his sword again, wanting to destroy the arrogant guy. But as soon as their blades clashed again, Raoul's sword couldn't withstand the force and shattered into pieces. However, the blow knocked Dave back slightly, but Raoul wished him sweet dreams and hit him again. This time the man flew a decent distance and landed on a stone staircase, destroying it. Shaking his hands, Raoul turned to his second, who, along with the rest of the spectators, was in shock. But then Raphael dissatisfiedly announced that the winner of this duel was Raoul. Everyone watched silently as the guy, along with his retinue, headed forward. The guy was upset because he liked this sword so much, while his subordinates praised it, and he asked Philip to detain his last rival, seeing the imperial stigmata on his body. In fact, the knight also found his behavior strange, at which time Pierce brought him a new sword. When Raoul received the new weapons, he immediately turned to the Baron and asked what they would do next. No one understood how it was possible that Dave had broken the rules of the duel, but that didn't change the fact that he was a sword expert. Jindar declared Raoul a cheater, as he had probably pulled some kind of trick, so the results of the duel were annulled. Looking back, the man realized that it hadn't helped, but at that same second, he remembered the documents. This is his last chance to get the support of the Jaden or Randall family. Then he turned to his subordinates, ordering them to take the documents from the guy as quickly as possible. Many immediately grabbed their weapons, deciding that there was no way back, and then rushed into the attack. For Raoul, this was too predictable, so he suggested to his comrades that they have some fun. But suddenly some people stood up to defend them, which genuinely surprised the guy. It was the servants of the Ashton estate who decided to support them and take their side. They ordered each other not to retreat and to hold the line while fighting experienced warriors. While Raoul was trying to figure out what was going on, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Meanwhile, the Baron was angry that they decided to stab them in the back to show their gratitude. However, he himself took into his hands the money that rightfully belonged to them, and they did not know the true traitor. The Count personally recommended these people for admission to the Royal Academy. They showed high results during the tournament. But since the dormitory closes during the holidays, they had to move here temporarily. Living expenses were supposed to be covered by the least allocated funds, but the Baron appropriated them for himself. He even forced students to do chores to save money on servants' wages. Jake began to worry that these people might get hurt, but Raoul told him not to worry, because he would be here soon. At that very moment, the doors opened and a huge man entered the room. Everyone immediately started running away in fear, realizing who they had sent here to deal with the problem. The man ordered a confession from those who dared to wave a sword within the walls of the Earl of Ashton's estate. Everyone recognized him as Mr. Dillon, the Earl's heir, and many did not understand where he came from. One of the guys stood in front of him with a knife, but there was only fear in his eyes. With one wave of his hand, Dillon sent him flying, ordering him to get out of the way. It was a power that was unheard of by others, because he was the strongest warrior in the Reuben kingdom. Meanwhile, the man looked around for the little one, and immediately noticed Raoul. The boy didn't expect his brother to suddenly grab him in his arms and start asking about his life with a smile. Dillon started peppering him with questions, while the guy asked to be put in his place. He noticed that Raoul had grown a lot over the last 2 months, but it was clearly not enough. The guy thought that the Count's successor was wandering around the capital without a shirt, which looked very shameful. Dillon suddenly patted his brother on the head, reminding him that it is important to take care of his health. After all, if he had such a beautiful body, these clowns would not even think of pointing a sword at him. When the man looked at the armed men, they became frightened and began to look away. After this, he openly addressed them, asking if they were ready to answer for their actions. Dillon's knights immediately surrounded the guests, extending their blades in front of them in defense of the host. They will resolve this situation soon, but it is unclear why he brought the vice captain and all the high-ranking knights with him. 25 sword experts will easily defeat the Baron's family, and it will be all over for him. At this time, Raphael tried to save his skin, trying to slip away unnoticed. The Knights of the Republic of Brennan, who were the Baron's secret weapon, turned against him. At that very second, Dillon noticed Raphael, not allowing him to escape, after which he asked to greet his little brother. The guy approached him hesitantly, hearing that he hadn't changed a bit. Ashton remembered him bullying the 3rd and 6th, even though it was 100 years ago. Dillon suddenly became angry when he noticed that Raphael had decided to raise his voice at him. Dillon invited him to stay and chat, but he decided that he would not disturb them. As he was leaving, he asked to tell his first brother that he was ready to fight at any time. The man then asked everyone not involved with the Ashton family to leave as quickly as possible, and those who waved weapons stay, because he has a serious conversation. Turning to the Baron, Dillon asked to look at the document he was so eager to sign. That same evening, Raoul thanked his brother for coming, but he went too far. He mobilized so many men, the vice captain and a bunch of knights, leaving his wife and son unprotected. Dillon just laughed because he couldn't come to his brother empty-handed. But the boy knew why he did it. It was not for nothing that his father entrusted him with the seal, and he simplified the process a little. Without his help, it would have been much more difficult to resolve this conflict. He used the portal and quickly reached the place. Teleporting the entire squad probably cost him 3,000 gold, but that's not the most important thing. Raoul wondered what he would do with the traitors, but his brother declared that they would pay for their sins. Among them are the father's brothers, but he did not say anything against it, which means this is their chance to get rid of the rats. They've gotten away with a lot already, and their capital has been significantly reduced thanks to their efforts. Raoul decided that Dillon was behind everything that was happening, because he was a politically active and calculating person. The guy decided that he hadn't really done anything, they had just started to get too carried away, so he intervened. But Dillon knew that his brother had written a whole report, and had even beaten everyone in the duel, and had done more than was required. Raoul suggested that he save his affection for Livia, but his wife forbids him to touch her, even though he is her father. Suddenly, the guy showed him the report on the results of the blood sign, deciding to ask what to do with it next. All 27 mansions that required him to sign papers now belong to Raoul, and he can do with them as he wishes. The guy was stunned, because all the property would cost at least 100,000 gold, but he thought it was a family matter. But it turned out to be his reward for winning a fair fight, so they rightfully belong to him. He's an Ashton, so he should be 100 times more confident, and he deserves it. Raoul thanked his brother, promising to try to follow his words, and then asked him for a favor. He decided to keep only the Baron's house for himself, since the value of the papers depends on who disposes of them. Dillon promised that he would not lose anything, and as a reward, he would teach him something. Suddenly, the man struck a pose, explaining that Raoul was about to learn the secret to the perfect body. Dillon hoped his brother was already excited, but he was more discouraged. His father and Lawrence are also eager to know him, but he will only reveal him to Raoul, which is what intrigued the boy. After that, he had a hellish month of training with his brother, and he vowed never to train with him again. And finally, the day of admission to the academy came, when Raoul had to leave the estate. Bernard wished him to show good results in the entrance exam. Raoul didn't want to push himself too hard in the children's test, but Dylan had other ideas. After this, his brother asked him to come back after he passed the exam and not to worry about anything. However, the guy wanted to quickly pass the tests and graduate from the academy because studying is just an excuse to get out of the house. Trying to fit into the group will only waste his energy, and he doesn't need that. After some time, they finally reached the academy, in the courtyard of which there were many students. Raoul didn't expect that there would be so many people here on the day of the reception, and this year there were more people than usual. He did not understand what the reason was, because he did not find any information in connection, which aroused suspicion. However, he doesn't expect much from life at the academy, so it hardly matters. Suddenly the boy noticed how the Reuben, Templeton, Randall, and Ashton families began to congratulate him. Raoul was shocked because he had completely different information about other aristocrats. Early on, Philip told him that there would be no applicants from military families this year. The knight replied with surprise that when they left Mira, there was no news of this. Raoul spent a whole month training with his brother, while Bernard took care of the estate management issues. Dylan explained with a smile that he would find out everything soon, asking him to remember not to push himself too hard during the exams. His brother's tone suggested problems, but the boy decided not to pay attention to it for now. Raoul asked Jake and Pierce to gather information, including about the training ground. He didn't expect that this year only strong guys would enroll. Even members of the highest aristocratic circles arrived. In fact, the boy didn't want to compete with his peers, and accidentally said it out loud. There is no need to worry about this. It is better to focus on implementing the plan. At that very moment, the man began to sincerely greet everyone within the walls of the Reuben Kingdom Academy. At first, Raoul thought that he had already studied the staff list and that there was nothing remarkable in it. But then he froze in shock when he noticed the new temporary teacher. This man was Alfredo Gray, one of the 3 sages of the continent, the supreme poppy of the 8th circle. Raoul didn't expect to see this man here, and tried to understand what he was doing here. Alfredo possesses unrivaled powers of illusion and vision, and also practices alchemy. Gray loves to wander the world, for which he was nicknamed the Nomadic Sage. Even a magic tower has to request the location of their master from the Information Guild. It was very unusual that this man so easily took the post of vice-rector of the academy. Raoul didn't expect to see him so soon, as he was supposed to show up during the process of forming alliances. Spence Templeton, the academy's rector, explained that changes would be made to the curriculum. Raoul realized that the level of preparation required had to remain the same. Otherwise, he would have to sweat. Suddenly, he noticed a special award, but he had never heard of it, because he thought that the exam was only held for distribution into groups. The task was to get into the S-rank group, since the fencing department is divided into 5 groups. Only 60 students out of 600 can get into the S-rank group, so it will be easy. But is it worth trying harder? The guy doesn't even know what exactly the best student will receive, so he doesn't see the point. Jake told him the same thing, because the benefits included access to all library halls and a personal room. However, Raoul liked these benefits, and he decided that he could not miss such a chance. Listening to the lecture will increase your skill level, but will not award experience points or rewards. Raoul left his home and came here to meet a very important person. But having equipment to train vision magic changes everything, because he can gain experience points. The only problem is the cost of using magic, but if it's free, then there's nothing to worry about. The library is full of hidden objects. He will be able to get hidden tasks and skill books with the necessary information. He thought it would take him at least 3 years to take advantage of all the Academy's opportunities. But now he will save a lot of time, of course, if he can pass the exam better than everyone else. When the boy went outside, an unfamiliar voice called out to him, making him turn around. In front of him stood a red-haired guy with an arrogant look, who was interested in his family. It was obvious that this was another of Randall's offspring, but Raoul had never seen him before. The guy immediately stated that the rumors about his arrogance were true, which is why everyone calls his family creepy and ignorant. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Raoul turned away, because he didn't have time to figure out who he was. Randall wanted to stop him, but Jake immediately blocked his way with his huge hand. The man hinted in a menacing tone that no matter what family he belonged to, there was a limit to everything. However, the guy didn't like this and demanded that they get out of the way. But suddenly a subordinate stopped Randall. Ashton's brats are always driving him crazy, so he promised to show Raoul his place. After some time, the new students gathered in the middle of the courtyard, waiting for the ceremony. Among the students who came to support their family members, Raoul observed various famous personalities. There was Duke Marquis Templeton, the finest knight in the kingdom, who came to support Dalton. There was also Marcus Clifford, a mid-level axe master from the Marquis McNeil family, and also the increasingly popular Viscounty of Rendell, which supported Caleb. Many representatives of these families are already studying here and have great influence and probably run the entire academy. Meanwhile, Jake was pleased with the presence of beautiful ladies, understanding why Raoul was so eager to come here. Suddenly, the knight noticed that someone had come to support the Ashton family as well. Jake couldn't believe they were standing in the backyard, deciding to take care of it himself. Raoul decided to take a look at the rules and the list of first-year students. In their past lives, they were famous throughout the continent. Especially Dalton Templeton and James McNeil, they will reach master level in 10 years, and it will not be easy to beat them. The first test was about to begin, so the students were asked to go into a small classroom. Raoul understood that while they were still just children, first place would definitely be his. After some time, the entrance exam began, and the first test was a written test. Raoul did not prepare for the written test because the system's communications and community had all the necessary information. The second test was a test of physical strength, and they had to go to the training hall in groups. As soon as they crossed the threshold, everyone immediately felt a field restricting the flow of mana. They might not even try to use mana, since the test of physical strength takes place without its use. In front of them was a punching bag. The database listed a power meter, but there was no mention of a punching bag. The first student approached the measuring device and hit it with all his strength. Student number 202 scored 1,418 points. After which, the next student was called up. Of the two attempts, they record the highest results, with the average impact force reaching 1,000 to 1,500 units. This guy has 43 stamina and 50 strength, making him one of the top 5 in Raoul's group. When this guy hit it, the strength meter showed 2,250 points, which was the highest result to date. That guy was McNeil, who was very pleased with his result. He was the first to cross the 2,000 unit mark, which means Raoul now knows what result he should show. Meanwhile, in one of the offices, 12 judges were sitting at a long table evaluating the exam. They appreciated McNeil's good score, and their students set a high standard for the kingdom. Besides, the physical strength of children under 20 reaches more than 1,000 units, and representatives of the Leslie Kingdom will certainly amaze them all. Some were curious about what had prompted Gray to join them, but he only wanted to evaluate the effect of the new magic circle. It sounds like he's going to use students as test subjects, but he's not. He is happy to be here and see young talents, because he heard that many of them come from military families. Many people came to cheer for them, and now one of the judges is ready to introduce them to the 13th son of the Randall family. His name is Caleb, and Viscount McKinney Rendell was one of the judges, so he supported his relative. His lordship himself volunteered to train him, after which Caleb asked permission to join the academy. Everyone was eagerly awaiting his performance, and at that very second, the guy swung his arm to strike. He scored 3,005 points, which spoke of his incredible talent, and it was not for nothing that Count Rendell favored him. Other judges and relatives thought that it would take a lot of work to equal his strength. The next participant was James of the Marquis McNeil family, grandson of Lord Clifford. It was he who the knightly order wanted to recruit, because his talent went beyond the academy. Everyone was shocked when they noticed the 3612 unit mark, which was simply unthinkable. This was a new record and the highest result among first-year students in the history of the academy. It's surprising because even knights could barely get 3,000 when the power meter first appeared. Next to approach the strength meter was Dalton, the grandson of the sword master, and this was his first appearance in public. The guy was absolutely calm, and when he hit, he immediately scored 2.900 points. Some did not understand what was surprising, because the result was much lower than the previous one. However, they were told that the guy had struck with one hand from behind his back, without straining himself. He hit 3.008 on his second try, and was actually forced to go to the academy. But Dalton isn't too happy about it. A disgruntled Randall suggested taking a break for lunch, since the ratings were already clear and there was no point in continuing to watch. However, Gray was sure that there was still one young man left among the members of the famous families. Rumor has it that he only got into the academy thanks to his father's letter of recommendation, and he's only 15. Some students don't care about graduating from the academy. They come only to gain experience. However, for a member of a military family, this was a rather unfortunate incident. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Dylan. Gray was glad to see the Earl of Ashton's son, who was a well-mannered and honest young man, but he couldn't forget such a strong man with a terrifying look, which was flattering for Dylan. One of the judges asked the newcomer to tell him what exactly made him laugh so much. Dylan was amused by their old-fashioned reasoning, because believing rumors without having your own opinion is rather egocentric. They claimed that Raoul came only to gain experience, but the reason was different. Randall doubted that his brother was capable of leaving a mark on the history of the academy, and Dylan just threw up his hands. He was also interested in Raoul's purpose in coming to the academy, as he had never spoken about it. One of the judges suggested not to create an awkward situation in front of the guests and to continue observing. Then they began to wait for the first-year student from the Ashton family to see his abilities. When Raoul stepped forward, the men noticed that the boy seemed to be emitting light, but they did not find any resemblance to Dylan. However, the man stated that this was indeed his little brother, the pearl of their family. Looking at his appearance, some men began to remember the unmarried girls in their families. It's not without reason that McKinney is straining himself so much. He knows about Raoul's skills after the incident with Baron Gendar. Caleb has probably already reported everything, and now the Viscount is trying to draw everyone's attention to his son. Now that the situation was heating up, Dylan hoped that Raoul would give it his all. At this time, the guy approached the dynamometer, after which he delivered the first blow. One of the men would have given him a perfect score if he had been able to evaluate the students on the test. On his first try, Raoul scored 2,999 units, stunning everyone present. Now the guy was preparing for the next blow, glad that everything was going according to plan. Many supported him and asked him to knock out more than 3,000, realizing that age is no obstacle to strength. At that, the students' relatives who were in the office immediately jumped up from their seats, rejoicing at his result. Dylan was also very pleased, as his brother beat the best score by 3 points, scoring 3,615 points. Now the man saw in him a smart guy who had really thought of everything in advance. A stunned silence fell over the room when they saw the points the boy had scored. Everything went according to plan, and the referee asked him to return to his place, praising his strike. He walked silently and sat down on the bench while everyone stared at him in shock. After this, Raoul opened the system and saw that he had scored the highest score of 2820 on the first test. He had to monitor the updates and record the scores, and at the end, enter the names of the students whose scores were above 2,500. When the guy finished, he hoped that no one noticed his strange actions. When he reached the expert level, his physical strength began to rapidly increase thanks to his brother's training. He could easily hit 4,000 on the meter, but he has to be at the level of a first-year student. Therefore, it was necessary to collect information and then pretend that I had made an effort. But in reality, he used telekinesis to soften the impact of the force. And the blow had to hit exactly the right spot, which he calculated using the system's calculator. He wasn't sure if all these actions were necessary, but for now, he should be more careful. Until other players appear, he will hide his true strength, especially his superpowers. It will be difficult for society to accept them. In his past life, as a gambler, Raoul openly used force. And this led to the guilds, having analyzed his skills, tracking him down, and he fled. The guy decided not to repeat this stupid mistake, but would lie low and quietly eliminate the enemies. Next, they will face an obstacle course, where the emphasis will be on strength and agility, where they will also need to control themselves. The guy hopes that this time, Dalton and James will give it their all, because he also wants to test his abilities. To be a descendant of the great sword master Duke Marquis is a great blessing. However, such a status comes with a fair share of responsibility, which fell to Dalton's lot. The Duke Marquis never forced the children to learn swordsmanship, but they decided to do everything possible to maintain their position. Dalton didn't like this kind of pressure, because his extraordinary talent required him to be the best, and he surpassed many of his peers, but since he was carefree by nature, constant competitions drove him crazy. So he decided to join the academy to escape the boring training. But at that very moment, he noticed that Raoul Ashton and James McNeil were in first place in the exam. Even though James won every sparring match they had, he was the better man he had ever fought. but someone was able to outshine him. While he was thinking about this, the judge asked everyone to line up to move on to the next test. Dalton caught a glimpse of Raoul out of the corner of his eye, remembering his name, and decided that he had seen him somewhere. Without thinking twice, he decided to approach him, while the guy immediately asked who he was. As Dalton introduced himself, he thought he saw a golden glint in the guy's eyes. Raoul decided that the conversation was over and decided to leave, but his interlocutor stopped him. Dalton was surprised because it had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him like that. Usually people were inclined to gain his favor by any means necessary. He was becoming increasingly curious about the look on Raoul's face when he defeated him. As the time approached for the third test, the first-year students arrived at the training ground. This test was too easy for Raoul, because their task is to run as fast as possible. But you need to do this while fully clad in steel armor and avoid obstacles along the way. Now another group was taking the test, and many students had already been disqualified. Although their skill level was low, 100 people's minds can't fail a test, and there's clearly something fishy going on here. Someone heard that outside Vice Rector Gray arrived. They made some changes, making it more difficult to pass. A little later, the best result of 9 minutes 12 seconds was set, although the difference was insignificant. Raoul was curious to see what the next group would show, and Dalton noticed that it was soon his turn. A few minutes later, the next group headed to the start. At this time, Raoul learned that the best result at the moment is 7 minutes. The judge began to explain the rules, that all traps were created using illusions, but they could cause damage. If the armor is not able to withstand the damage taken, then he is eliminated from the competition. When it was Raoul's turn, he ran forward at full speed, wanting to get off to a fast start. The armor he was wearing was old and difficult to move in, and it was understandable why many dropped out at the very beginning. But with an expert level, he will have no trouble completing the obstacle course. At that very second, the guy discovered the first obstacle. A turbulent stream of water with slippery stones. He wondered. It felt like a waste as he reached the second obstacle, the forest traps. Having stepped on the hidden slab, arrows were immediately fired at Raoul from behind the bushes. Spikes began to rise from the ground, but this did not stop the guy from moving forward without taking any damage. At that very moment, throwing knives flew towards him, which he deflected with his sword. The ground beneath him began to crumble, and he was informed that James and Dalton could complete the test within 5 minutes. Caleb Rendell was also quite a torture, but he didn't compare to the level of the first two. Having reached the bridge, Raoul ordered his comrades to continue observation and keep him informed of the progress of the others. If Raoul continued at the same speed, he might make it, but suddenly he felt the wind. The bridge began to sway violently, causing the guy to lose speed and balance. At that very second, the cannons began firing fireballs straight in his direction. He realized that he couldn't let them touch the bridge, and that the best solution was to fight them off. It would be much easier to fight back with a mana blade, but he can't draw it yet. However, this was more than enough, so he managed to overcome this obstacle. Now there is only one last test left. A cave that does not promise anything good. The traps here will be more difficult to avoid, and they also pose a greater danger than the others. However, Raoul must continue, and must find a way to reach the finish line first. Meanwhile, not only was he forced to enter the academy, but now he also had to study with these little people. He has already won a tournament where most of the participants were over 20, and he has experience serving in the capital's guard. If it weren't for the Lord's direct order, he wouldn't have set foot here, and these scions of the Dalton and Ashton families. His task is undoubtedly more important than their rivalry, but if he gives up first place to them, he will be a complete failure. While he was trying to figure out when this cave would end, he suddenly discovered an exit. Continuing to fight off the arrows, he ran as fast as he could towards the exit, and in the end, he arrived in 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Having won, he was now simply obliged to take first place. But someone's voice immediately caught his attention. He turned around and noted with displeasure that Dalton had completed the race in 4 minutes, 58 seconds. This could not be, because even if all the obstacles and traps were removed, he would not achieve such a result. However, Dalton himself was completely calm and thought it was a good warm-up. While everyone else was praising him, McNeil realized that all his plans had gone down the drain. Meanwhile, Dalton was looking for Raoul, and the others didn't understand why he needed the Ashton family brat. He never cared about McNeil when they dueled, but he has some business with this guy. However, he did everything in his power. A 15-year-old boy who has not reached the expert level will not be able to beat this record. But at that very second, everyone noticed in shock that Raul had set a new record of 4 minutes 55 seconds. The freshman couldn't believe that this guy had beaten Dalton himself again. McNeil didn't understand how he did it, because this boy wasn't even an expert. This also caught Dalton's attention, and it seems that college life will not be as boring as he thought. Meanwhile, relatives watched in surprise as Raul again scored the highest score. Everyone present immediately began congratulating Dylan, who immediately felt awkward. It was an impressive performance, especially Raul's movement. Dylan explained with a smile that he was a special boy and had already mastered more than one skill. He had to answer something, although he himself was surprised to see how his brother had completed the obstacle course. James McNeil tore the traps apart by simply going head-on. The precise movements of Dalton's long blade resembled the techniques of the Marquis' swordmaster. Raul used a great two-handed sword, just like the Ashton clan's wall-mounted representatives, but his movements amazed everyone. And what's even more surprising is that he didn't trigger a single trap in the cave. Only seasoned wanderers or robbers possess such skill. Unlike James and Dalton, he didn't even use the mana sword, and hid the fact that he had reached the expert level. This was also noticed by Randall, who could use this information to annoy the guy in the future. Dylan felt hurt that his brother had lied to him, but now they had to have a serious man-to-man talk. But he is still proud of him, and is now incredibly happy that his brother was the best. The third test has ended, and the entrance exam has come to an end. After a long ordeal, Raul's brothers congratulated him on his victory, and he got into the carriage so as not to attract any more attention. It was tiring to hold back his strength, but fortunately, he managed to fool everyone. And since he has completed his task, he can now calmly lie low for a while. When he fell asleep, he dreamed of a scene from the past where he was holding Nikki in his arms, loudly calling out to Guildmaster Daesung. Khan Gilju just laughed, because the guy acted as if he had lost his family. He politely asked Do-hyun to join them. If he had agreed right away, this would not have happened. He currently occupies the first line of the ranking, but it is unlikely that he will be able to defeat them on his own. These people can't even imagine how much Nikki meant to him. They met while on a mission in the main scenario, and she has been his guide ever since. For more than a year, he cared for and protected her, during which time she became his family. And now she's dead, at the hands of a guild that has nothing to do with the scenario. The guild leader was pushing him to take risks, because he was going to kill him anyway. At that very moment, Do-hyun began to release energy, thereby tensing up the people around him. Everyone was stunned, because even for the #1 player, this is an incomprehensible power. Khan was angry because the damn guild had deprived him of skills, and he had invested too much in it. But now he stood helplessly in front of Do-hyun, who was pointing a knife at him. Now the guy was only interested in why his guild was killing guides. The man was speechless from fear, but the angry Do-hyun demanded an answer from him. It was important for him to know why they kill NPCs without fear of getting a penalty. It is not advantageous for the Ukrainian player to kill NPCs that influence the main scenario. In this case, his account is deleted permanently, and profiles associated with it are banned. Still, new ones come to take their place, and their death does not affect the course of the game, but they continue to take risks and take the lives of innocents. But this only made the man laugh, as he didn't care at all about any fines. Only the poor like him are afraid of him, but in reality, many people dream of killing the NPC for 10,000 won. Do-hyun demanded a clear answer, but Han knew that he would still be killed, and then he would return to the game. The guy had heard about him, the owner of one of the 5 richest companies in Korea, Daesung. He was sure that in life and in games, the one with more money always wins. That day, kneeling before the girl he could not protect, he made a promise. He was ready to do this just for her, spitting on the rules and moral standards. When Raul woke up from his sleep, he was surprised that for the first time, he dreamed about his past life. He felt sincerely sorry, because he was never able to keep his promise to the girl he loved. Suddenly, he noticed a message from the system, thanking players for using it. It also served as a notification of updates and schedules, with the update date listed at the end. Raul knew that it would come someday, which meant that they would soon meet again, and this time, he would not let her die. The problem is that he couldn't predict the exact time of the update, so his preparation leaves much to be desired. He only has a month left, but if he doesn't take this chance, he won't be able to carry out his plan anytime soon. Raul must take control of the scenarios and gain as many advantages as possible before other players appear. First, you need to improve the guild and expand its ranks. then visit the academic library. He had to plan out the schedule today and ended up spending the whole night sorting out the upcoming tasks. He still managed to draw up the most effective and accurate plan of action for the near future. Meanwhile, Silver Zero, the leader of the Imperial Hounds, began the meeting with the topic of the royal family. Also this morning, a message came from the main base. Exactly in a month, they will begin to implement their great plan. This was only the first stage, and we must not forget that now it is important to continue playing our roles. Number 7 declared the first stage complete, but due to the kingdom's interference, it is not easy to get to the battlefield. However, he is sure that the Randall family is also involved, although they have not taken any action. But the facts speak for themselves. That same day, the Randalls declared themselves heroes. The battle armor and other weapons with spells are clear evidence of their involvement. It's just completely unclear how they had the strength to carry out such an operation. However, the Duke's youngest son, Ashton, was present in the world at the time, although he was not seen near their base. The information is not confirmed, but one of their people saw a man who looked like Gray. Silver ordered the investigation to be suspended, as there was no point in wasting time on secondary tasks. Number 3 reported that there was an emergency at the academy, with the arrival of Raoul Ashton, who had taken first place. Number 6 was perplexed, because last year Raoul did not show any talent. But this year, he began to demonstrate excellent skills. However, it was doubtful that he would interfere with their plans, since he was only a 15-year-old boy. They also have one problem left to deal with, but they must get it all sorted out before their great plan begins. Everyone understood this perfectly well, because one random variable could threaten them with a major failure. The next day, Raoul, who had spent the night without sleep, arrived at the academy courtyard. He refused to live in a dormitory because it was more convenient for him to get to the academy by carriage and solve problems along the way. At this time, other students were discussing the guy and his recent achievements on the entrance exam. He decided that there was no point in wasting time on them, since the academy took up only a tiny portion of his journey. Now he only had a couple of problems to solve, when suddenly a notification caught his attention. The entrance exam results came in, and he was admitted to the S-rank group, taking first place. The task was completed, for which he received some experience points, 500 coins, and a bonus reward. The lectures were not as useful as he expected. Even though they were on optional subjects, they only taught the basics. His classmates avoided him, but this suited him perfectly, and Raoul was not against this development. The first day went well, but suddenly, a guy entered the classroom, announcing that he was looking for Raoul. He provided him with information about the benefits for achieving the best result. He needed to show it in the library. They also told him that the vice-rector was waiting for him and asked him to follow the guy. Alfredo is a significant figure in the history of Connecticut, a hero who led the fight against the Empire. Raoul was glad of this opportunity, but at the same time worried, because he didn't know what to expect from this conversation. When the guy entered his office, the man greeted him with a smile while sitting at his desk. Gray asked him to wait a little, as he needed to finish the paperwork. Raoul meets him face-to-face for the first time. He seems like a typical aristocrat, but in fact there is an unusual aura surrounding him. However, the guys wanted to know more, to take a quick look at his status, but he immediately froze. The information was unavailable to him, only the well-known facts. But suddenly, Gray pulled him out of his stupor. He is busy with work, but at the same time, he behaves as if he knows all his actions in advance. Raoul apologized to him and bowed, because he had heard that it was very difficult to find a meeting with him. However, the man also wanted to ask him about many things, including the skill of his keen eye. At that moment, the guy froze again with a burnt look, trying to understand who this old man was. It was unclear whether he knew that Raoul had the skill of keen eye or was simply making an assumption. The guy felt uneasy and decided to choose his words more carefully, while the man decided to make tea. At first, he thought that Gray would knock him down with magic, but he was wrong, and he did everything manually. Alfredo then congratulated him on his first place in the exams and decided to ask him a few questions. Their first meeting took place on the test site, but Raoul did nothing of the sort that time. The boy frowned, asking why such a great magician like him was interested in him. In response, the man asked if he knew about an organization called the Imperial Pathfinders. 50 years ago, due to the invasion of the Crane Empire, the continent of Connecta was plunged into chaos. In the most difficult times, heroes came to the rescue. Risking their lives, they tried to stop the Empire. They managed to drive their opponents behind the mountain of monsters, and then peace reigned for half a century. and all conflicts were resolved. However, they decided to prepare in case of another invasion. Gray built a tower to train talented people, in search of which he traveled across the continent, and one of them was the alchemist Nakia, whom Raoul saved. Gray had enough power to solve her problem of being expelled from the association, but he failed. He was busy with an extremely important matter, and rumors reached him that the association had forgiven the girl all her sins. Then he came to Mira to make sure of this, and became a witness to the noble deed of Raoul and his guild. Gray, who is really behind the capture of the secret Imperial Pathfinder base, and the Rindell family took credit for the success. In order not to attract the attention of the Empire, Raoul refused the honors, giving the title of savior to another family. Alfredo decided that he was perfect for the role of the hero of this world and wanted to observe him more. Whatever the reason for calling him, the boy had to remain on guard, but he didn't know what to say about the Imperial Rangers. Gray used to constantly create quests related to the Crane Empire, but Raoul can't mention the Empire. The man noticed that the boy was acting cautiously, because such questions should be answered with silence. Since his stay in the world, thanks to his outstanding skills, he has skillfully resolved all conflicts. The guy didn't understand how he knew this, because if the Randalls found out that he set them up, he would be in trouble. Gray promised not to tell his secret, because the guy made a choice to remain anonymous. Raoul suggested that the Crane Empire was dangerous because it had a strong army. But if you dig deeper, the Empire exceeds other states in terms of territory and population. The Empire covers a large area, but most of the land is uninhabited. Due to the harsh climate, the population is the same as in one of the kingdoms. Their advantage is that they possess information that no one knows about them, while they themselves are in plain sight. The Empire is located behind a mountain of monsters and a prohibitive barrier, and the path to it passes through a gorge. They built a wall, which was always guarded by warriors, ready to prevent the invasion of enemies. But the spies still managed to get into the kingdom, which means the Empire has a great advantage over them. In a past life, this is what happened. The Empire unleashed a war, and by the time Raoul died, it was already close to victory. Gray then concluded that the kingdom needed people like Raoul. He was their secret weapon. Perhaps Nakia achieved greatness in her past life thanks to Gray. If so, his help could come in handy. By accepting his offer, the guy will quickly improve his skills and crush the Empire. Big changes are coming soon, and he must keep a low profile, making only wise decisions. Gray decided to say goodbye at this point, and in gratitude, asked to be allowed to give the guy a gift. He will need it in the future, and the instructions for use are inside. Opening the box, Raoul noticed a ring that looked quite expensive and was also imbued with mana. The guy doubted his acceptance, but Gray asked him to take it as a reward. After this, Raoul thanked the man, to which he received a polite reciprocation. It turned out that he had worried for nothing, and the meeting went much better than he expected, and he even received a gift. Suddenly, the guy realized that it was Gray's polymorphic ring, thanks to which the owner's body takes on the desired shape. It was an item that gave superpowers, which Raoul was very happy about and immediately put it on. Until this point, his status had limited him in many ways, and he lacked an object that could hide his identity. This spell belongs to the magic of the Sixth Circle. Moreover, it can summon the great sage Gray. However, there is no need to worry. Alfredo has been a great support to him, and he will use his gift wisely. 2 weeks later, life at the academy was going on as usual. Raoul had made no enemies, and everyone was friendly. But Dalton stuck to him like a leopard and followed him around 24/7, which was a little annoying. The guy always refused him, but he was not going to back down and tried to establish a relationship with him. I thought I would be able to study peacefully until Dalton appeared on the horizon and started sitting next to me all the time. Dalton turns out to be quite the pest, but he doesn't start fights. And thanks to his company, other students don't bother him. Raoul decided to take a break from him in the library, which noticeably irritated the clingy guy. Then he said, one of the privileges granted to a student for winning the exams is access to every floor of the library. But in reality, it turned out that the passage beyond the 4th floor was closed. Only royalty could get to the 5th floor. But this doesn't upset him. Even the doors of the 3rd floor are open to 50 students at most. It's time to look for valuable copies. At this time, a fairy was flying between the rows, seeing familiar faces, and not a single first-year student, and all the books were old. At first, she wanted to find something new by rummaging through the students' bags, but suddenly she noticed the girl. She always worked tirelessly, and so the fairy decided to reward her by casting a spell. She was pleased to see diligent students, and the students smiled unconsciously. At that very second, the fairy noticed the sleeping guy and immediately hit him, waking him up from his impudent sleep. The frightened student decided it was a ghost and ran towards the exit, screaming loudly. The keeper of the sacred library was not going to let him get away with such behavior. Meanwhile, Raoul noticed that there were many more useful skill books on the second floor than on the first. Suddenly, he overheard other students talking about how a guy got a good slap on the back of the head from a ghost. The guy suggested that she had cast a protective spell on the library because how could ghosts come here? Flying over the tables, the fairy decided that today many students were trying to irritate her. Suddenly, she felt a familiar heaviness, even though only 6 months had passed since her move. Then she realized that this book would no longer help her relieve her fatigue, and she would have to look for a new home. A high-grade spellbook can provide her with shelter for about 1,000 years, and now she needs a book of the same level. However, the shelves here are filled with only low-quality publications. It will never survive in such conditions. But the fairy also decided that she had one cherished wish left, and she felt that something special was coming. Suddenly she froze in shock, discovering a lonely guy whom she had never seen before. Next to him was an unusual book that could help the fairy find a new home. Meanwhile, Raoul was trying to find the unique skill book, but it wasn't that easy. He hoped to get at least one book on telekinesis. Even the knowledge he got from another psychokineticist couldn't help him. He needed more information, when suddenly a suitable book caught his eye. C-rank equestrian acrobatics that talked about martial arts. A wonderful compensation for the artistic skill of the brush touch that he had stumbled upon earlier. Since there are restrictions on saving skills, he must delete the old one to add the new one. However, this rule does not apply to unused skills, which could be considered a loophole. After he started to take out the skill book, skill decks immediately began to glow and absorb the information. Once the content is added to the skill decks, the book itself becomes useless and can be picked up by any other player in the same way. He needs to extract more skills. While it lasts, Raoul must continue his search. And his preferences are strange. More creators, the power of time, a unique style. They stand out from the crowd. In her eyes, this young man was unusual because he was knowledgeable about such books and he was also handsome. But it doesn't matter because he still can't save her. Only great sages and archmages are able to interact with her. It owes its existence to numerous victims, harsh fate, and a combination of circumstances. Despite their uniqueness, these books do not suit her. She felt something, but her intuition clearly fails her. But at the same moment, the fairy froze in surprise, trying to understand what this guy was doing now. At first glance, this book doesn't seem like much, but the symbol on the cover says otherwise. However, the book had not changed at all, and the fairy had seen such a spell for the first time, wanting to take a closer look. When Raoul left, the fairy had a chance. She had never had such houses before. Maybe she found what she was looking for. She slowly touched the book, but froze in surprise, because nothing happened. Even the great book of spells and the sacred manuscript told her their stories and allowed her to stay. However, she decided not to give up and continue trying, but nothing worked. At that moment, a guy approached her. She was genuinely frightened when Raoul asked in bewilderment why she sat on his book. He tried to figure out what kind of creature it was, and why it looked like it was about to disappear. Meanwhile, the fairy was shocked that the guy could see her, and Raoul did not understand what was surprising about this. Unable to bear this, the girl immediately turned around and tried to run away, but the guy decided not to catch up with her. She was interested in skill decks, so she will return to him herself, but now it is more important to find skills for him. Meanwhile, mounted acrobatics was added to the skill decks, and the skill level of skills that increased effectiveness was increased by 10.5%. He currently has about 700 skills in stock, scattered in a chaotic manner. Even in his past life, no one has accumulated so many. However, skill decks is still considered a rare item, and it is unclear how many books still need to be collected. At that very moment, the escaped fairy, looking out from behind the table, turned to him, asking what kind of book it was. At first, he decided to be stricter with her, and decided to first hear an apology for touching other people's things. The fairy immediately began to apologize, but was again surprised that he actually heard her, which was very strange. For some reason, she decided not to ask for forgiveness, but instead asked permission to introduce herself. Her name is Ravelina Harriet Murdian, but he can call her Ravel. She is a forest fairy. She loves harmony and order. Raoul introduced himself to her, noting that she did not look like an ordinary fairy, but rather like a ghost, just a soul that is on the border between life and death, an entity that does not obey the laws of the familiar world. She was attracted by his unique book, which could not be compared even with the most special books she had encountered before. She didn't respond to her call, but Ravel was confident in her observations, so she asked to take a peek inside her. The guy also knew a little about skill decks. Perhaps Ravel would be able to improve it, escape with it, and still not succeed. Raoul agreed, in exchange for the promise that the fairy would tell him everything he knew about the book. Touching her, Ravel smiled and told her that an incredibly strong flow of energy was passing through her. But suddenly there was a bright flash, which surprised the fairy, because this usually did not happen. Ravel thought that he had foreseen this situation, but the appearance of this book in their time was against the rules. Looking at her reaction, Raoul turned to her with concern, seeing fear in the little girl's eyes. She immediately flew up to him and asked where he found this book, although they had agreed that she would provide him with the information. This book has the power of the creator god, and of a complex ancient creator who is listed as missing. These words stunned the guy, who looked at the shining skill decks and could not believe his ears. At first the guy was stunned, but then his face slowly began to change to a thoughtful one. This information didn't mean much to him, and Ravel was surprised that he didn't know the creator god himself. She didn't find out the details, since she only managed to take a quick look, but it was a banned publication that had lost its validity. She didn't know how to return the book to its original state, because it was being capricious and refusing to talk to her. Looking at his face, Ravel was surprised that he wanted to get answers to all the questions so quickly, so she asked permission to go inside. When an urgent task appeared, Raoul realized that the fairy was trying to find a warm place for herself, but this was to his advantage. But he decided to act cunningly, and declared that he could solve the problem with skill decks himself, without letting Ravel in. Since it was already late, it was time for him to return home, and this news stunned the fairy. Ravel wanted to stop him, but the guy had things to do and he offered to talk later, although he doubted he would return. The girl immediately began to apologize to him because she had not spoken to the man for a long time and had forgotten about the rules of decency. Raoul decided to put some more pressure on her, and the fairy promised to be helpful because she really needed this book. The guy thought that this was enough, and now she is ready to negotiate on his terms. At that very second, the fairy began to cry, being in despair, after which she began to ask why he believed her. Raoul did not expect such a turn of events and asked her to calm down, but Ravel sobbed loudly, not allowing her to say a word. He apologized because he didn't want to bring her to tears, and at that very second the fairy suddenly calmed down and sat down on the book. To begin with, he asked her to tell him everything that had happened and how she had ended up in such a hopeless situation. Ravel nodded and agreed to tell him because she trusted him, but it would be a long story. Long ago, Connect was engulfed in a great war between various races, including gods, demons, and extraterrestrial entities. The continent was under threat of destruction, and the forest fairies were on the verge of extinction. And then her relatives tried to save her, the youngest then the crown, imprisoning her in a book, placing their last hope. But due to a disruption in the mana flow, her soul was trapped in the book, and her appearance disappeared into a spatial crack. Every time she woke up, she lost some of her memories, but she knew for sure that she had a duty. She must find the other forest fairies scattered throughout the world, because she is sure that she is not the only one left alive. But Ravel is locked in the world of books, unable to leave the library. But from Raoul's book, she smells the same scent that came from her first book. Her story touched the guy, but he decided to pause for a moment before giving a final answer. Raoul allowed the fairy to enter her, but she would have to become her manager, which meant she would be connected to him. The girl would do anything for the opportunity to stay in it, but she was interested in why he needed this book. She needs it to protect her family and homeland. Perhaps for her it is an empty phrase, but for him, it is very important. However, the girl considered this an excellent goal, and then took his hand and suggested that they work together. She can hardly help him right now, and she needs some time to settle in. It will go into hibernation for about a month, but the book will continue to function as before. As soon as Ravel wakes up, she will help him in any way she can, after which she says goodbye to him for a month. As she lay down on the book, Skildex rose into the air, taking in the fairy, who had finally found a new home. That's how Raoul met his new comrade. After meeting Ravel, time flew by, and there was only a week left until the update. He still had so much to prepare, and time was running short, while Dylan praised his brother for his efforts. He also mentioned that Raoul was right about the oracle from the temple, but was surprised how he knew about it. However, the prophet said that within a week the things that had disappeared would return to their places, and the broken connections would be restored. The temple reacted calmly, only strengthening its army to prepare for the coming danger. Most of the nobility ignored it or took it as a joke, because if it weren't for Raoul, he would have ignored the prophecy too. It is no wonder that the wind of the Holy Empire is ruled by the Pope, and the Holy Empire is a small alliance of states. It includes Garnelia and several medium-sized cities, but bears the imperial title due to its religious influence. Raoul was afraid that the prophecy would come true, and they would not have time to prepare for it. But Dylan was confident that they would do everything in their power. At that very moment, his brother asked him to take care of his worries and offered to train to see his wonderful skills. When Raoul told his brother about the renewal, making it sound like it was a prophecy, he took his words seriously. But once he admitted his telekinesis, he began constantly asking to demonstrate his abilities. During training, Dylan asked him not to rely on skills, but to focus on building physical strength. Raoul thought he would never get used to the hellish training his brother provided him with. He also improved his psychokinetic body to the level he had in his past life. Dylan is obsessed with increasing his physical strength, but despite his magnificent body, he has many gaps in his fighting skills. When the war begins, the enemies they face will not be easy to overcome, but Dylan must work on himself. Properly honed combat skills combined with his insane strength will make him a killing machine. Dylan knows that with each sparring session, Raoul is getting closer to his level. And soon, he noticed that muscle wouldn't be enough. Then he will choose a suitable ability for it, and when the dungeon opens, he will write more skill books. Not only Raoul, but also the people around him will become stronger. That's his grand plan. Preparations for the update were almost complete. But the guy was still uneasy that people were taking the prophecy too calmly. None of the aristocrats lifted a finger, and he would really need the kingdom's help in carrying out this scenario. The invasion of monsters and the war with the Empire cannot be avoided without the assistance of the army. The government is obliged to take care of this. However, there were things in this world that Raoul could not influence in any way, and he could only hope for the prudence of the higher ranks. Although he knows about the future, his possibilities are not unlimited because he is only a 15-year-old boy. Raoul decided to focus on what he could control, going to lectures and reading skill books in the library. And when there were no classes, he visited 3 more free cities where everyone was stunned by his appearance. These were the cities of the Kingdom of Reuben: Zusk in the north, Kasan in the east, and Bryant in the west. Using a letter of recommendation from Mira, the guy met with mayors of other cities and offered to invest in them. He began implementing large-scale construction projects in the center of each city and created branches of the first guild. He also posted advertisements in the free cities and the capital for recruitment of mercenary soldiers of rank C or higher. According to the contract, he promised to pay double the salary in the first month and also gave the chance to join the guild. There were many people willing to accept such a generous offer, so he recruited guys of rank B and 950 rank C. The latter were trained soldiers from other lands, or self-taught with 3 years of experience. Spent about 30,000 gold, but it will take even more to maintain them. However, meanwhile, people were surprised by the guy's wealth, while others decided that he was up to something and was simply deceiving everyone. Philip contacted the guild members, and in addition to the leaders, 45 members arrived, split into 10 groups, completing the training. Raoul praised him for his good work and asked him not to let his guard down, as they had an important mission ahead of them today. 6 newcomers reached the expert level and were promoted to ordinary knights, while Philip, Jake, and Pierce became elite knights. He selected talented guys, but they exceeded all his expectations, and it was interesting to see how they would perform in the future. Raoul has done everything possible to prepare for the update, and now all that remains is to wait. The only hope was that everything would go according to plan, and there were just under 10 hours left until the update. At this time, Silver Zero was informed that the royal family was not taking any special action, but had only increased patrols. The Templetons share the same position as the McNeils, which has unnerved the mystery man. The Ashtons were not believers, They maintained good relations with the temple, but did not adhere to religion. Since they started preparing even before the oracle's announcement, it is possible that they have another source of information. Gray, meanwhile, was focused only on the academy, and also did not take any action. Number 8 was supposed to infiltrate the mercenary soldiers' response, but during their attempt, they failed. Many were surprised because it was a recruitment for 1,000 fighters, and not a single one of these guys was able to pass. This guy showed results that were too high for a first-year student, and could have been hiding some other trump cards. He could be a problem for them, but he doesn't have any particular advantages, and all these nobles won't interfere with their plan. However, it is worth keeping an eye on him while all their agents are in their positions. Soon they will carry out their grand plan and put an end to these noble degenerates once and for all. The subordinates immediately supported their leader, while he, in turn, thought only about Raoul Ashton. Meanwhile, in the city, a woman was walking with her son, when suddenly the boy pointed curiously at the sky. Looking up, she discovered a huge number of bright flashes that looked like shooting stars. At first, the woman thought so, but at that very second, fear was clearly visible in her eyes. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake, and people began to scream in panic, trying to find shelter. The woman hugged her son, wanting to protect herself, when suddenly she raised her head and saw a huge gate in front of her. The people froze in bewilderment, trying to understand what it was, but at that very second, goblins began to appear from the gates. However, they didn't have time to reach the woman, as Jake stood between them, destroying the first monster. He immediately announced to everyone that it was not safe here, and ordered them to hide in a safe place. A gate was discovered near Outer Wall Number 4, Zone B, Sector 32, and the knights were taking defensive measures. Jake immediately gave the order to evacuate the residents to a safe place and hold the defense to the last. Near the other outer wall, a gate also opened. Several monsters entered their territory, but there were no casualties. Philip also announced the gates. You have already started to resolve the situation, but control of the zone will be transferred to the guards. Requests for reinforcements came from all over the city, but no one was able to keep up with what was happening. Raoul, who was sitting in front of the map, gave everyone instructions, trying to correctly distribute the forces of his people. The update he had been so carefully preparing for over the course of a month had arrived. At that very moment, the boy called Bernard, who immediately appeared at his call, ready to carry out the order. The guy ordered to select several warriors from the first attachment and distribute them among sectors. He knew the event was about to happen, but he didn't expect it to be on such a large scale. Their training proved insufficient, and they were barely coping, losing many good soldiers. Raoul lacked information from the very beginning, and he tried to compensate for this with rigorous training. All he knew was that the kingdom had suffered greatly from the gates in 512, but their number, location, and rank remained unknown. The guy would like to clean them out himself, but now he is not alone. He has loyal assistants. By using the power of his guild, he will be able to minimize civilian casualties. If only the boy knew his brother's rank, he would be able to approach the distribution of troops more rationally. At that very moment, a limited task appeared, and its goal was to close as many gates as possible. Raoul was stunned by the fact that the gate was renewed every midnight, giving them no peace. He did not expect that this could not be avoided, although there were suspicions about such a development of events. Connect has a protection system that can interrupt the game if the scenario becomes compromised. She may make an additional request, as happened now, but usually she simply sends a sudden task. In other words, no matter how many gates he closes, it all makes no sense. It will not be easy, but he will not give up. Raoul must find a way to minimize possible damage while trying not to lose capable fighters. At that very moment, he received a notification that a golden gate had been discovered near Outer Wall Number 2. So far, everything is quiet, but the energy emanating from them is gradually increasing, and the air is getting hotter. Raoul gave the order not to approach the gate, as it could be swallowed up by a parallel dimension. He realized that he couldn't just stay here and give orders anymore, and had to figure this out himself. Meanwhile, the story took us to a guy named Josh, who, having left the walls of his native company, worked hard to become a mercenary soldier. A nobleman was recruiting knights, and he jumped at the chance to become one of them. They were provided with comfortable housing. He had never eaten such delicious food in his life, which made him very happy. He thought he would enjoy an ordinary life, adapting to the whims of a nobleman, but he was not ready for this. There was no end in sight, and the boy felt that he couldn't last long. He urgently needed help. At the same second, behind the ordinary rats, their leader, who was several times larger, came out. Now this big guy is joined in, and at this rate, he won't be able to fight them off any longer. You'll have to play big, destroying the big guy, and then the others will fall or run away in fear. But as soon as Josh rushed forward, various weapons appeared out of nowhere, piercing the rats. Raoul arrived just in time, smiling and asking the guy if he had disturbed him. Josh looked very familiar, so Raoul assumed he was from the first guild, but he denied it. He saw him as an ambitious guy, but it was risky, because such a beast was not easy to defeat. Although he was capable, he would still have trouble dealing with a D-rank gate, so he offered to join them. Josh was confused, so he decided to ask who they were to offer something like that. Jake, who had just arrived, noticed the newcomer and said that he was obliged to know his master by sight. Before him now stood the master of the first guild, Raoul Ashton, who was fighting alongside his subordinates. If Josh thought that since the guild was created by the Count's son, he was guaranteed a sweet life, then in that case, he didn't belong here. They employ only professionals in their field, so you need to keep up the good work and imitate them. After this, Raoul gave the order to get ready, ask for help from Luck, which they needed. Looking at the confident expression on the master's face, Josh realized that they were professionals in their field. Meanwhile, the monsters emerging from the gate looked around uncertainly, hoping to find some prey. They were very surprised when they noticed a guy who was rushing towards them at full speed. Raoul, he doesn't have enough time to clear all the gates at once, and it needs to be done as soon as possible. Jake thought that their base was somewhere nearby, and Raoul suggested sending a scout. Saving the residents was their top priority, and at that very moment, the guy was surprised to see Josh rush forward. The guy ran straight into the thick of the enemies, waving a sword, destroying the monsters with all his anger. Raoul and Jake concluded that this guy has no brakes, but he fights with dignity. He needs to, by taking control of mana, he would achieve better results. And Raoul was willing to teach him this. At that very moment, one of the knights reported that they had discovered the rat's base behind the forest, which was good news. However, Jake explained that they had made sure to clear all the inhabitants away from the gate, so there shouldn't be one. And yet it's worth checking the surroundings again, because today, they're supposed to leave without losses. The primary objective is to save civilians, so Raoul ordered Josh to go with him to the base. They have a long night ahead of them today, so each of them must be prepared for any surprises. The next day, Dylan noticed that his brother was feeling pretty shaky, and it looked like it was time for them to resume training. However, now was not the time for jokes. So the guy asked how things were going back home. The man asked not to worry, as they had enough data to prepare well. They had about 100 brothers open, 10 of which were D rank, so they handled it without any problems. However, Raoul was stunned by this figure, because everything turned out to be much worse than he expected. But this surprised Dylan. The guy was determined to come and help him, but immediately received the answer that they had already closed them. It took them about half a day. The father got a good workout, and the Golden Bear Master Trevor and Commander Ernest also fought. Everyone hearing this news, Raoul only chuckled nervously, because until the very end, he doubted that they would be able to cope without him. Dylan found it funny to watch the old people having fun from the sidelines, and the guy remembered that his family wasn't the most adequate. Although there were no casualties, they acted too recklessly because the D-rank gate is too dangerous. However, Ashton is a powerful county. He and his father are far from weak, so he doesn't have to worry about them. They are always ready to fight back against the enemy, and are capable of dealing with any number of gates of any complexity. The Ashtons have enormous power, and don't need any help. They can easily close even several hundred gates. While Raoul was trying to comprehend his brother's words, he called out to him, tearing him out of his thoughts. He asked him not to worry about the house, and just do what he had to do, and he and his father would take care of everything. The guy smiled and nodded confidently, saying that he had doubted the strength of his family in vain, as they were ready for anything. He apologized to Dylan because he had acted too arrogantly, and his brother only confirmed this with a smile. The man added that some of the gates did not disappear after they were cleared, and something could have influenced this. Raoul was stunned to hear this, because all the gates should have disappeared after the cleansing. A little later, the guy gathered his people to discuss the impossibility of destroying all the gates. Dylan reported that the E and D rank gates, unlike the others, did not disappear, although they did cause some damage. However, what they had feared so much had happened, and now Something had to be done about it. If they increase surveillance, they will have to reduce the security force. So the issue needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Raoul promised that he would try to find out the reason why the gate does not disappear and find a way out. Bernard offered to prepare a squad, but Raoul decided to take only 3 of his best fighters, Philip, Jake, and Pierce. Ashton County seniors are working hard, so they can't sit back. They would probably encounter survivors, so he needed to send 10 soldiers to the gate, which is what he ordered Bernard to do. It brought back memories of the old days for Jake, but others reminded him that it had only been 2 months. Everyone present was in a serious mood, so they reminded the knight that this was not a picnic, but he was only joking. A little later, Raoul and his small team stood near the golden gates, fighting off a horde of monsters. There were bodies strewn around them, but the knights claimed they hadn't even warmed up yet. But they didn't have any extra time, so they had to speed up, because this wasn't the only gate. The team began swinging their blades even faster and more furiously, destroying the monsters one after another. Jake enjoyed the battle, but because of the weak opponents, he found it boring. However, one goblin wanted to attack him from behind, but the archer covered the gaping knight in time. Pierce asked him not to thank him, because he knew that this goblin could have done something bad if the knight hadn't noticed him. But Jake immediately started yelling at him because he was doing just fine on his own, but Pierce just ignored him. However, this only angered the man further, who offered to bet on who could kill more monsters. Meanwhile, Raoul thought that there was nothing remarkable here other than the rugged terrain. At this time, Josh approached him and also decided to join his team. He reported that the area was quite difficult to navigate, but nothing out of the ordinary had been discovered. Apparently, the gates are designed in such a way that only players can approach them, and this is quite possible. Non-player characters are also capable of clearing gates or dungeons because they are significantly stronger than players. However, the latter would not be satisfied with such an arrangement, so there are certain prohibitions. NPCs are not allowed to cross the gate and fight against the keeper, and they are also blocked from entering the dungeon boss room. No matter how strong the NPC is, unlike the player, he will not be able to close the gate on his own. At that moment, a secret mission appeared before the guy, but now he didn't have time for it. The rest, they themselves must find the gatekeeper, and it is unlikely that they would meet him among the monsters. Suddenly, Josh turned to the master, asking if the monster could be a guardian. Turning his head, Raoul was surprised to notice the cursed dark goblin who was the guardian of the E rank. Philip confirmed the guy's guess, looking at the monster who was calmly walking towards them. It was very convenient that the big guy fell into their hands on his own, and they didn't even have to look for him themselves. Josh asked to take over to sort it out, but Raoul wouldn't let him do it. He decided to finish him off himself and asked everyone to disperse while taking out his sword. Jake didn't understand what had happened to the young master, but Philip didn't understand his surprise, because the master always led the battle. It's just that if the guardian is destroyed by an NPC, there is no reward, although it's unlikely that an E-rank gate will be of any use. However, it was worth trying now because destroying the boss would not be in vain. Even if it was small, there would be a reward. The guy hoped that if you dealt with the guardian alone, the gate would close, but at that very second, the goblin attacked. Reacting instantly, Raoul deflected the mace with his sword, thereby upsetting the monster's balance. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy swung his blade sharply, cutting through the goblin's stomach, causing him severe pain. The knights watching them understood that for the master, this was a piece of cake. But Josh could not find words to express his delight. He repelled the attack and at the same moment retreated the necessary distance to create a gap. It became clear to Raoul what the E-rank gatekeepers were like. It would be difficult for inexperienced fighters to defeat them. Once the keeper is defeated, the gate should disappear, and at that very moment a notification appears in front of him. But suddenly, an error occurred, and the forced mode was activated, disrupting the order of the gate's disappearance. A little later, the guy showed his team the ore stone, which was the core of the power armor. He got it from the heart of a goblin, and now they must collect as much of it as possible to create their power armor. Jake didn't realize at first how valuable the thing was, but Pierce, looking displeased, quickly explained it to him. Raoul glanced at the gate, thinking that the guardians had been destroyed, but they remained in place, and there was no going against the script. However, he had no intention of doing this, and with each appearance of the gate, he would only become stronger. Now their task is to clear all the D-rank gates in the capital. They will have to work without breaks, so they need to try not to fall asleep. They needed one more person, so Raoul immediately invited Josh to join them. This time, he didn't give him a chance to prove himself, so he offers him a new opportunity. The guy was sincerely grateful for this chance and immediately agreed, after which the team set off. When Raoul was the first to enter the gate, he was surprised to find a rather ordinary cave. He was glad that the gate was glowing, because without that light there would be pitch darkness here, making it difficult to navigate. He didn't expect this, but he took something with him that might make their task a little easier. His comrades immediately started to emerge from behind him, and the guy ordered them not to disperse too far because it was dangerous here. Taking a lamp from his inventory, Raoul suggested looking around and searching for something interesting. The knights were surprised when they saw a magic lamp in his hands, because they are very rare, and they had never seen one before. Raoul ordered to explore the cave, but to stick together and not to scatter in case they had to fight. This was Josh's first mission, so he was ordered to carry the lamp, which he was very nervous about because it was a precious item. However, the guy gives it to him because he trusts him, and if he wants to join the first guild, he needs to try. Josh immediately realized that this was his chance, so he promised to protect this lamp with his own life. Raoul smiled, pleased that he had been too lucky to find such a guy. Josh will soon reach S rank and be considered a possible candidate for a mercenary position at the king's side. At that very moment, Pierce reported that he saw many moving objects somewhere ahead. The only thing he could say for sure was that they were emitting a hostile aura and were heading towards them. At that very second, the archer reacted and pulled the bowstring, releasing an arrow charged with mana somewhere into the darkness. Jake immediately started asking if he had hit the target, but everyone knew Pierce would hit the target even with his eyes closed. At that very moment, the archer announced that they were close, and then a huge flock of bats appeared in front of them. Raoul loudly ordered everyone to be careful, because they would definitely attack as soon as they saw the light. Josh realized that he was the source of the light, after which the animals immediately surrounded him. Everyone gathered around the lamp, and Raoul ordered him to throw it away so as not to get hit. However, this only further enraged the boy, who began swinging his sword, fighting off the pack. He destroyed the mice one after another, leaving them no chance, while he moved at lightning speed. Apparently he was inspired by Raoul's words, but they couldn't do with someone energetic. So now he was taking the entrance test. His comrades immediately began to encourage him, offering to deal with him himself if he wanted to join their team. While they were busy with support, they did not notice how a huge insect appeared behind them. After some time, they continued on their way, but found nothing but bats, even though the gate was D rank. Now they just needed to follow the young master's example, not to let their guard down, and be on their guard. Suddenly, Josh decided to turn to Philip, asking how strong their master was. He is becoming stronger every day and also belongs to the noble Ashton family. However, judging solely by his swordsmanship, he is inferior to Jake, which at first seems surprising. Seeing his comrade's strange behavior, the knight explained to the newcomer that he might look stupid, but was an excellent fighter. At that very moment, the entire team sensed something was wrong, and Philip immediately let the master know about it. However, Raoul already knew about this, watching the armored scorpions that were heading towards them. They looked quite ugly, but Philip urged everyone to be careful because there were too many of them. Raoul knew that there were more than just bats hiding behind the D-rank gate. This type of scorpion only lived in this dungeon. The scorpions are part of the mission and must complete it at all costs. They have tough armor and a poisonous sting that must be avoided. After this, the guy began to concentrate his mana, inviting the others to begin the battle. This mission was to eliminate, not capture, the enemy, but there was no mention of the destruction of the gate. First, they needed to deal with the monsters that surrounded them, and only then think about what to do next. Raoul was the first to enter the battle, swinging his blade and confidently sending the scorpions to the next world. The others tried to keep up with him, while Josh was unhappy with the fact that the monsters were constantly sticking to him. He reacted in time to the scorpion that was running at him from behind, and managed to cut it down with his sword. However, he understood that he would not have time to dodge the second one, but Raoul's flying blades immediately came to his aid. He was surprised by the floating swords, then looked at Raoul, who noted that fighting and keeping an eye on the lamp was not an easy task. But now the guy was once again taking away his opportunity to prove himself, and from that moment on, the lamp would be under his protection. Jake watched with a bored expression as the gentleman dealt with the monsters on his own, even though he had hoped to stretch his legs. Josh was surprised because he heard that Raoul was only 15, but he was clearly not one of those aristocrats who only pretended to be knights. Meanwhile, Raoul dealt with 50 monsters, which was the minimum requirement to clear the gate. When he finished, he ordered the others to move on, although they thought the task was over. But since they're here, they need to get to the end. It's dangerous to abandon a D-rank gate halfway. Jake was initially happy that they would finally get out of this cave, but Philip asked him to stop whining. The minimum requirement has been met, but the hidden quest to destroy the gate has not yet appeared. At that, the archer reported that he had reached the end of the cave and discovered something interesting. However, he was sure that it would be better for them to see the place where she had brought him with their own eyes. The huge arena was located right in the middle of the cave, which made this gate look very strange. When the whole group reached the archer, they all noticed the same guardian in the center of the arena. The strange thing was that he didn't move at all, as if he was waiting for them to come to him. It was a D-rank gatekeeper, a level 67 Scorpion champion who looked like a dangerous opponent. For Raoul, it looked funny because he invited them to a fight and they were obliged to accept the challenge. Everyone looked very worried when they noticed that their master began to descend, heading towards the arena. He apologized to his comrades, after which he confidently and gated towards the keeper. He would definitely have to sweat here, but this time he would not give in. And now it was not only about the reward. It seemed like the boss was tired of waiting for him, so the guy asked him to show what he was capable of. Accepting the challenge with gusto, the Scorpion champion was the first to charge, swinging his blade. Raoul instantly held his sword out in front of him to take the enemy's blow. He then tried to break the distance, but the keeper quickly closed it, intending to attack. They began to furiously exchange blows, not yielding to each other in defense or speed. The observers realized that this monster was a strong opponent, and D-rank guardians were not so easy to defeat. Josh offered to help the young master, but Jake was sure that the master had an undeniable advantage. Against the sword, claws, and poisonous sting of the guardian, he used only the sword from the very beginning. This means that he behaves quite relaxed and at ease, thoroughly enjoying the battle. Raoul had already forgotten this feeling, but now he could take a break from training, solving problems, and managing the guild. Now he could only focus on the battle, but all good things must come to an end. Raoul is a busy man, so he decided to move on to the next step, after which he began filling the sword with mana. He had fun, but unfortunately he doesn't have much time to mess around with it for too long. It was decided to wrap things up, but the keeper only smirked, looking at the guy's smug face. The boss immediately decided to bring the guy down to earth, after which he began to release poison from his sting. As Raoul dodged, he noticed how the poison burned into the ground, so he had to be careful. At that very second, the keeper closed the distance, intending to attack the guy, but then managed to defend himself. As their blades clashed, a shockwave was created that reached the knights who were standing quite far away. Everyone was surprised that the monster was able to control the mana sword, and Josh still offered to help the master because the situation was critical. However, the knights dissuaded him from this undertaking, since they would only distract him and thereby harm him. They can only believe in him because the master had previously told them that he would deal with this problem himself. Raoul, when I was on the verge between life and death, experiencing constant tension, so now he was ready to squeeze everything out of him because he was dealing with the Crusher, a great solo player. Although he is also a strong opponent and understands when it is better to use the Sword of Mana and when to use ranged attacks. He was strong and agile, but his movements were too monotonous and sweeping. This was his weak point, and when Raoul rushed at him, he tried to figure out what the monster would use this time. When he got as close as possible, he realized that it would be a claw, and so he immediately dodged it. The keeper didn't like this, but the guy sped up even faster and was able to cut off its sting. While the monster was writhing in pain, Raoul, without wasting time, carried out the final attack, cutting through the guardian's body. The boy thanked him, as he was pleased to remember the old days full of battles. The knights noticed that the master had become stronger again. He had recently become an expert, but had already reached the intermediate level. It's only a matter of time before the master surpasses Jake in swordsmanship. Unable to bear such a statement, the knight demanded that the master quickly go to the other gate, securing the next guardian for himself. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the Bear Strike skill had reached the intermediate level of level 4, and Raoul had received the Knight class. After that, he apologized to his comrades for making them wait because they were probably bored just watching. However, Josh, delighted by his fight, said that it was amazing and he couldn't take his eyes off it. Philip also praised him, but they were a little behind schedule, so they had to head to the next gate. He had said earlier that they had a long day ahead of them, so they had to prepare for the next fight. They cleared the gates non-stop for 7 hours, after which they were able to close the 4th D-rank gate. And the mercenary units, having regained their strength, headed to the E-rank gates and successfully completed the mission. Thus, all the gates on the capital's territory were cleared. On the first day, about 500 people died, and about 700 were saved. Many thought that all the horrors were behind them, but Raoul knew that this was only a warm-up before the real war. Sometime later, people were discussing the gate, and some even saw orcs coming out of it. They also watched the mercenaries and knights, who probably knew about the invasion and were ready to fight back. They are said to belong to the glorious county of Ashton, and to be commanded by the Earl's youngest son, a rather young fellow. While everyone was discussing Raoul's exploits, the guy himself was very tired, and so Bernard took care of his rest. Meanwhile, at the Rindle County seat, the man sitting on the throne was reading a newspaper with an angry expression. Having eliminated the danger in the capital of Turim, the noble Ashton military family has marked its return. Many wondered who this Raoul Ashton was, whom the residents of Turim had dubbed the new hero. Such a big leap forward could bring Ashton County back into the political spotlight, something that has irked Chief Rindell. Throwing the newspaper aside, he realized that all their preparations had gone down the drain and were now pointless. Brian lowered his head in fear, trying to convince his father not to worry about the latest news. However, this angered the man even more, causing him to release the energy outward, thereby pinning his son to the floor. While the boy was kneeling, the man said that by the age of 60, he had 30 sons, and none of them were of any use. Ashton's sons are also getting in the way, ruining all the plans he's been building for so long. Having calmed down, he noticed that Brian could not withstand even a drop of pressure, and still dared to call himself an expert. Hudson then demanded a detailed report of everything that had happened in his absence, while he had gone into secluded training for a month. Brian gathered all his strength before looking at his father's face and tried to find the right words. As it turned out, about 2 weeks ago, the temple sent an official document which the boy immediately handed over to his father. It spoke about the open gates, their number, cleared during the week, and also the number of victims. The knights were afraid to enter the gates, which led to an increase in the number of casualties. But at the moment, all the gates are blocked. Brian didn't understand his father's reaction at first, but a second later, his body successfully broke through the wall of Hudson's office. The boy began to beg him to have mercy, but his father's anger was too strong to leave it unpunished. The Count banished him from his family, and until he was of use to him, he might not even dare to set foot on the county's territory. He didn't care that it was his son. If he saw him, he would kill him on the spot. Then he asked to tell his third son that he was waiting for him. As the man watched his son leave, he mentally cursed the Ashton family, which had angered him. Meanwhile, they heard that he and his knights contributed to the defense of the kingdom, and on top of that, he was such a handsome man. This guy became the first among the juniors to earn a perfect score in the entrance exams, and his knights receive high salaries. Some people thought that people were praising some empty-headed person because they were sure that it was his family that did everything, and not Raoul himself. They didn't care that he had rescued a couple of people from the gate, so they were ready to show everyone that they were better than him. Raoul was already starting to get annoyed by all the attention. He now felt like an animal in a zoo. But at that, he also told Raoul that in the capital, they were trumpeting about him at every step, but the guy was not interested. However, Dalton wanted to know if the rumors were true, because they said that he was the true heir to the earldom of Ashton. Raoul was tense about this statement, but he understood that otherwise no one would have allowed him to take so many soldiers. He asked his interlocutor to stop talking nonsense, since his elder brother would inherit the throne, and he didn't care about that. He also explained to the inquisitive young man that he had formed the knightly order on his own, without the support of his family. Dalton was surprised by this answer, but Raoul added that he had some capital for this. His companion thoughtfully suggested that he might go to the gate with them next time for a little fun. At that very moment, Raoul stopped and looked at Dalton, happily realizing that he had caught one. It may seem like Raoul joined the academy to sneak out of home, but in reality, he has a different goal. He wants to find as many skill books and hidden talents as possible to build a great team. Although Gray's arrival had changed the student roster, he had already selected candidates for recruitment, and one of them was the clingy Dalton, who, contrary to his character, is not a very capable guy. In fact, the most powerful man in the kingdom is the swordmaster, Marquis Templeton. It's nearly impossible to build relationships with high-class NPCs, but Raoul has his perfect opportunity back. At present, the gates are only open to a limited number of people, and official permission must be obtained. There was no way he could have passed through the gate alone. Even though she was an expert, he had no chance to prove himself in battle, so he probably dreams of conquering the gates. And now, Raoul can give him this opportunity. The guy wanted to start with the F-rank gate, because they are quite safe, and Dalton was happy with that. However, he has conditions. Raoul will only take him, no servants or guards. He also wants to keep this foray a secret because he wants to avoid another wave of gossip. The interlocutor agreed and surprised me with his calmness, but it is unclear what he would do if Raoul had bad intentions. However, thirdly, he had to get permission from the Duke, and this was a mandatory part of the agreement. This is quite obvious because suddenly something happens to him and someone needs to be able to resolve the situation if necessary. This is not a pleasure trip, but an official visit. Raoul has a whole squad of knights. He has someone to answer for. So the guy decided to return to this issue as soon as Dalton had spoken with the Duke. But for now, he said goodbye to him. This condition made the guy think about how to convince the old man to let him go, because it was unlikely to be so easy. A little later, Raoul reported on the situation at the academy. The general attention was tiring him, but overall it would do. After all, in essence, this is what he was striving for, and his subordinates must maintain public opinion at the same level. When asked how the troop deployment was going, Bernard replied that over the past 2 days, 100 fighters had been used as bait. They also hired 10 more mercenaries, and in the main unit, 20 active spies completed basic training. There is a war for public opinion. In this fierce battle between the nobles, they are obliged to strengthen their position. So turning to Reuben's voice was the right decision, as they conveyed the information about the gate without asking for anything in return. Anyone who wonders how such influence can be achieved does not know the enormous power that the source of Connect possesses. It is an elite organization made up of mages, and its president is Genis White. He is one of the 3 great mages on the continent, and his competence is almost impossible to dispute. He surpasses in status even those who occupy high positions, and Reuben's voice is the most influential media of all. In battle, it is not necessary to fight only with blades, and they can use absolutely any possibilities. Raoul asked to double the number of mercenaries and to ensure that there were guys in reserve who could hold a conversation. Perhaps Raoul would gladly accept them if he could control the gate, but that is impossible. They will probably try to tarnish his reputation, but he will be left with nothing, because only the chosen one can close the gates. Therefore, he asked his comrades not to disclose this information, because the lords would immediately pretend that they did not care about the gate. By turning their thirst for profit to his advantage, the guy will gather all the warriors of the kingdom. Only in this way will they be able to resist the impending danger that is successfully moving towards them. When night fell, the man ran as fast as he could, as if trying to escape pursuit. He thought they would stop chasing them after the gate opened, but for some reason, they couldn't stop. Now his task is to distract as many degenerates as possible so that his comrades can safely escape. But at that very second, he stopped abruptly, noticing several figures in dark robes in front of him. The mysterious people immediately recognized him as the leader of the information organization Wings of Freedom, Elias the Faceless. The man realized that they had been pursuing the criminal guilds for 6 months already, and this was immediately confirmed. He wondered what had brought them here. It was impossible. He was their next target. At first, they wanted to kill him, but in the end, they decided to make him an offer he would find hard to refuse. They offered him to surrender, since it would be a shame to kill such an important person, and if he joined them, they would spare him. Elias immediately pulled out his dagger and rushed to attack, not wanting to agree to such a stupid proposal. However, the masked man immediately defended himself from the blow, and Elias was shocked to see him wearing power armor. He guessed that they were sent by the Empire, but he didn't think that would actually be the case. The masked man smiled in response to his interesting conclusion, which would definitely cost him his life. However, he left them no other choice, so the rest of the robed warriors rushed forward to kill Elias. He realized that he couldn't cope alone, and so he let them get as close as possible, waiting for them to attack. The attackers were surprised, thinking that he had disappeared using invisibility magic, but in fact, he had used an artifact. Meanwhile, Elias, sitting on the roof, realized that the secret organization that was exterminating guild members was working for the Empire. But now he was interested in only one question. What was going on in this kingdom? Raoul? Jake immediately became indignant, but Philip tried to stop him, wanting to know the details. The guy understood that sooner or later this had to happen, after which he asked about the E and D rank gates. They still had access to them, but the question remained as to who would now be responsible for the F rank gates. However, no one could say anything for sure, since there are currently several different families on the waiting list. Given the low danger level, F-rank gates are ideal for bragging rights, and nobles can also make a good profit from them. Apparently the captain of the guard is also confused, but now is the time to win his trust. The guy asked to contact him at any time if any problems arise, because he is always ready to provide fighters. The man replied that he was a truly noble man and wished that all aristocrats were the same. However, it was his duty to protect the city and its inhabitants, so Raoul proposed that they work together from now on. The man suddenly cleared his throat, because at first he thought that he shouldn't talk about it. But it interested the guy. There are rumors that the Rendell family is behind this, and it is possible that the Ministry of Finance was the initiator. This is only his guess, but many employees of the department have connections with the Randalls, including the minister. The situation was quite strange, so the captain immediately thought that the guy should know about it. Raoul thanked him for the information, after which he realized that there was nothing surprising, since they had expected such an outcome. But Jake thought this was too much, because they were depriving them of their rights. But one way or another, they would have to obey the royal order. Although there was nothing to worry about, since they had lost nothing, the knight did not quite understand the meaning of what was said. Regular soldiers can easily deal with F-rank gates. There is no point in sending mercenaries. They will only waste money. As a result, they will receive mediocre items, and it is better to direct efforts to gates of rank E and above. Those in charge of the F-rank gates will be sent to the suburbs, using this opportunity to clear out the remaining gates. Those who ignore the items won't last long anyway, as keeping the gates under control isn't easy. For now, they will focus on achieving recognition and fame, forget about everything else, and take care of themselves. So Raoul asked them to focus on managing the mercenaries and their personal growth, which everyone immediately agreed to. In a week, the official annual knighting ceremony will take place, where the first guild will show what it's made of. They are required to work hard to attract everyone's attention and to be known even beyond the borders of the kingdom. Meanwhile, several knights stood in front of the gate, asking each other if reinforcements would arrive. However, they were not sure about this and did not know what to do if something terrible happened. They still have to fix the problem because they have no choice but to follow orders from above. But suddenly an army arrived behind them, and one of the knights loudly asked the others to step aside. He demanded passage for the Viscount's fourth son, Asen Carrington, who was riding on horseback. The knight, Bill, approached and saluted him, then introduced himself, adding that he was responsible for controlling the gate. Meanwhile, Asen looked in surprise at the huge portal, which he saw for the first time in his life. Then the guy asked him to get out of the way because his people were blocking the passage. Bill was surprised by such a request, while the Viscount's son gave the order to cross the gate. At that very moment, the knights offered the guy to take care of their horses and leave them in his care. But, to everyone's surprise, Asen swung his leg sharply, hitting Bill right in the face, causing him to fly to the ground. The irritated guy tried to remind him of his place because he dared to ask him to dismount. The knight wanted to explain the situation to him, but he did not want to listen to anything, deciding to talk to his captain. Bill, dissatisfied with the nobleman's behavior, warned him that it was not his fault that the horses would go crazy as soon as they entered there. Asen doesn't know that there is a high concentration of mana on the other side, so horses are forbidden to take with them. Even if he is lucky and survives, he will not escape suffering, and it seems that this night will bring many victims. The guy asked what exactly awaited them behind the gates, to which he heard that only orcs or goblins. However, this arrangement did not suit him, because he thought he could profit from the treasures without entering into battle. If Raoul Ashton hadn't gotten in his way, Asen would have become the hero of the capital, finishing off a couple of monsters. He decided to bring it down to earth by closing the remaining gates, so he gave the order to his soldiers. Marco, an Imperial guardsman, warned him that it could be dangerous and that it would be better to send scouts ahead. However, the guy replied with dissatisfaction that if they gave in to fear, they would not be able to clear the gates. After all, what will people think of them if they can't figure out even such a trifle? But suddenly Marco grabbed his weapon, asking the master to stand behind him, which managed to frighten the nobleman. At that very second, everyone noticed how monsters began to emerge from behind the trees and immediately grabbed their weapons. Asen immediately trembled and was scared, because this was the first time he had encountered monsters face to face. Meanwhile, Marco loudly ordered everyone to remain calm, stay in position, and prepare for battle. After some time, information reached Raoul that the knights had entered the F-rank gate and simply disappeared. Everyone understood that this sounded absurd, All the troops that crossed the gates disappeared into thin air. 10 squads have gone missing in the last couple of days, each of them ordered to clear the gate. The guy suggested that the gates transform and eliminate anyone who enters. But this is only characteristic of high-ranking gates. Perhaps there was something inside that he might have missed. Bernard immediately noticed the confusion on the gentleman's face. Suddenly, the boy ordered him to gather the best knights, including Homer, which surprised his subordinate. When asked why there was such seriousness, Raoul confidently replied that they would carry out a rescue operation. Sometime later, Dalton was desperately fighting the toad monsters while covered in their slime. He asked Raoul in a dissatisfied tone if it was always so boring and dirty inside the gate. It was strange that he expected something different, because they cannot know in advance what kind of terrain awaits them. He warned in advance that they were not going to play with toys, and that this was an extremely serious matter. The gate rank doesn't match Dalton's level of training, but given his lack of experience, it's the best place to train. At that very moment, Philip approached them and reported that the scouts had returned and brought them news. Raoul had already received information regarding these gates, and their maximum capacity was 300 people. Firstly, no one except the conquerors should cross them. And secondly, it is an obvious trap. The guy was willing to bet that the monsters didn't expect to find themselves in it. A little later, they stopped opposite a forested area, and the guy decided that they would stop here. He turned to Homer, deciding to ask his opinion, but he completely agreed. In front of them, there is an open area with marshy areas, so this is a suitable place for them. They decided to get to work, deciding that this would be their base, so everyone needed to take up positions. Dalton wondered what he was going to do on that hill, and Raoul intended to build a fort there. After that, he asked to watch carefully, and maybe he would learn something. And then he began to concentrate mana. Dalton was stunned by what he saw, while Raoul ordered the others to activate the artifacts. When the remaining knights submitted, the area immediately began to glow, and the earth began to tremble. At the same second, a magical seal appeared in the sky, from which bricks began to fall, supported by telekinesis. At that very second, the bricks began to neatly line up into a high and thick wall. When Dalton opened his eyes, he found a huge fort in front of him, like an impenetrable fortress. It was made hastily, but it will do the job, and it's better than sleeping in a tent. The height is 3 meters, the width is 20 meters, there is enough space for 100 people. It was an ideal base for meeting with enemies. Dalton assumed Raoul was planning a siege, but he didn't think the bro was dangerous enough to build a fort. The truth is that they all pose a risk to life, but the fort is only necessary for this gate. He needed a large number of artifacts to make the bricks lighter and smaller. As a crusher, he had used this technique many times in high-ranking gates to shorten the clearing time. For this moment, he had specifically trained guild members who could activate artifacts, but he didn't think it would be useful. At this point, Dalton had a lot of questions, but he decided to ask only one. Why did they even need a fort when he thought they were going to look for missing people and rescue them? However, Raoul firmly replied that this is exactly what he is needed for, and it is all part of his plan. Everyone knew that forts were used to defend against enemy attack, which meant they would have to fight off someone. Perhaps the Randalls are confident that they are prepared for anything and do not even consider the possibility of failure. However, Ashton was more far-sighted, and this would help him turn the enemy's strength against him. And now all he could do was watch to see whose preparation would be more effective. Meanwhile, Jack, a commander belonging to the Imperial Hounds of the Kingdom of Reuben, continued to sit in the mountains. A subordinate approached him and reported that they had taken them hostage, as he had ordered. The rescue team was already on site, and the number of fighters was approximately the same as in the captured team. Intelligence was monitoring them. The man hoped that they would be able to entertain him. Apparently, he was tired of dealing with weaklings. But he suggested, with a smile, that they should follow the captain's orders and go hunting. But suddenly another subordinate appeared, bringing urgent intelligence regarding the rescue team. They say they are holed up in the fort and doing nothing, which stunned Jack. Meanwhile, Dalton was complaining about how boring it was, since he hadn't signed up for this and wasn't sure they would come for them. Raoul asked him not to relax too much, because enemies could appear at any moment. It was clear that he had built the fort for a reason, but it was damn interesting to find out who their real enemy was. Raoul didn't even think of hiding it from him, after which he smiled and suggested that he ask them himself. At that very moment, Dalton turned his head and noticed a squad approaching them, their faces hidden by masks. At this time, Jack angrily asked when they had managed to build the fort, but his subordinates did not know the answer. They were sure that they would be caught in a trap, but now they were clearly confused, realizing that they themselves had fallen into a trap. At that very second, the guy gave a signal to the archers, each of whom pulled the bowstring and waited for the next signal. They probably didn't expect that they would be besieged at the gates, so they would take advantage of the enemy's confusion. Raoul noticed that their commander had a hot temper, so he decided to tease him a little more. He addressed him loudly, asking why the imperial mongrels were walking around here without a leash. In this senseless equipment, they look mentally retarded and perhaps even lost. Jack looked at him with an evil smile, assuming that this guy belonged to the Ashton family. He realized that this boy had the guts to be cheeky to him, even in such a situation. Therefore, the man said that he would be happy to destroy them and kill Raoul personally. Jack decided to take the fort for himself, and then gave a signal to his warriors, sending them to attack. Raoul smiled contentedly as they had fallen into his trap, and then took out a sword from his inventory. Dalton still didn't understand what was going on here, but he was sure that these people came from the Empire. When the signal was given, the archers fired, but not a single projectile hit the target, which stunned the knights. They watched helplessly as their opponents, daggers in hand, approached them, intending to kill. At that, the guy got very angry, concluding that it was more pleasant to deal with the toads than with them. After this, he invited them to show a little respect and gave a signal to his warrior, who began to blow his horn. The man was glad to see their dismayed faces, deciding that this way they would finally bite their tongues. Dalton tensed when he saw the monsters in front of him, but Raoul clarified that they were Imperial soldiers. They've been significantly upgraded since the last meeting, and now they're probably their best warriors, in which case everything will go like clockwork. The frightened archers began to scream in panic, but they were ordered to gather themselves together and not to panic. Dalton was now noticeably tense, because he did not understand the people who created such monsters. When the monsters moved to attack, Philip gave the order to prevent them from approaching the fort. The archers opened fire again, but the thick skin of the monsters easily broke the arrows. It is useless to fight them with a bow, and even ordinary weapons will not scratch them. Dalton immediately turned to Raoul, because he definitely had to have a plan if he looked so confident. The guy grabbed the sword, but now he needs help, which he is forced to ask his comrade for. Dalton's spirits were lifted, because this was what he had come here for, and he was ready to carry out any order. However, at that very second, the monsters reached the walls and began to smash them with their bare hands, frightening the archers even more. Philip again ordered them to hold their positions, after which he gave the signal to the spearmen to begin the attack. Jack looked at them with a smile, because they thought that they would hide in the fort and everything would be all right. However, now he decided to show them that the Empire was no joke, intending to completely destroy the fort. Suddenly, his smile disappeared as he found Raoul and Dalton charging straight at the monsters. They decided to attack simultaneously, attacking the monster's collarbone, but it didn't even bat an eyelid. Dalton was stunned, because his sword does not take them. The armor is too strong, so they will have to sweat. Jack laughed again, because they came here instead of defending the fort, paying respect to their stupidity. With these words, he began to irritate Dalton more than the monsters, but he no longer liked to listen to this nonsense. However, Raoul remained calm and gripped his sword tighter, intending to shut him up right then and there. His friend remembered him telling him that he had complete freedom of action, and that was just what he needed. They then attacked the monster again, but this time they didn't use much more force, managing to pierce its armor. Suddenly they split up, attacking different monsters at the same time in order to deal with them faster. Jack watched in shock as Raoul easily dispatched one of his soldiers. In that same second, Dalton easily dealt with another monster, enjoying the feeling of battle. The knights who were watching them immediately began to support them, admiring the strength of their master. At that very moment, Raoul noticed that the opponents had gone silent, and we decided that this was all their fighting power. And why then shout about the glory of the Emperor if their loyalty to the ruler depends on the presence of magical warriors? Jack was angry at first, but suddenly he realized that things were getting interesting and that he could finally have some fun. He had the Ashton family to thank for providing him with a truly worthy opponent. Dalton realized that if he commanded the Imperial army, he was stronger than these monsters and offered to help Raoul. However, the guy assured that he could handle it himself, noting that his friend had just found a suitable opponent. He turned his head, and the two guys noticed an Imperial soldier walking towards them, who was much stronger than the previous ones. He was smaller, but well armed. But a smile appeared on Dalton's face as he felt the amusement coming on. He asked Raoul not to worry about him, and to concentrate on teaching the leader a lesson. He is Templeton's grandson, after all, even if this is his first real one. But it seems he can be relied upon. Then the guy turned to Jack, concluding that the rear was covered, and it was time for them to end this. He changed in front of the man for waiting, after which he suggested starting the long-awaited battle. The first thing Jack asked was his name, and the guy immediately introduced himself, showing respect. Everyone in the Empire has heard of his family, and they say that he uses a two-handed sword. But the man believes that this is not true. The guy thought he talked too much and looked like a gorilla, which didn't make him a pleasant conversationalist. However, he shouldn't look down on him. His stats and level are similar to those of an advanced sword expert. But, nevertheless, he is the strongest of all the opponents he has ever fought. Now Jack was looking at two young gentlemen from noble families in one day. For him, it was a jackpot. However, Raoul emphasized his durable characteristics and power armor, deciding not to let his guard down. However, by leveling up, the guy improved his characteristics and also invested in equipment. So he also had something to brag about, and he wanted to show what a reborn, fully equipped player was capable of. Jack noticed his mana blade and immediately realized that he was not your typical slobbering nobleman. He found it very amusing, and perhaps Raoul would even manage to entertain him a little. Having begun to concentrate mana in his sword, the man clarified that it was not his nature to hold back. After that, he rushed forward, asking the guy not to cry when he knocked him down with one blow. However, Raoul did not fall for this provocation, preparing to defend himself from a violent attack. Meanwhile, Dalton fought desperately with the monster, and this was his first serious opponent in a long time. The heavily armed soldier held his ground well and did not allow his defense to be broken, trying to counterattack. The guy didn't want to deal a serious blow, but the monster put up a shield, which is why everything went down the drain. Dalton was surprised that the monster knew that, when faced with the mana blade, its shield would be destroyed. The soldier wanted to catch him out and swung his mace, but the boy managed to jump away in time. He is brainless with everyone. It will not be easy to defeat him with brute force alone, and we need to come up with something urgent. However, if the boy runs away now without fighting off the Imperial hounds, the old man will not leave him alone. At that very moment, he became interested in how Raoul was doing. It seemed that he was now in a much more difficult situation than he was. Meanwhile, Jack was attacking the guy with all his might, with a wide smile on his face, not giving him a chance to breathe. The man noticed that he was doing a good job of imitating his opponent's movements, but that was all he could do. Raoul understood that his opponent was fast and strong. Just one miss and he would surely be finished. At that moment, he took the blow from Jack's sword, which he put almost all his strength into. The guy twisted unnaturally, moving the enemy's sword to the side, thereby compensating for the damage. This amused the man, because Raoul had exceeded his expectations. He almost felt sorry to kill him. He loves to watch the people of the kingdom continue to defend themselves, unable to do anything else. The guy didn't understand how much longer he could chatter, because at this rate he was guaranteed to suffer mental damage. But the main problem lies elsewhere. The longer and harder the fight, the more Regnator trembles. If he activates it, he will probably end the fight in an instant, but his comrades may suffer. Because he can't take full control of it, he needs to distract them to buy time. At that very moment, Bernard addressed him via voice communication, hoping that the gentleman could hear him. He gave that the situation was resolved, the prisoners were saved, and the enemy was completely defeated. The plan was successfully completed, and therefore nothing will stop them from using all their remaining forces. Seeing the smile on the guy's face, Jack asked what the rescue plan was, since all they were doing was saving their own skins. But at that very moment, surprise appeared on his face when the guy in front of him extended his hand, concentrating his mana. Raoul told him that they had not been saving their skins, and all this time, the plan was in the process of being implemented. And now that it is done, the moment of the real battle has come, and he can try to attack again. Earlier, Marco's group was completely exhausted when they fought against the masked men. One of them addressed them, saying that it was true what they said, that an aristocrat is no stranger to difficulties. But now they stand, surrounded by knights, and shake with fear, not knowing what to do or how to get out. Marco asked the gentleman to remain calm, because in such moments it is important to be able to pull yourself together. They could never have expected that the Empire would be involved in this matter, and they fell into their trap so easily. Suddenly, the knight declared that they were not going to kill them, but if they resisted, they would have only themselves to blame. But why did they decide that the young master would be quite enough, and that they could get rid of his guards? After this, he ordered his subordinates to seize the nobleman and destroy the rest. But as soon as they approached, they were immediately attacked from afar, piercing their bodies with arrows. Turning around, they saw Jake, Philip, Pierce, and Bernard, who had come to help. The warrior shouted loudly, drawing attention to himself, while the masked man tried to figure out who they were. Meanwhile, Pierce silently attacked opponents who wanted to close the distance with him. Bernard and Jake also joined the battle, attacking the knights and monsters while they were disoriented. They defeated the warrior, who wielded magic in no time, and he didn't even have time to use the Blade of Mana. At that very moment, Jake turned to the masked man, getting a little worked up, although he didn't want to cause a ruckus. However, one scoundrel will be enough for interrogation, and he can be left alive, and there is no need to feel sorry for the rest. Marco recognized the knight from the Order of the Golden Bear, and decided that the knights of the First Guild had come to save them. Suddenly Josh turned to Asen, noticing his buckling knees, as he couldn't stand firmly on his feet in such a situation. Apparently, not all young gentlemen are as brave as them, and Pierce added that there is no one to compare with. Asen only looked at his saviors with fear, not finding the words to respond. He couldn't believe that just a few warriors had destroyed the monster and the Empire's elite soldiers, clad in power armor. Now he understood what Raoul Ashton's First Guild, about which there were so many rumors, was really like. It was at this time that Bernard contacted the Master, reporting on the resolution of the situation and the rescued prisoners. He told the enemy that the team had already completed the task, and it was easy because they had thrown all their forces here. Having captured the prisoners, they concentrated on attacking the fort, and perhaps forgot why they had come. They were overconfident and thought they had everything under control, but they fell into a trap. But suddenly Jack smiled, realizing that developing an effective plan was not his strong suit. Hiding and setting traps is no fun at all, and he prefers open combat. It was time to act in his own style, and then he began to transform into a monster, increasing his strength. Now nothing was holding him back, and he decided to fight with full force, not giving his enemy a chance. At that very moment, Raoul realized that Jack would use the Ghost Blade, but he was already familiar with this ability. As a crusher, he had encountered this unusual technique of the Imperial Knights several times. The guy had been waiting for a long time for the man to use her, and at that moment, his eyes turned yellow. Jack decided to start the fight, after which he rushed into the attack, immediately starting to swing his blade. Raoul prepared to defend himself, but Jack began to attack from a distance, sending energy blasts at him. The man thought he had managed to knock the guy's arrogance down a notch, since all he could do was block. While Raoul was parrying the blows, he was counting the increasing percentages that indicated the imitator's charge. When the number reached 100, the boy released a huge amount of energy that pushed his opponent away. The activation was complete. Raoul was pleased, because now he could work with it, after which he decided to attack himself. Meanwhile, Dalton continued to fight the monster, trying to catch him out, but to no avail. His attacks were too weak, and besides, the monster managed to counterattack him, swinging a mace on a chain. The boy quickly dodged, which only angered the knight even more, as he couldn't hit the small bug. He was quick and smart enough to strategize, although his attack tactics were simple. However, the danger is posed by a mace surrounded by mana. In this, the guy is inferior to it, since he does not wield a mana blade. Now there was only one question: how to defeat him? And Dalton decided to get by with the means at hand. Meanwhile, the knights standing on the fort wall watched this fight, realizing that the guy was having a hard time. One of them decided to help, but Philip was ordered not to interfere with the course of the battle, so they remain in place and wait. They have accomplished the most important part. The prisoners are saved. Now all that remains is for them to trust the young master. But suddenly Dalton himself addressed him, which surprised the knight, who had been silently watching what was happening. When he responded, the blue-haired guy said with a smile that he had a favor to ask of him. He asked to tell the others to grab hold of something tightly, because it was about to start shaking a little. He intended to take advantage of the fort, compensating for his lack of strength with cunning ingenuity. When Philip realized what the guy was getting at, he immediately ordered everyone to duck and prepare for a jolt. The knights immediately grabbed the edges of the walls to keep from falling, and prepared for the impending shock. Dalton noticed that he had prepared everyone quickly, and it became clear why Raoul had no problem relying on his subordinates. At that very moment, he held out his blade to the monster, inviting him to begin implementing the plan. although he didn't understand anything. Rushing forward, the boy, smiling, suggested that the monster try to fight back this time. The enemy knight reacted instantly and raised his shield in front of him, and Dalton kicked him with all his might. Using the momentum, he bounced back a fair distance, hitting the wall he was thrown against. He then jumped up as the monster hit the wall with its mace instead of him, and then came down, attacking his neck. When Dalton landed on the ground, the monster was already lying defeated, and did not even have time to understand when he was defeated. It was risky, but it worked anyway. True, the wall is a little damaged, but it doesn't seem to be that bad. The knights discussed how, despite this being his first real fight, he held his own confidently. It even looked a little proud. But he was a wolf of the Templeton clan, and the grandson of a sword master, after all. At that moment, Raoul turned his head, noticing that Dalton had successfully dealt with his opponent. It's time for them to wrap things up. Because how long can they stand around doing nothing when everyone around them has already finished their battle? Jack was in complete agreement and asked the guy not to even hope for victory, as it was pointless. The man noticed that Raoul had imitated his technique well, but that repeating the same movements was not enough. Filled with excitement, Jack decided to show him the difference between them and destroy the arrogant aristocrat. At that very moment, their blades clashed, but neither of them was going to give in to their opponent. Raoul continued to fight off the attacks and tried to stay away, trying to disrupt his opponent's balance. Suddenly, the guy sent an energy blast at Jack, but he managed to dodge it at the last seconds. When Raoul demonstrated his abilities to him, he decided to ask him if he had noticed the difference in their strength. It was pretty decent, a strong and easy-to-use skill. He hadn't come across anything worthwhile in a long time. But suddenly, Raoul was stunned, because he did not understand what unacceptable actions he had done, since he could not use the impersonator. Jack looked at him questioningly, not understanding why the guy's mood had suddenly changed. The system started searching for another skill, and Raoul was upset that he would lose a valuable skill without even using it properly. But it seems he can use it until an alternative is found, during which time he is obliged to finish the battle. He didn't care now, because he had decided to squeeze everything he could out of this skill while there was still time. At that very second, Raoul rushed into battle, but Jack instantly blocked the first attack. The man noticed that the guy had suddenly become too aggressive and decided to speed up, but it was unclear why. He was about to attack, but immediately froze when he noticed a sword in the air flying towards him from behind. Jack barely managed to dodge, trying to figure out where this blade came from, because there was no one near them. But when he looked up, he noticed a dozen swords hovering above him, taking aim at him. While he was trying to figure out what was going on, Raoul mockingly remarked that he had tunnel vision. Jack had originally wanted to see what the boy was capable of, and now he was ready to show him his strength. Reflecting the blades flying at him, the man was dissatisfied with such ridiculous techniques. However, he was upset that this was all Raoul could do, being deeply disappointed in him. Continuing to fight back, he urged the guy to stop playing tricks and fight like a real man. He had no time for games, so he demanded to fight to the fullest. But Raoul ignored him. The guy immediately realized that now was the time, after which he prepared 2 axes behind his opponent. Jack barely managed to get his sword out in front of him, blocking the axes that were pressing down on him with great force. At first he thought it was another trick, but then he realized his mistake when he noticed Raoul attacking him from behind. While Jack was busy with the axes, his back was completely exposed, which the guy took advantage of by swinging his sword. However, the improvised skill was not enough to break his power armor, even using the mana blade. But that doesn't mean he won't find a way to win, after which he released his sword from his hands, raising it with telekinesis. The man was surprised that the guy managed to hit him, but that didn't mean their fight would end there. At that moment, the guy had already closed the distance with him, pointing out his considerable strength, but excessive talkativeness. As he had promised earlier, Raoul was still able to shut his mouth, striking him with his fist and trampling Jack straight into the ground. After a few seconds of convulsions, the man's body stopped moving as Raoul watched his final moments. Considering the difficulty of the battle, the boy could only imagine how much his level had increased. Suddenly, the system notified him of the appearance of another skill, and Raoul realized that he had dealt with Jack in time. But now, an alternative skill has been found for him, and the boy has acquired a shining aura of rank A+. It was so unexpected that Raoul was stunned, trying to understand how he managed to get it. Radiant Aura is a top-tier skill, available only to the strongest of the Holy Knights. It allows for the use of large-scale spells of purification, blessing, and healing, but he rarely encountered it in his past life. It was an incredible stroke of luck that this aura was now so easily in his hands, and he was ready to use it to the fullest. However, Raoul did not expect that the invaders would set up an ambush inside the gate and attack them so brazenly. They had prepared carefully, and there is probably an experienced strategist involved here, so we need to be on our guard. At that very moment, Dalton came up to him, showing the delight he received from watching their battle. He mentioned the punch to the face due to the inability to penetrate the power armor, but the way Dalton used the wall was even cooler. But now they were finished, which meant their mission had been successful, and they could return. Raoul agreed with him with a smile, adding that he had helped a lot, for which he thanked his comrade. Dalton went for fun, but he couldn't tarnish his family's name. The old man would have killed him if he had sat on the sidelines. He showed himself much better than Raoul expected, and it's hard to believe that this was his first serious fight. If he joins the ranks of the First Guild, they will become even stronger and will be able to fight back against any enemy. At that very second, Philip turned his head and told the gentleman that the rescue team had returned. Then Jake announced the end of the mission with a smile on his face, but the others were much more gloomy. The knight added that while he was on a mission, there couldn't be any problems, and everything went without a hitch. There are no injuries, but there are several dead, and they may need help moving the bodies. Asen had been doubtful until that moment, but Raoul really turned out to be a master, and earned this title through his own hard work. The boy didn't expect that he was one of the hostages, and that Viscounty Carrington was involved in it. Asen turned his head and never expected that Dalton Templeton was one of Raoul's knights. He looked at the blonde man in shock, trying to comprehend just how influential this guy was. Hiding his sword in his inventory, Raoul announced that the prisoners had been rescued, and the Imperial hounds had been neutralized. He also gained an amazing skill, but it's too early for others to know about it, and he is more than happy with the results. At that very second, with a smile on his face, there was an order to return, after which the whole team headed for the exit. The next day, Raoul asked his comrades what had happened to the Imperial soldiers taken hostage. Philip replied that they had secretly redirected them to Mr. Grey, as originally ordered, but they remained unchanged. Apparently, the Empire had cast a spell on her that would block her mind in the event of capture. Without Grey's help, it would be difficult to extract any information from them, and it was not a fact that he would find a solution. All that is known about their motives is that they disguised themselves as guards in order to get into the city. There's a major internal investigation planned, and that's all the information they have, so it will be difficult to determine a motive. I would like to have more specific data, but as in the case of the gates, we will have to guess. Their method of operation is very precise and dangerous. For the next attack, they will need more information. Looking at his reflection in the cup, the guy understood that he had to find a way out of this difficult situation. After this, he suggested leaving the matter to the kingdom and Grey, remembering that the ceremony for the knights would take place tomorrow. The capital is currently experiencing unrest, so the ceremony will be small and quiet to avoid causing unnecessary fuss. Raoul decided that they were in for a real inspection, not just a pretentious performance. But this was even better. Still, this is a significant event, so you need to prepare for it properly and not let yourself down. The ceremony will bring together the most influential families and knights of the kingdom, and the First Guild will take to the big stage for the first time. They are obliged to make a good impression so that word of them will spread throughout the kingdom and reach the Empire. They are literally obliged to show them the greatness of the First Guild, which will be sung about in every corner of the continent. The next day, before the ceremony began, the people who had gathered for the event turned their heads in surprise. Their faces immediately showed delight when they noticed Master Raoul, after which they began to pay homage to them. The young girls immediately began to scream with joy, calling on the guy to look in their direction and pay attention to them. Raoul tried to look as friendly as possible, waving to everyone to express his gratitude. Suddenly, some girls who noticed Josh started shouting that the guy with red hair was a real hottie. The other knights saw the confusion on his face, assuming that this was the first time he had been given such a warm welcome, after which he was asked to get used to it, since for mercenaries working under the flag of the First Guild, this is a common thing. They added to him that he deserved it and shouldn't be modest. So Josh smiled discreetly and waved his hand at the girls. Now he was genuinely glad that he had joined the First Guild, listening to the whole crowd praising them. When they got to the place, they didn't expect that so many participants would gather, because even free knights arrived. Some knights noticed the guild that had arrived and had solved the problem with the gate. However, they did not see anything incredible in them, because, if rumors were to be believed, there were few official knights among them. Raoul immediately noticed that they had attracted enough attention, which was a very good start. They are here to show what they are capable of, and it's even good that everyone has heard about them. At that very moment, the man behind him was glad that he had the chance to see the revered protector of Turim in person. When Raoul turned around, the stranger greeted him, introducing himself as the Minister of Finance, Jerry Deplanque. He heard that the guy had played a major role in the recent gate incident, so he suggested they talk in private. This unexpected acquaintance immediately made Raoul tense, and he frowned, trying to understand what he wanted. In fact, he had wanted to meet him for a long time, but the guy was constantly busy with business and worries. He also heard that Raoul was taking part in the ceremony, and so he was here to seize the opportunity. According to the captain of the Capitol's Guard, most of the finance department is concentrated in the hands of the Randalls. And this Jerry Plank probably did too, since he came to meet him personally, and a simple greeting wouldn't be enough. Perhaps he wants to reveal his plans. These thoughts brought an involuntary smile to Raoul's face. The guy suddenly became kinder, saying that the gentleman was exaggerating about the hero of the capital, because any aristocrat would have done the same. The whole capital trumpets his exploits and the achievements of his knights, so he should not be modest. And the rumors about his exclusivity didn't bother him. All knights want to be like him. Raoul exchanged pleasantries, replying that it was only thanks to the finance department that the knights had work. Despite his good-natured smile, Jerry had a sneaking suspicion that this guy was smarter than he seemed. He knows full well that the Department of Finance is hostile towards him because of the Randall family. However, he still behaves as if nothing has happened. And now it is clear why few people get along with him. Suddenly, the guy announced that he had one question for him, which threw him off balance a little. Raoul had heard that their department had banned the first guild from crossing the gate, and he wanted to know if he knew anything about it. Jerry winced, surprised that Raoul wasn't at all embarrassed to ask such questions, and had no intention of making a fool of himself. Or he tries to show that he has reason to consider them enemies, hiding behind a mask of friendliness. This made the man involuntarily clench his fist as he realized how cunning Raoul was. Jerry then asked the opposite question, asking if they had found out anything about the Imperial soldiers, but did not receive a detailed answer. He assumed that they just wanted to annoy them and that the incident could not be called a full-fledged invasion. However, Raoul was sure that they had gone quite far and had easily penetrated their territory. All this gave the feeling that someone from the kingdom had helped them and remained unpunished. But at that very moment, the guy laughed, explaining that this was just an assumption, because such a thing was simply impossible. Jerry was angry, but he understood why the people called him the protector of Turim. It was not for nothing that he had come all this way to meet him. But now he asked permission to leave him, and hoped that the master would be able to split the captives. Raoul frowned, because the fact that Alfredo had taken on the prisoners was kept a closely guarded secret. He then suggested to the man that the finance department was aware of many things, including prisoners. Jerry stopped and answered in the affirmative, because they play an important role in the structure of the kingdom. The guy didn't see his displeased face when he said that he enjoyed chatting with him and wanted to meet again. Squeezing his hand until it bled, the man thought that Raoul had exceeded all his expectations, so he wanted to happily destroy him. However, the guy read his mind and decided that empty chatter had always been an important skill for playing Connect. He didn't know how Plank was connected to the Empire, but from now on, they would be putting even more obstacles in their way. They could try, but the first guild wouldn't give up so easily. At that very moment, a man was watching Raoul from afar. At this time, the knight announced that the Mentors competition was about to begin, and asked all participants to gather in the hall. Jake exclaimed with joy, because he had been waiting for this moment to see it with his own eyes for a very long time. Now he was inspired, although recently he was indignant that he did not sign up for this. But, having arrived here, he changed his mind. This ceremony means much more to them than it seems. It is an opportunity to show off their talents and skills. They probably noticed the disdain with which they were looked at, but everything was going according to his plan. The only thing missing is fear, and their goal is to make everyone afraid, because fear is the beginning of respect. The first guild must be imprinted in their memories so that they will forever know what they are capable of. After this, Raoul suggested leaving Philippe in charge, since he himself wanted to go up to the stands. Jake started to mutter something to Philip, but Philip asked him not to underestimate them and to focus on the goal. Seeing the mood of his subordinates, the guy realized that he could rely on them and not worry anymore, because now he has other concerns. At the same second, he turned his gaze to the man who had been watching him for a long time. That man was Elias, who was always looking back, hoping no one would spot him. However, he flinched when he heard Raoul's voice and his question whether he had received what he came for. The guy sincerely didn't understand what these ancestors were for, because if he had questions, he could ask them straight to his face. The stunned man tried to understand how this guy got here, because he didn't even notice him. Raoul admitted that it was quite difficult to expose him, because he disguises himself well and hides in the crowd. As expected from the leader of the best information organization, detecting the presence of the faceless one is not so easy. After the praise, the guy suggested ending these games and having a serious talk, as was originally required. Raoul decided to put aside pleasantries and ask directly why the Wings of Freedom were following him so actively. He hopes to resolve this issue peacefully, as he has no desire to use force in a public place. Elias was silent for a while, trying to find the words, because he didn't want to say anything unnecessary. The guy must know that they have no right to disclose the information, and yet he has no choice. Since the leader of the Wings of Liberty himself took on the matter, it can be assumed that there is a problem within the guild. The man looking at Raoul, he realized that the rumors were true. This guy had a sharp mind and a business acumen. To the guy's surprise, Elias agreed, because he had no reason to evade the answer, so he would tell everything. Removing his hood, he confirmed that he was the guild leader, known by the nickname Faceless. Raoul was glad that he had quickly realized the situation, and now wanted to know why they were following him. But before explaining, it is worth clearing up the misunderstanding that has arisen. Elias studied it, but his original goal was different. The man he met today, Jerry DePlank, this man is much more dangerous than he thinks. Meanwhile, in the arena, the spectators watched in delight as Jake from the first guild fought against another knight. He had won another victory, and now everyone was sure that the renowned knights were no match for them. The defeated knight did not understand how he managed to move so quickly with this giant sword. Meanwhile, Jake offered him to surrender, but if he wanted to continue the fight with his bare hands, he was fine with it. The defeated warrior surrendered, giving the first guild another victory, and the knight raised his hands. Pierce noticed that his comrade was getting cocky again, and that someone needed to rein him in. Meanwhile, he frowned, thinking that something might have happened and Raoul might have gotten into trouble while they were away. Meanwhile, the guy was surprised that the Information Guild thought that Jerry was something to be afraid of. After all, if their guess is correct, they pose a great threat to the entire kingdom. By them, Elias meant the Imperial Hounds, which Raoul must have heard of. A special unit of intelligence officers of the Empire, whose existence is considered a myth since there is no information about them. Recently, many small guilds were raided, but since the attackers left no trace, the investigation reached a dead end. The Wings of Liberty became their next target, and not long ago, Elias came face to face with them himself. However, Raoul still did not understand what Viscount Plunk had to do with it, and what his connection was to this matter. It was just a guess, but many of the kingdom's nobility were secretly collaborating with the Empire, and Plank is one of them, because there are many reasons to think so, and it is advisable not to have any dealings with this man. The Department of Finance is on familiar terms with many families, which affects the safety of capital. They also interfered during the Gate incident, attempting to impose a name ban on the First Guild. But it is unclear why the rights of those who provided the greatest support in resolving the situation with the Gates should be limited. Immediately after this, the detachment that came for reconnaissance was ambushed, after which they were immediately taken prisoner. However, the families supporting the Department of Finance did nothing to save them. And once he knew that the Imperial Hounds were behind it all, the department immediately took measures to keep it a secret. It can be concluded that the person who maintains contact with the Empire is most likely a member of the Finance Department. Raoul guessed that the head of the Information Guild was aware of many things, including the recent incident. But they don't know for sure that the mole is hiding right there, and it could be someone they don't even suspect. At that very second, the man suggested that it could be Raoul Ashton, the master of the First Guild. The guy frowned at first, then smiled, finding it funny, but still asked why they thought so. And they explained to him that the First Guild came out of nowhere and reached great heights in a very short time. But they showed their best when the gates swung open, an unprecedented event that shocked everyone except the First Guild. It was as if they knew in advance what they were destined to face. from the location of the gates to the strength of the monsters. It looked as if they were well aware of the impending invasion. Raoul replied that their suspicions were not unfounded, since they could have sowed chaos and then stopped it, earning universal recognition. Then he decided that it would be easier to show him and explain it in words, but in doing so, he surprised Elias. At that very moment, the guy waved his hand, inviting him to become a member of their guild to find out the truth. Raoul directly offered him to check whether he was in league with the Imperial dogs, or whether he had them by the throat. Elias never expected that Raoul would invite him to join his guild, since he is the head of another guild. There seemed to be a misunderstanding, and he suspected it, but the guy replied that the decision was his. Wings of Liberty no longer exists, and he needed experienced informants. So this was a good deal. He can suspect the guy as much as he wants, but in fact, Raoul and his guild did the most to protect the kingdom. Suddenly, they turned their heads towards the arena, hearing loud shouts, and the man decided that it was time for Raoul to go to the ceremony. After all, he heard that she was very important to the guy and his knights, but he suggested ending the conversation first. His people fight to gain official recognition from society, but he acts rather carelessly. But the thing was that Raoul trusted them. His presence didn't matter, because they would win one way or another. The ceremony involves renowned knights from all over the kingdom, and this guy may be underestimating them. Raoul knows that his guys will have a hard time, but he believes in them, because they have been through many battles. Elias was surprised by his confidence and immediately agreed to collaborate with him for a little while. But he needs time to think about his offer to join the first guild, because it is a very important choice. Then the man pulled up his hood to go out, because he doesn't like to stay in one place for too long. Raoul said goodbye to the faceless man, adding that he had made the right choice, and he suggested calling him Cain. The meeting went well because the guy wanted to get a good informant, and I ended up getting the master of the Wings of Freedom himself. Now he hoped that his subordinates would forgive his absence, because it was important to resolve this issue now. However, he can't miss the entire ceremony, so he'll go now and see how the guys are doing. Meanwhile, a guy from the Rendell clan was fighting in the arena and easily dealt with his opponent. Spectators were delighted to see the young man secure another victory without being harmed. He used the unbreakable shooting star strike again, and only the first guild can handle it in terms of strength. Jake noticed a lot of aggressiveness on Randall's part, trying to impress the crowd. Only they and the Randalls remained undefeated, but they haven't had a chance to fight them yet. It's impossible. They avoid them. However, judging by their hostile attitude, they planned to give it their all in a fight with the first guild. At that very moment, they turned to Josh, who looked nervous, asking how he was feeling. Raoul, who came up to him with a smile, added that he had to, otherwise they would have problems. His opponent is to be the so-called genius, the 10th son of Viscount Randall, Roy. You'll have to sweat, but it's entirely possible to overcome him. The main thing is not to show weakness and not retreat. After all, he is probably glad that he got a newcomer of low origin, and therefore he may relax at the wrong time. The guy asked him to demonstrate his skills and show what he was worth, and this immediately cheered up Josh. One of the knights asked if the master was sure, since Randall would probably try to kill him. However, Raoul asked him not to worry, because Josh would not lose, even if he wanted to. Meanwhile, the spectators could not believe that the Randalls and the First Guild would finally meet in a duel. Roy was dissatisfied, because he thought he was waiting for a fight with the First Guild, but they gave him some plebeian. It wasn't interesting, so he decided to finish him off with one blow so as not to waste precious time. Josh knew he was an aristocrat who was clearly stronger than any of the enemies he had ever fought. However, he cannot give up. He is no longer an ordinary boy, and not a mercenary, but a member of the First Guild. Now he had to win, for the sake of the master and his comrades, and so the boy took the sword in his hands and stood in a stance. Roy attacked first, but Josh managed to return and deflect the sword blow, remaining unharmed. He managed to track the movement of his opponent's sword, but he decided to increase the pressure and attacked again. And everyone was stunned that Josh blocked absolutely every punch and didn't even look tired. Roy became even more angry, but his opponent decided to catch him out, then tripped him up and knocked him to the ground. Josh himself was also surprised that this was all that this Randall could do, although he expected something more complicated. But in reality, every movement he makes is intense, and he feels no fear at all, which makes the battle much easier. If he is not capable of more, then his victory is guaranteed, which means there is no need to worry anymore. Viewers couldn't believe that the Randall offspring couldn't fight back and was now in a hopeless situation. Roy was angry, because right now, a pathetic plebeian dared to disgrace him in front of a huge crowd. However, Josh didn't know that he had to take care of his opponent's feelings, not wanting to adjust to his move. It didn't matter to him who stood in front of him, because all participants in the tournament fight on equal terms. Even though it's just a simulation of a real fight, Josh takes the fight seriously and has no time to mind his manners. There is no point in arguing about who is an aristocrat and who is a commoner. What matters is which of them is stronger. With these words, he infuriated Roy even more, causing him to return to the attack, ordering him to shut up. But now Josh took the blow with complete confidence, holding his sword in front of him, not seeing him as a serious opponent. Jake thought the guy was a genius, but there was nothing special about him, although he was considered a skilled fighter among the Randalls. But the thing was, Josh was much stronger than him and exceeded all their expectations. Roy may have thought he could beat him if he acted harshly from the start, but he was wrong. Josh has successfully completed the mission at his gate, and now he will never lose because he is full of confidence. Now it was his turn to go on the attack, and his blows were so powerful that Roy was thrown back several meters. As they closed the distance, Josh asked how long they could block, asking for a real fight. Randall suddenly found it more difficult to fight under the onslaught of an insolent guy who was not going to back down. He didn't understand why this mercenary was waving his fists where it was customary to demonstrate swordsmanship skills. It was not a street brawl, but he was unable to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Besides, he himself tried to kill him, but now the guy was calling on him to surrender if this fight scared him. Swinging his sword, Roy loudly declared that he would make him shut his filthy mouth, and then struck. Unlike the others, he is persistent, which is probably why he was called a genius among the Randalls. However, tenacity is not enough to defeat Josh. It requires more than just swordsmanship. At that very second, the guy grabbed Roy by the chest and pulled him towards himself, painfully bumping their foreheads. It was enough to disorient the enemy, who was trying to figure out what it was. Josh decided to make fun of him and asked him to remember that sometimes in a fight, you have to use your head. He didn't think he would use it in a fight with the rabble, but this arrogant guy left him no choice. He has already endured too many insults and therefore sees no point in holding back and giving in to provocations. At that very moment, Josh tensed up, realizing that right now he was going to demonstrate the Randall's shooting star. Many of the kingdom's glorious knights were defeated after using this technique. But if a genius were involved, the blow would be even stronger, so he had to try to block it. Roy declared that he would destroy him, adding that he was greatly honored to die by Randall's blade. But compared to the horrors and hardships he experienced on missions with the First Guild, this was nothing. So the guy suddenly rushed forward, closing the distance and thereby surprising his opponent. Josh only needed one punch to stop Randall completely, taking advantage of the surprise. The audience was stunned by what they saw, while Roy gave him one last insult before collapsing. Josh replied that he talked too much, but he still didn't understand that in a real fight, everyone is equal. At that very moment, the entire arena was loudly announced that the First Guild had won, and the spectators burst into applause. No one could believe that he had defeated the genius of the Rendell family, putting on a real show and demonstrating the strength of his guild. It was hard to accept that the Randalls had been defeated, that a rising talent had lost to a rookie mercenary. In the end, it was announced that the winner of this competition was the First Guild. Looking at Josh, Raoul nodded to him with satisfaction, letting him know that he had done a great job and had done everything correctly. The aristocrats discussed the strong men, realizing that the rumors were true, and now they believed that their master was the son of Earl Ashton. They decided to send him a congratulatory letter and contact representatives of the Ashton family from the capital. At this time, the head of the Randall family, Hudson, was terribly unhappy with his son's loss to this damn mercenary. After all, he ordered that he be killed, or at least maimed, so much that he would not be able to hold a sword. The man couldn't understand how Raoul had managed to gather so many truly strong fighters without the help of his family. Now it was time to talk face to face. After which, he decided to leave, because there was nothing more to see here. Hudson ordered his subordinate to leave someone in charge, and he would take only a few knights with him. When asked where he was going, the man replied that he was going to the finance department, to see plank. A few minutes later, Philip was already in the arena, fighting with a knight armed with a two-handed axe. He easily blocked all the blows, pushing his opponent's weapons aside and disrupting their balance. When the knight caught his opponent in another mistake, he immediately swung his sword at full speed. However, he stopped the weapon as soon as it reached the body, so as not to injure the knight who was fighting with him. Philip declared that it was a glorious fight, which did not please the other knight, but he was forced to surrender. When the first guild's victory was announced, his comrades immediately began shouting words of encouragement. The other nobles discussed how he crushed an advanced sword expert, leaving no doubt. Suddenly, one of the men turned his attention to the people from the first guild, noticing familiar faces. He then turned to Titus, asking what he could say about Raoul and his rather capable boys. He knew that Raoul was calm and reserved as a child, but the incident with the gate contributed to his maturation. The Ashtons had always been content with swinging a sword somewhere in a field, and now this ambitious guy appeared among them. However, Jaden de Ashton, the ruler of the Viscontia of Jaden, was not the only one who interested Raoul. Medeiros, the commander of the Holy Knights, also heard that in the capital they were called the best guild in the kingdom. Carson added that the only influential family to attend the ceremony was the Rindles, but no one else showed up. However, it was difficult to choose the best guild without taking into account the 4 warrior families, although it was surprising that the newcomers defeated the Rendels. Then they turned to Gray, because Raoul was studying at his academy and he should have known about it. The man confirmed this information, adding that he had already had the opportunity to communicate with him in person. Everyone immediately became interested in what kind of person he was, to which they received only an ambiguous smile in response. Before answering, Gray also wanted to ask him a question he had long wanted to hear the answer to. In a completely calm tone, he asked if they thought that everything was calm in the kingdom now, but he received the answer that knights do not know peace, and they must always be ready for battle in case of a threat. This was a worthy answer that satisfied Alfredo, after which he decided to answer their question. The truth is that he knows very little about Raoul, and does not dare to claim that he knows more about the security of the state than they do. But if one day the kingdom of Reuben was in serious danger, he was sure of one thing. This young man will become their savior, because he and his guild are capable of dealing with any enemy. However, these are only his assumptions, which are not supported by any facts. Everyone was surprised that the great magician Gray spoke so well of Raoul. He must be his favorite student. Suddenly Carson thought that if Alfredo thought so highly of him, he should test him. It is not honor or glory that gives a knight his greatness, but strength, for only strength can prove knightly valor. Therefore, he himself must be convinced that his authority is truly deserved and that it is not an illusion. After this, the men gathered downstairs, deciding to begin the official knighting ceremony. They asked representatives of the first guild, Master Raoul Ashton, to step forward. At that very moment, the people watching him immediately began shouting words of encouragement, rejoicing at his appearance. Suddenly, Carson stepped forward, announcing that before they continued, he would like to ask Sir Raoul a favor. The man immediately asked if he would refuse, carefully watching the guy's reaction. Raoul frowned, recognizing him as the president of the Knights Association, but it was unclear what he was getting at. The first guild's debut was outstanding, but he was sorry that among the major warrior families, only one showed up at the ceremony. Since this is the case, he, the president of the association and the knights, personally wants to verify the abilities of the master of the first guild. After this, he addressed the frowning Raoul directly, asking again whether he would accept his challenge. The boy looked closely at the president of the Reuben Knights Association, trying to understand his motives. When it comes to the strongest knights in the kingdom, it is impossible not to mention him. He is not only the captain of an elite squad, but also a sword master who was incredibly strong. And even though he occupies only the first level, the difference between an expert and a master is too great. However, if he accepts his challenge, he will become his strongest opponent after reincarnation. Carson was surprised that Raoul was hesitating to make a choice, because he expected him to agree immediately without thinking. Pierce didn't understand why he was so insistent on a duel, and Philip immediately realized that Carson wanted to test him personally. The master had never dealt with a sword master before, and it was obvious that he would not be able to defeat Carson. But if he doesn't take the fight to him here and now, the work they've done to build their reputation will go down the drain. With a challenge that could not be refused, and no chance of winning, the question remained as to what the young gentleman would do. After a few seconds of thought, Raoul agreed to fight the highly respected chairman of the Knights Association. It's a big deal for him, and also an incredible opportunity to learn a lot from such a master. Since many people will be watching the duel, they will decide the outcome on behalf of all the knights of the kingdom. The stunned spectators could not believe such a bright and culminating moment of the tournament. Josh didn't understand what was going on, as this fight wasn't planned, but Philip explained that such duels weren't held at tournaments. However, the procedure and scale of this tournament have undergone significant changes, and the previous rules have become outdated. Jake was unhappy that they decided to double-check the first guild, but Carson was very strict about it. The master probably agreed to the duel for a reason, and they should trust his decision, no matter what happens. Gray thought he had put Raoul in an awkward position with his chatter, but the others thought the boys were very lucky. Medeiros had known Sir Carson for many years, but he had not seen him so inspired in a long time. Now the man looked very serious, because he knew that this fight would not be easy. Meanwhile, Raoul invited him to begin, after which he rushed forward to deliver the first blow. The man reacted instantly and repelled the first attack, but the boy decided to rely on his speed. Making an incredible feint in the air, he swung his sword again, but the knight parried the blow without any problems. Raoul understood that he needed to deprive him of space for a counterattack. If he stopped even for a moment, he would immediately fight back. The guy tried to take control of the fight, striking again and again, but he went around him. Now he understood what a true sword master was capable of, even when he wasn't fighting at full strength. However, when they both realized that this would lead to nothing, they immediately increased the distance to catch their breath. Meanwhile, the spectators were delighted. The warriors were so fast that they could hardly keep up with them. Raoul knew how strong he was, but he couldn't find his weak spot, and all he could do was exchange blows. Suddenly, Raoul frowned, felt a strange energy, but could not understand what kind of artifact was in front of him. Medeiros was stunned to see the cube, while Gray asked him what it was. It was a hybrid core, an artifact of the Holy Knights that could detect dark mana. It is used on Imperial warriors because they most often use weapons coated with dark mana. The core was intended to identify Imperial spies at the tournament, but plans changed. Considering how much the First Guild has done for the kingdom, there's no point in suspecting them. But Carson prefers to be sure of everything. The man hoped for Raoul's assistance, after which he activated the artifact, pointing it towards the boy. The guy didn't have time to do anything before a clot of darkness rushed at him, completely enveloping him. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Reuben, Count Randall arrived at the building of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Jerry heard that he was taking part in the ceremony, but was surprised that he decided to come here. Hudson decided to ask him the same question, assuming that he didn't care about such a significant event. He didn't understand why the man was so calm, because it was obvious that the First Guild was not to be underestimated. Judging by his reaction, Jerry concluded that the First Guild had made a splash at the ceremony. Hudson has no doubt that they will try to stand in their way, but Jerry's job is to stop them. But he was confident that such minor problems would not interfere with their plans, which Randall doubted. Now, if the county of Ashton had set its sights on them, there would be something to worry about. But with Raoul and his knights, things are different. The First Guild operates separately from Ashton County, meaning his family has no involvement. However, judging by how the kingdom's inhabitants praise Raoul, it risks becoming more dangerous than the Order of the Golden Bear. Hudson genuinely didn't understand why, in that case, they didn't see them as a problem that threatened to ruin their plans. Raoul and his guild may be quite new, but they really do bother them in any way they can. However, Jerry was not worried. Raoul may be a hero, but even he was not capable of waging a war alone. He may have no idea that the war has already begun, and that his forces will be far from sufficient. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the events in the arena could not understand what was happening in front of them. Carson was surprised to notice that the flow of released divine power was becoming more powerful, although this was impossible. Knights know no peace. Only vigilance and combat readiness define knightly valor. Raoul was close to the teachings that Carson passed on to his students, because he believed exactly the same. And as a knight of the Reuben Kingdom, he is obliged to show his full potential in the duel. The man was a guy who passed the test of hybrid poison, and was even able to use its divine power. Then he assumed that at her age, Raoul had the highest divine rank. At that very second, the guy raised his hand up and clenched it into a fist, after which wings appeared behind his back. Everyone watching was stunned as Raoul sent a beam of light high into the sky. Carson's eyes widened in surprise, as he had never expected something like this to happen. Looking at his expression, Raoul asked the chairman if he had passed the test. Suddenly, one of the spectators loudly declared that Master Raoul was an apostle, judging by his glowing wings. He is a messenger of God, capable of controlling sacred power, and the first guild are God's knights. People immediately began to shout and loudly praise the defender of Turam and his faithful knights. At that very second, Jaden turned around, deciding they had seen enough, which surprised Titus. He may be just a boy, but now it became clear why Randall was so careful with him. The man didn't expect that such a unique member of their family would appear, and he felt that it would be fun. When it was all over, Raoul was called forward to be rewarded and awarded his new title. The audience screamed with delight as the guy stepped forward and knelt down in front of Carson. As a representative of the Knights Association of the Kingdom of Reuben, he addressed Mr. Raoul, the master of the First Guild, directly. Does he swear allegiance to the kingdom and his majesty, standing by his side against all odds? Does he swear on behalf of the First Guild to protect the royal family and the people with his life? Raoul gave his oath, and his comrades immediately supported him in this. But this was not the end. He was asked if he vowed to hone his craft with humility and diligence, and also to follow the code, defending the honor of their country, observing legal and moral principles. When he swore, Carson added that the boy must be strong, noble, and loyal. For the prosperity of the kingdom, the honor of the knights, and justice, he declares him and his order knights of the great kingdom. Sometime later, Medeiros asked Carson what he thought about all this, and he asked him not to pretend that he didn't understand, because he was referring to their duel with Raoul. However, he saw everything himself. The guy has all the qualities to be worthy of the title of knight. But the man was not talking about this, but about the true strength that emanated from him at that moment. Carson was going to test Raoul because he wanted to confirm Mr. Gray's words. 3 things alerted him. He mentioned the threat to the kingdom and was sure that Raoul would be their savior. But what puzzled him most was that it was he who had spoken these words, and he needed to verify this personally. After all, they had never heard Mr. Gray speak of danger or single out anyone as a savior. And although Alfredo claimed that this was only his guess, he, being a royal knight, could not take his word for it. Gray clearly senses that their country is facing a threat of such magnitude that they cannot cope with it on their own. Medeiros assumed that Carson now held the same views, but he wasn't exactly sure. One thing he knows for sure, if Raoul remains an ally, he will become their savior. But if he goes against them, he will be their worst nightmare. He passed the test of the hybrid core, but the core only determines whether a person has dark mana or not. But it is not known for certain whether he will be their enemy or not. His unstoppability raises questions, so they are keeping their finger on the pulse. Medeiros was surprised by his seriousness, although he understood that he had not changed at all over the years. But then he thought about Raoul and the performance he had put on in front of so many people. Sometime later, the knights of the First Guild were at the training ground, sparring. Josh went all out against Jake, who decided to test his abilities after the battle with Roy. However, the experienced knight immediately knocked the guy to the ground, leaving him no chance of winning. His attacks are strong and fast, but too predictable. They might work on Randalls, but not on those who have experienced real combat. His aggressive movement can be an advantage at times, but against experienced opponents, it will become a weakness. He must learn to change his fighting style to become more unpredictable and have multiple attack opportunities. After the ceremony, their ranks were replenished quite a bit, inspired by his fight, and they will have to answer for it. Josh was taken aback by these words, but Jake confirmed that he was now a role model. Of all the brave knights, he had been chosen, and now it seemed like they were in trouble. But Josh didn't understand why. Meanwhile, Raoul, who was watching them from the window, sighed with relief, smiling at the same time. At that very moment, Bernard approached him and informed him that everything was ready for the recruit's introductory test. The effort burned Raoul. Small problems do happen from time to time, but at the moment, the kingdom is truly free from troubles, as if it had always been that way. In 5 days, an event will occur that will put an end to the peace in the kingdom, and it is they who must prevent it. Meanwhile, the 6th prince of the kingdom of Gerald was sincerely grateful to Sir Carson and thanked him. After all, it was he who organized the ceremony on behalf of the royal family, although they are not currently in a position to organize something like that. Anything can happen, so they believe it is important to maintain the safety of the ruling family members now. Any knight would agree with this, so he had no complaints about the prince's decision. Harold heard that the newcomers performed the brightest in the tournament, and the first guild stood out in particular. Carson confirmed that one of the military families participated in the ceremony, but no one was able to crush the first guild. Princip recalled meeting Raoul Ashton at the academy, and immediately realizing he was no ordinary young man. And when the gates of the capital opened, his knights fought on the front lines, defending the city. They even defeated the scouts who had penetrated beyond the gates, thereby freeing them from danger. An order of this level undoubtedly became a highlight of the ceremony. Perhaps they should be presented with a medal on behalf of the royal family. Moreover, they still guard the gates, and he would like to personally visit them and reward them. Suddenly, Carson apologized and explained that the first guild was forbidden from crossing the gate into the capital. Gerald didn't understand what kind of prohibitions there could be if, during the incident, they had done more to protect the people than anyone else. This order came from the Rendell family, who were responsible for the capital's defense, and they claimed that it is a necessary measure. The first guild was only allowed entry when they were dealing with the spies, as there were also hostages inside. The prince stated that in such difficult times there was no room for civil strife, and that it was necessary to put an end to it. Rising from his seat, he decided to meet with Count Randall personally and sort everything out. Meanwhile, near the mountainous area, new gates opened, from which level 55 armored boars emerged. But before they even had time to look around, Raoul suddenly jumped out at them, swinging his sword. After defeating several, he noticed a whole flock of armored boars. The capital would be plunged into chaos if they got out. And when he decided to deal with them, he noticed that the monsters were also not ready to simply surrender. After this, the boars attacked him from all sides, wanting to take the guy by force of numbers. But at that very second, other knights appeared from the gates and began to destroy the monsters, one after another. As soon as they dealt with the first wave, they immediately began to look around, searching for new opponents. But it won't be possible to clear it out quickly, because they haven't made much progress since the beginning for a long time. We must finish them here, and we cannot allow them to cross the gates, lest a catastrophe begin. Josh doubted they could handle it, but Raoul told him not to worry, as they were just there to help. At that very second, Nakia came out of the gate. I apologize for being late, but she needed time to brew the potion. The guy reassured her that she had arrived on time, but the success of this mission depended solely on her. When the girl went towards the boars, Raoul asked her to show him what the power of alchemy was capable of. At that very second, the monsters rushed towards her, intending to attack the arrogant man. Nakia's eyes lit up as she fired the first flask, creating a huge explosion that blinded her enemies. This light blinded even the allies, and Jake had never seen anything like it before. It was magic combined with alchemy. Raoul watched with equal surprise as the girl confidently directed fire towards the boars, destroying them. She didn't go crazy because her sister was saved, although he initially thought that would make her weaker. But her skills are simply amazing. Nakia's alchemical magic has reached a decent level. She truly exceeded all his expectations. And now, in one fell swoop, she dealt with a horde of monsters. But when the girl finished, she immediately sighed heavily because she used too much strength and mana. However, Philip pointed out that using a potion to enhance mana was a brilliant idea, and the others supported him. With such a powerful magician, they became much stronger, and now few can compare to them. Nakia would be their most powerful weapon, because right now, his comrades were literally admiring her. The guy clarified that thanks to Nakia, they easily dealt with the boars. But that was only the beginning. He then gave the order to continue, as the next in line was the C-rank gatekeeper, who was the boss of this place. However, he reassured him, as he had no expectations on this matter, asking him not to blame himself. The man bowed and thanked him for his understanding, while his face was gloomy and thoughtful. Gerald wanted to discuss one matter with him in detail, and since it was extremely important, he decided to get down to business. He was informed that they had demanded that the first guild be banned from crossing the gate, so he asked for an explanation. Hudson explained that this was a necessary measure to control the gate, and the decision was agreed upon with the head of the capital's guard. This restriction applies not only to the first guild, but also to other knightly orders. The prince understood that they were concerned about the city's safety, but the current situation was such that every soldier counted. Therefore, the ban on the use of the gate is lifted for both the first guild and the knightly orders, as well as mercenary groups. And he will personally notify the commander and they are asked to leave control of the gates to the Capitol Guard. Hudson had no choice but to agree, but he was unhappy with the decision. In his mind, he had insulted the prince, who had no regard for the Randall family. After that, he promised himself that he would soon wipe the smiles off the faces of Ashton, the First Guild, and the prince. Meanwhile, Raoul and his team continued to defend the gates from the pesky boars. They fought in a rather narrow passage where you couldn't even swing a sword freely. The landscape would remain the same for a while, so they needed to get their act together. Suddenly, Nakia tripped over a rock, but she was immediately caught by Josh, who did not let the girl fall. The guy immediately became embarrassed, explaining that the road was uneven and asked her to be careful. In response, Nakia smiled sweetly and thanked him for his help, which made him blush again. Josh felt his heart flutter, and in that second he felt new emotions inside him. He immediately started stuttering and asked to be called at any time, and Jake noted that only Josh needed to gather here. It seems that the C-rank gate is also characterized by harsh terrain, and the road alone takes a lot of effort. They only managed to get in thanks to a guard who was in debt to Raoul, but the operation is considered unofficial. Luckily, Nakia was a great addition to their small team, but at this rate, everyone would be exhausted before the raid even started. And with this landscape, even a rest stop would help them, so they had to come up with something urgently. At that very moment, Nakia suggested taking a little rest since everyone was tired, and she could help them regain their strength. Everyone looked at her in surprise until the girl explained that she had grabbed something just in case. She took out a potion with which they would restore their lost energy much faster. Jake immediately grabbed the bottle and started drinking, and Nakia warned him not to drink too much. Having thrown away the empty bottle, the man immediately screamed that an endless stream of power was raging within him. Nakia was upset because it was a concentrated potion, and one jar should have been enough for everyone. She was lucky she hadn't taken just one, and Pierce explained that the idiot thought with his muscles, and therefore had no sense of proportion. Nakia has created a potion that only a professional priest can create with divine power, and she used only alchemy. Now they can continue their journey without any problems. The boy knew that inviting Nakia with them was the right decision, one that could save their lives. When everyone had regained their strength, the master suggested that they move on, to which everyone immediately agreed. Jake was the most active, wanting to quickly deal with the keeper and other creatures. After some time, they reached the D-rank gatekeeper, a level 77 lion-maned boar-man warrior. Meanwhile, Gray reached the prison, which was located in the dungeon, greeting the guards. He explained that he would like to talk to the prisoners, asking them to leave them for a while. When the guards left, Alfredo entered the cell, noticing a boy tied to a post. He wanted to ask if he had considered collaborating with them while still remaining loyal to the Empire. Smiling, the prisoner realized that Gray had come to show his superiority, once again putting on an act. The Imperial hounds seemed like easy prey to them, but now Gray can calmly show his true face. At that very moment, the man began to emit interference, realizing that the rumors about the Imperial Duke's squad were not a lie. Instead of Gray, Kane appeared in front of him, who partly understood why his guild had fallen apart because of them. When the man showed his true face, he offered to begin the conversation for which he had come. The prisoner laughed, surprised that the faceless one was going to have a conversation with him. He asked to stop acting like a saint because it doesn't suit him, and the word interrogation would be more appropriate. However, he could threaten and torture as much as he wanted, because it still wouldn't work. Kane sighed heavily, realizing that his way sounded tempting, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. He is no longer a member of the Wings of Freedom, and is now a member of the First Guild, which has slightly different principles. They are against torture, and he must follow the rules. Such a statement surprised the prisoner for a second. This made the guy laugh, because the faceless one was at the beck and call of an aristocratic non-knight, and his comrades were probably screaming with indignation in the next world. A mad smile appeared on his face when he realized that Kane wanted to shake the information out of him using the methods of the First Guild. The prisoner laughed loudly and asked to be shown how these degenerates conduct business. At first, when interrogating, the knights do not resort to torture, threats, or persuasion, but he is clearly curious about how they obtain information. At the same second, he took a medallion out of his pocket, adding that they were using artifacts. This thing paralyzes the mind, unleashing the enemy's mind. A couple of deft moves, and he will erase his memories. He will forget about their meeting and the fact that he revealed all their plans, and will not even suspect himself. Kane will get what he wants, he will remain loyal to the Empire, and this arrangement will suit both of them perfectly. When he saw the prisoner's dissatisfied face, To immediately asked what the main goal of the Imperial Hounds was. Meanwhile, Raoul's group stood in front of a huge entrance, which immediately confused all the team members. It is a structure created with mana that powers the gate, and it appears its formation is not yet complete. When the gate reaches rank C, the terrain changes, so they need to hurry. If the dungeon swallows up the entire territory of the gate, the capital will be more powerful than those with whom they managed to fight. Jake declared that there was not a minute to lose, then looked at Raoul's thoughtful face. The guy tried to soberly assess the situation, and for him, it was all too strange to be a coincidence. This place appeared shortly before that very event, and the C-rank gate cannot be cleared in 2 days. The guard captain received an urgent request for support from the D-rank gate, stating that the gate had undergone changes. They needed their cooperation, and it looked as if someone had lured them here on purpose. A worried Jake turned to the master, inquiring about his confusion, but then quickly reassured him. Before moving forward, the situation needs to be developed and preparations made thoroughly. Perhaps the guy is just getting worked up, since there is still some time before that event. They can just up and leave the gate anyway, so we'll have to break through by force. But suddenly Raoul noticed 2 masked men who were on the mountain not far from them. The guy ignored them, after which he and his team went inside the dungeon, examining the area. It is too quiet here for such a wide space, because the dungeon is not fully formed. Josh didn't understand if dungeons always looked like this, because it was hard to believe that it appeared on its own. Dungeons from ruins are formed by concentrating a huge amount of mana. Not only gates, but also dungeons can create monsters, and it is unknown what they might encounter. Nakia was surprised when she looked at the pillars, because she had heard that the moss here accumulated magical power, and she wanted to collect a sample. Josh noticed that the girl wasn't worried at all. Philip explained that this was the privilege of the strong, but they would have to be nervous. For the initial phase, the dungeon looks quite large, and the danger level is low even for C rank. In addition, there was a very dense accumulation of mana here, unnaturally dense, which also looked strange. It was as if someone had deliberately suppressed the dungeon's magical power to prevent it from developing. At that very second, Josh called Raoul over to show him the seal on the wall. He doubted that this was also a common occurrence for such a dungeon, since the others were also surprised. Raoul frowned, immediately recognizing the suppression spell, trying to figure out where the magic circle had formed in the dungeon. When the realization dawned on him, he hastened to warn his comrades that it was a trap. But at that very moment, knights in masks attacked them from above, wanting to take them by surprise. When the explosion occurred, the team immediately moved away, and Josh grabbed Nakia tightly. When the Imperial Hounds blocked their path, they felt comfortable that they had come into their hands. Their leader thanked Raoul for saving them the trouble and extra work of catching them. The guy didn't expect that the Hounds would be here too, and apparently the suppression spell was also their work. From the very beginning, he felt that something was fishy here, and now he was trying to figure out what these scoundrels were up to this time. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Reuben, Gerald walked down the corridor, thinking about his conversation with Randall. Suddenly, he met Herdian de Reuben, the 3rd prince of the Reuben kingdom, and bowed to him. The boy greeted his older brother, whom he had not seen for quite a long time. Herdian assumed that his brother had gone out into the city, although he should have heard the order to remain in the palace. However, the boy wanted to report this to His Majesty himself, but his brother assured him that he did not have time for this, but he would understand everything. However, next time it would be better to send a messenger or hold an audience because the king's orders are inviolable. Herdian asked his companion whether Gerald had received an order from the king, but received the answer that he acted of his own free will. She thought that the success of his fellow student Raoul Ashton inspired His Highness to do this. Then the principal asked to convey a secret message to Viscount Plank to come here to talk to him about the plan. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the Imperial Hounds did not expect that Raoul and his companions would take the bait. The rumors weren't lying. They really do have a fetish for gates, and they can't just pass by. It is not fitting for the first guild to act so irresponsibly, especially in such a dangerous place. Jake was unhappy that the Imperial Hounds had ambushed them, targeting the invading force. However, no matter what they think, the fact remains that they got caught and allowed themselves to be caught in a mistake. Raoul thought that something didn't add up here, and that they hadn't set a trap with such a small detachment without the help of the captain. He then asked Nakia if she could determine how effective this magic circle was. She was sure that this was a high-class spell, and it was very powerful as well as stable. And the dagger in the middle of the circle is a powerful artifact that strengthens it. And all the mana is concentrated in this circle. They did so many manipulations in order to drag them here, but it is unclear what they want to achieve with such a composition. Perhaps they had another goal. At this time, Jake began to doubt that they would be able to defeat them. Their leader explained that they were no match for them because bait was bait. Raoul tensed up at these words, while his team had already rushed into the attack, wanting to destroy the opponents. They dealt with their enemies with surprising ease, hoping that there would be no more surprises. When their leader fell to his knees, he said he knew it would happen, but he expected more. But if he knew, then why did he prepare this stupid trap, thereby exposing himself and his comrades? However, the Hound declared that this trap was far from stupid, and everything was going according to their plan. At this time, Nakia, who was carefully studying the magic circle, noticed that this artifact contained another spell. When she realized what was happening, the Hound declared that the Empire was stronger than the kingdom, and death was just part of their plan. Now the main task was accomplished, and he said his last word, still trembling. At this time, the seal activated, emitting a bright light that blinded everyone present. When everything went quiet, Nakia reported that the artifact had a self-destruct mechanism installed. When the caster dies, the collected mana is released and becomes uncontrollable. At that very second, they heard a strange sound, after which they realized that something was approaching from the depths of the dungeon. A few seconds later, a whole army of angry boar monsters ran towards them. Realizing that there were too many of them, Raoul gave the order to leave immediately, because they would not be able to cope with them. They needed to get out of here quickly, and there was no time to waste to ensure no one got hurt. As they started to run, the boy informed everyone that the exit from the gate should be at the end of this flight. But as soon as they had almost reached their destination, their path was blocked by the guardian of this place, with a two-handed axe in his hands. Meanwhile, at the palace, Herdian apologized to Jerry for such an urgent call. It must have been difficult for him to sneak into the palace, given the king's order not to let anyone in or out. He hoped for his understanding, and knew that inviting him here was risky, but it was necessary so that their plan would not fail. Plank bowed, as he understood everything himself, and also apologized for making him worry. However, the prince decided to end the formalities, asking if he knew why he had been summoned. When they didn't receive an answer, Herdian asked for an answer when they had completed their part of the job. At that very second, Jerry reminded him of the words he had told him at their first meeting. To realize your ambitions in life, you need patience, which will definitely help you. However, the prince risked everything not to listen to his moralizing, and now he must wait. Plank understood his anxiety, so he willingly entered the palace in order to brighten up the long wait with good news. Tonight, he will see what great results can be achieved through patience. Meanwhile, Raoul was already thinking about where they would go as soon as they got out of the dungeon. However, their path was blocked by a huge monster who was a guardian, and was not going to let them out so easily. Jake reacted violently when he saw the monster, but did not make any sudden movements. At that very second, the system gave Raoul an urgent task to destroy the B-rank gatekeeper. The guy was unhappy with this turn of events because the task came at the wrong time. If they had entered the gorge, they would have emerged along a narrow path. But now, things are different. At that very moment, a loud noise was heard behind them, and the company realized that they were about to be surrounded. The Guardian is a raid monster, so there's no way to deal with him quickly. Suddenly, Raoul remembered that he had Regnator. With its help, he would defeat both the monsters and the gatekeeper. However, Suddenly, Nakia stepped forward, confidently walking towards the horde of boars. Taking out a glowing bottle, she told the master that she would stop the monsters with her own powers. Raoul was unhappy with this arrangement, because he knew that the girl could not fight them alone. But as he had seen the bottle in her hands for a long time, he ordered everyone to move away from Nakia and not let the keeper get to her. This option was not the safest, but it was the best possible one to avoid using Regnator. The guy decided to trust her, while a crowd of monsters was already running straight towards the girl. But they began to slow down when Nakia closed her eyes and began chanting a spell, holding the vial in front of her. Raoul? She uses a form of magic second only to divine power, which was simply incredible. At that very moment, everyone saw that Nakia was fluent in Draconic, the language of dragons. Meanwhile, two guards standing near the gate were complaining about the Randalls, who were always late. There isn't even a reserve squad, although they are usually there. They are probably chilling out somewhere since they rarely work. They couldn't understand why they were given control of the gates at all if they didn't do anything. At that very moment, they noticed a man, deciding that it was one of the Randalls, and decided to find out what had delayed them so long. But when they managed to realize what was happening, their chests were immediately cut by the sword of a mysterious man. The hounds decided that there were no more witnesses, and the territory near the gate was completely under their control. When the squad leader put on his mask, he declared that it was time for the gates to go out of control. Meanwhile, Kane, who was interrogating the prisoner, could not believe what he had just heard. The Imperial hounds had already penetrated every corner of the kingdom, and their plan was set in motion. The man realized that the capture and elimination of the guild was not just a provocation, but something more. The prisoner was surprised by this assumption because they were not doing all this for the sake of provocation. They were preparing for the war that was supposed to come soon. At that very second, he decided to lay out all the cards that it would start today in Reuben's heart. Without wasting any time, a worried Kane ran to the exit, finding no point in questioning the prisoner further. Meanwhile, the guards turned to the running vice-rector, but then realized that it was not him. The man running to the exit could not believe that he had missed the fact that all these actions were a prerequisite for war. If he told the truth, then today the kingdom of Reuben will fall, sowing chaos and destruction in every corner. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a stunned Josh didn't know what was going on, but it was clearly something crazy. However, Raul knew that it was the power of the dragon that was shaking the dungeon right now. With such power, Nakia is capable of taking out the boss in one hit, but she decided to deal with the horde. At that very moment, the keeper approached the guy, wanting to attack, thereby pulling him out of his thoughts. Raul grabbed his sword in time to block the blow that was aimed at his head. He realized that they were targeting Nakia, and that the boars couldn't interfere with her, ordering his men not to let them get close. However, the girl had already finished the spell, after which she sent the dragon forward, destroying the huge horde in front of her. Just a few seconds later, she left a huge, deserted tunnel in front of her, leaving her opponents no chance. Everyone was stunned by Nakia's incredible strength, as she simply swept away the boars in one fell swoop. The fact that the gatekeeper tried to stop her indicates that he felt she was a real threat. Now, the girl had definitely exceeded all his expectations, but at that very second, her body began to give way. Raul was afraid that she would fall to the ground, but Josh arrived at the right time again, grabbing her tightly. Jake was stunned that she had taken out an entire pack single-handedly, and even Philip looked stunned. At that very moment, Raul ordered Josh to take care of Nakia while they dealt with the keeper. The guy praised the girl because she saved them all, and they would take care of the rest themselves. At this time, a battle against monsters was also taking place on the western border of the Reuben kingdom. Dylan decided to check out the situation, but there was nothing special. There were no monsters or wild animals nearby. This is strange because an order for urgent extermination was issued, and it was claimed that a bunch of dangerous monsters had appeared on the border. Templeton's knights were sent to the northern border, also receiving urgent orders from royal intelligence. If the matter was so serious that he himself decided to intervene, then it was entirely possible. But the man hoped that they had not come this far in vain. Suddenly the knight turned to the commander, asking if it seemed to him that something was wrong. Sending knights to exterminate monsters is common practice, but the fact that the capital selects only elite knights is unprecedented. Sending the main forces to the borders immediately is extremely unusual, as it makes the capital vulnerable. The Knights of McNeil and Rindle are still in the capital, so there shouldn't be any problems, but it's still a concern. Dylan decided to scout the area until dawn, then ordered the team to split into two squads. Some will go to his father's estate and report on the situation, while others will go to the capital. They would secretly observe the situation in the royal castle and report, because he had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the gatekeeper became seriously angry and directly attacked Raul. While the guy was taking the blow, the others immediately rushed to attack, hoping to get him from both sides. However, the monster reacted instantly, holding an axe in front of itself. But Pierce immediately came to the rescue. He fired several arrows at once, but to everyone's surprise, the keeper deftly caught them with his bare hands. The guy was so stunned that he missed a kick that sent him flying several meters. The next second, the monster threw Jake and Philip away from itself. Then he suddenly accelerated, hitting first one knight, then the second, but Raul immediately jumped out to meet him. The guy tried to attack him in the chest, and even managed to pierce his armor, causing the boar to cry out in pain. But this same attack only enraged him further, causing him to swing his axe and strike the ground with it. While the monster was trying to pull out the axe, Pierce inquired about the well-being of his comrades, but they were fine. It's much more difficult than they thought, as such movements are simply unthinkable for a creature of this size. Among the monsters they saw outside the gate, this one was definitely the strongest. Philip asked them to be careful because this guard was on a completely different level compared to those they had encountered before. The gate's magic, which had been suppressed until now, was suddenly released and affected him. But the stronger the enemy, the more growth they can achieve, which is what their first nightly order stands for. It was just another step. So the guy told Jake and Pierce that he would create a breach and then give the signal. They must attack by aiming at his blind spot and try to destroy him in one hit. Everyone immediately understood the order. But Philip pointed out that the monster had exceptional reflexes and that creating a breach would not be easy. Raoul still looked for an opportunity to use it in a real fight, and they met the perfect opponent. At that very second, the guy turned towards the monster, deciding to activate the radiant aura. Everyone was stunned when they saw the light radiating from Raoul, and their wounds began to heal instantly. Josh had seen the same thing at the initiation ceremony, but only now did he realize how amazing the gentleman was. They need the help of their comrades to win. Although this is the first time he has used it in a real fight, so it was a little nervous. But they followed him here. They are ready to risk their lives for him, so he must behave like a master. They've been here a while, so now's the time to get it all over with. The guardian immediately shouted loudly, as if understanding his speech, and then raised the axe above his head. At that very second, he attacked, but the guy reacted instantly and soared into the air, swinging his sword. But when he lowered his blade, the monster blocked his commas again by activating a shield around itself. This power was not enough, and the monster was too fast. Now, it is definitely difficult to call him a gatekeeper. The guy understood that he couldn't handle him alone, but at least he could tie him up. Until they can land a decisive blow, he will try to tie him down or distract him. While Raoul was fighting, Josh turned to Nakia, but the girl was still weak even after being extracted. Meanwhile, Jake complained that the master was fighting alone and wanted to help him, but Pierce reminded him of the order. There was no signal yet, so they had to wait patiently before striking. At this time, the monster struck one after another, while Raoul successfully blocked each of them. He needed to hold on a little longer. Then his telekinesis would work on the keeper's weapon. When he found the right moment, he immediately used magic, and the axe in the monster's hands froze in place. The confused keeper did not understand what was happening, and at that very moment, his own weapon pinned him to the ground. The spell was very difficult for Raoul to cast, while the monster crawled out from under the axe, throwing it to the ground. At that very second, the guy gave the signal to his comrades to attack, and they immediately began to act. Pierce successfully hit the Guardian with his bow, while Jake and Philip were already approaching him, attacking simultaneously. The Guardian roared in pain as Raoul decided to deliver the finishing blow to the chest. It all happened in an instant, but they managed to defeat the dungeon boss and remain unharmed. Philip noticed that the gentleman had sat down on the ground, but he immediately explained that he needed to rest a little. Jake thought it was too much, because he used his healing skill for them, although he couldn't handle the monster alone. Raoul wanted to comment on Nakia's efforts, but at that very moment, he was contacted via voice communication. Raoul was stunned when he heard that everything was very bad, because the Empire had attacked the capital and the royal castle. Meanwhile, in the castle itself, almost all the guards were killed and lay lifeless throughout the corridor. The king turned to his son, who not only pointed the sword at his father, the king, but also took the lives of his own brothers. The man was very angry with Herdian's actions, and therefore literally incinerated him with his gaze. However, there was no sign of remorse or regret on the guy's face. He was firm in his intentions. Standing with the ball in his hands, the boy explained that this was all for the future of the kingdom, and he was trying only for them. The father is too ill to rule, and his brothers are too weak to inherit the throne. So he had to do something to save the kingdom in this crisis. The king could not believe his ears that his son wanted to save the kingdom by uniting with the empire. However, Herdian wanted to end the long conflict with the empire, and for the kingdom of Reuben to enter an era of peace with it. And as soon as Herdian declared that he would rule the kingdom, Carson immediately flew into the hall with a sword in his hand. It took him a few swings to destroy the hounds, and then his blade clashed with the prince. The boy immediately recognized the chairman of the Royal Knights Association, while he called the principal a traitor. Herdian had heard that all obstacles to the revolution in the capital had been removed, but it seemed he was not considered an obstacle worth removing. Carson immediately turned to the guards, ordering them to escort His Majesty to a safe place immediately. The knights immediately picked up the king, after which they promised to take care of him, and headed for the exit. However, Curtian stated that there is no safe place in the capital, and now his father has nowhere to hide. Carson agreed, but if they held out any longer, the Empire wouldn't stand a chance. The prince guessed that he was talking about the Templetons or Ashtons, so he assumed that he knew nothing. However, the man replied that he knew nothing, and that they would now arrive here to save the kingdom of Reuben. Meanwhile, the Imperial Hounds did not understand why they were guarding this place. Raoul's guild would not leave there anyway. Preparations must be in full swing in the capital, and they are standing here. It is not clear why. But before the knights could finish this sentence, Raoul suddenly flew out of the gate at them, dealing with them. Looking around, the boy realized that the Imperial Hounds were guarding the capital's gates, and it seemed that Bernard was right. If this is happening on the outskirts, then the situation in the royal castle must be even more dire. At that very moment, Jake, who had just emerged from the gate, began to wonder where Randall's boys were, since there were only Imperial soldiers everywhere. It's possible that Randall is also wounded, but then there would be signs of a fight. But here, everything is too clean. A man suddenly appeared and explained to him that Randall had not run away, and that there was no need for that. Kane removed his hood and then sighed with relief, happy about the return of Raoul and his team. When asked about the situation in the capital, the man reported that the Imperial Hounds that had infiltrated the capital were now attacking openly. They are led by none other than the Rendell family, under the leadership of Earl Hudson. They teamed up with the Imperial Hounds to attack the royal castle. Raoul frowned, realizing that the rebellion in the kingdom of Reuben was indeed true. The events during which the kingdom's internal forces united with the Empire and seized power, leading to the fall of the Ashton family. It had to happen eventually, but the guy thought he had a little more time. The guy asked about his subordinates, and, as it turned out, Bernard left with Homer and his members. However, all the main forces of the kingdom are located far from the capital, so it is difficult to even approach the royal castle. Moreover, the main forces of the rebels are the Randall family, responsible for the security of the capital. Jake couldn't believe that these fearless freaks had stopped short of rebelling, and then suggested crushing them. However, they will be dealt with quickly if they go now in such a state. Everyone is exhausted, both physically and magically. At this time, Josh was courting Nakia, offering her to sit down and rest a little, and she thanked him. Philip immediately asked her if she had any more recovery potions left, but she only had a few left. Taking more today will exceed the safe dose and may be ineffective and may even cause side effects. They probably foresaw this situation and removed all potential obstacles to their uprising. In such an exhausted state, they are unable to use the aura of radiance, and the battle at the gate turned out to be more grueling than expected. At that very moment, a notification appeared asking Librarian Ravel to use the D-rank mana stone in her inventory. As soon as Raoul agreed, Skildex appeared in front of him, from which a girl's voice was heard. At that very moment, a fairy appeared in front of him, who had been in hibernation for a long time and was now full of strength. She greeted Raoul with a smile, while the guy tried to figure out how she ended up there. Meanwhile, on one of the streets of the kingdom, a man stood in front of a woman and a child to protect them. The Imperial Hounds were surprised that there were still people with such a level of skill left in the capital. At first they asked what order he belonged to, but it didn't matter, because they only needed to finish him off. One of them explained that it was Marco, the former captain of Viscount Carrington's guard, who had deserted after the incident at the gate. If he had stayed with Carrington, he might have taken part in this revolution, which they found regrettable. Marco couldn't believe that his former master was also involved in the rebellion and was in cahoots with the Empire. Templeton and Ashton were deployed to the border. The only forces capable of resisting the rebels were a few guards. Even if they ask him to join the Empire, but he still refuses, but because of the old attachment, they will quickly finish him off. But suddenly the guy behind them announced that they couldn't do it, and then attacked the group at full speed. Dalton stopped abruptly, realizing he had to leave at least one alive to get the information out. Then he turned his head and was surprised to notice the captain he had seen at the gate. Marco didn't expect Dalton to still be in the capital, having heard that Templeton's knights had been sent to the northern border. The guy calmly replied that he had missed it, but it was difficult not to catch the old man's eye. But he couldn't even imagine that something like this could happen in the capital, so he was lucky that he stayed. At that very moment, the woman began to thank Marco, but he asked her to thank Lord Dalton. Suddenly, a boy spoke up, asking in fear if the Templeton Knights would protect them. Dalton replied that they would likely be unable to help, as Templeton's Knights were not currently in the capital. But he asked them not to worry so much, because that same guy is here. I mean the guardian of Turim, Raoul. Meanwhile, Ravel noticed that a lot of time had passed, and she began to wonder if the guy had forgotten about her. Raoul wondered if she was okay, Well, the fairy felt great and was now filled with magic. This is all thanks to the fact that the guy accepted her, for which the girl is very grateful to him. Raoul was glad that he could help, but suddenly Ravel noticed that he looked very tired and realized that he was in trouble. Since he is her benefactor, she will help him this time if he lends her this mana stone. Jake, who approached him, was surprised and asked if the gentleman was okay, since he was just talking to nothing. The boy immediately stopped short, remembering that others couldn't see her, but then asked the fairy if she really could help. Josh was curious as to why the gentleman was suddenly acting like this, as it definitely had nothing to do with the guild. However, Nakia was able to notice the weak form and magic, after which she guessed who Raoul could be talking to. Then the girl told Jake that the gentleman had some kind of plan, but they needed to wait a little. Thanks to the Mana Stone, Ravel will be able to temporarily heal them using spirit magic, but it will not work on Raoul. She says it's temporary because the healing magic she uses drains a lot of stamina. So they had to finish before dawn. At that very second, the guy immediately turned to his subordinates. They found themselves in a situation where they couldn't waste a minute. They were all tired, but Raoul found a way to restore his strength. He didn't have time to go into details, because this battle would be much more dangerous than capturing the gate. There was no guarantee that they would survive. So now they had to decide whether they were ready to go further into battle with him. The entire team looked at each other, shared a smile, and then unanimously voted in favor. Meanwhile, the Imperial Hounds finished off the remaining knights left on the streets of the capital. However, the warriors had no intention of retreating, because if they fled, the inhabitants would be in danger. The imperial soldiers declared that all the inhabitants of the kingdom were already dead. They were doomed anyway, so they had nothing to fight for. Most likely, they have not yet realized that no army will come to their aid, and the outcome is already predetermined. But as soon as the words about the kingdom in the hands of their empire flew out of his mouth, everyone immediately heard a rustle. Turning around, the hounds noticed swords flying towards them, but it was too late to dodge. The guards were stunned and pleasantly surprised when they saw those who had finally come to their aid. At that very moment, Raoul loudly called upon the warriors of the kingdom of Reuben to awaken their dormant courage. The first knightly order arrived to their aid, which would free the capital from the dirty clutches of the empire. As he rode forward on his horse, Raoul continued to call loudly to the soldiers. He then reared his horse, causing it to kick the imperial hounds with its hooves. Looking at this picture, the knights' spirits immediately perked up, and a wide smile appeared on their faces. Philip noticed that the rebels had already occupied the castle. Perhaps it would be worth taking the knights and capturing the castle first. Jake was annoyed because they had to capture their own castle, which made him very angry. However, Raoul decided that he would penetrate the castle alone, and they must find Bernard and Homer and defend the capital. However, he doesn't need to fight them. The longer this goes on, the more nervous they will become. It would be more effective to infiltrate with a small group and sow chaos inside, while they focus on clearing out the capital. Jake asked them not to worry about what was going on outside, and to show everyone what they could do. At that very moment, Raoul asked Ravel if she was ready, after which they moved forward together. Meanwhile, a battle was raging inside the castle, with Jerry desperately fighting for his life. The captain of the royal guard, Jose, apparently did not know the prince very well, since he hid such skills. After all, he's capable of fighting multiple imperial power armor users in a row, and his time at the academy has paid off. Gripping his sword tighter, the prince replied that he never thought his comrade would unite with the empire, and he was not ashamed in front of his ancestors, who had served the royal family for many generations. Jose was not happy with the lecture from Gerald, who, it seemed to him, still did not understand what was going on. He is still alive only because the man respected him, and that was the only reason. At that very moment, Herdian approached them, wanting to deal with the sixth prince himself, while Jose was supposed to lead the troops. The captain heard that the prince had dealt with Lord Carson, but it did not take him long to deal with him. He had received word that the guards were gathering at the back of the castle, so he would handle things there himself, and they had to go. Jose immediately accepted the order, and took all the soldiers with him, and Erdion waited for them to close the door behind them. Embittered with his brother Jerry, he could not believe that Herdian was leading the rebels. The boy started shouting and asked how a prince named Reuben could do such a thing. However, his brother tried to calm him down, saying that they were safe for now. The guy began to change his appearance and apologize to the prince, because they had no other choice to deceive the enemy. At that very moment, Cain, from the First Knightly Order, appeared in front of him, and by Raoul's order, he must save him. The gentleman was also on his way to the castle, so the man would protect the prince until his arrival. Jerry was in shock and couldn't believe that the master of the First Knightly Order, Raoul, was heading here. Meanwhile, Ravel noted with delight that the guy was right, and there were almost no soldiers at the main gate. It seems Cain has done his job well, so they can move on. However, the girl did not understand how they would do this, because it was impossible to jump over such high walls. Raoul asked her to just watch, because if there was no path, he would make one himself, after which he used telekinesis on the stones. As the debris formed a staircase, the boy rushed forward, summoning the fairy behind him. When the high barrier was cleared, the knights standing behind it were stunned to see a boy flying towards them. Raoul drew his sword in mid-flight and quickly destroyed his opponents with a few swings. He noticed the guards with the imperial hounds, and that they too had fallen into the hands of the rebels. In that case, the situation in the castle was even more serious than he had assumed, so there was no time to waste. Raoul warned the fairy that this would not be an easy fight, after which he asked if she was ready, but he did not expect her to refuse. At this time, the buildings were ablaze, and the guards were taking people away and asking them to follow the knight's instructions and move to shelter. At this rate, the fire would spread throughout the village, but the safety of the residents was paramount, so they needed to be evacuated. Renard noticed that the rebels had started to make fires, but they would not be able to cope with the fire on their own. But they couldn't use Bernard's wind magic, because with his abilities, he would only make the fire worse. At that very moment, Nakia approached them, apologizing for being late, and then announced that she would take care of it now. The knight asked if the liana was all right, as he had heard that a fierce battle was taking place at the gate. But if they can't control the rebels setting fires, they need to make sure they have nothing to set fire to. At that very second, the girl poured the contents out of the bottle, after which she pointed her hand upward, sending a beam of magic into the sky. Everyone watched in surprise as the magic circle created by the rain instantly extinguished the fire. The knights decided to take the chance to evacuate the residents, while Nakia was glad that the magic worked. Bernard was glad that there was no longer any need to worry about the rebels' arson plans. At that very moment, Jake and Philip arrived at their side, riding horses and soaking wet from head to toe. The knight was impressed by the girl's magic, but the most important thing was that now everyone was safe. Josh was surprised by the master's absence, but Pierce explained that he had entered the royal castle alone. Bernard decided that even with his experience it would be difficult, but Philip was sure he had to have a plan. Nakia confirmed his words, explaining that in fact he was not alone, but that he now had a reliable ally with him. At this time, the real Herdian was sitting on one knee, leaning on his sword, in front of Carson, who was standing confidently on his feet. The title of Sword Master was not given to him without reason, and the prince realized this when he fought him personally. The man advised him to throw down the sword, because if he surrendered, he would have a chance to stand trial. Right now, he was being urged to maintain at least a shred of honor, even if he was executed, which amused the prince. He came this far, killed his brothers and pointed a sword at his father, and now he is being asked to surrender. Herdian remained adamant, and if Carson wanted to stop him, he would have to kill him. The man concluded that not only had he started the rebellion, but I had given up my last drop of honor, blinded by the desire to gain the throne. In the name of the chairman of the Knights Association of the Kingdom of Reuben, he immediately execute the leader of this rebellion. But as soon as the knight swung his sword, Jerry appeared out of nowhere behind him, doubting that the sentence would be carried out. In that same second, he swung his mana-infused sword, cutting through Carson's side, causing him to groan in pain. The man didn't expect such a vile attack from behind, but Plank also used magic, throwing him against the wall. Jerry apologized to the prince for being late, and was now very glad that he had endured this fight. In his defense, he explained that a couple of problems arose along the way that needed to be resolved. Herdian immediately asked why they hadn't taken Carson out of the capital, as there was a risk that he could ruin their plans. But it doesn't matter now, because in the end, Carson can't do anything on his own anymore. In that same second, the knight realized that it was the Ministry of Finance, in alliance with the Rendell family, that had planned the uprising. There was also a very strange magical force that hovered around Plank, and it was unclear whether he was even human. Jerry assumed that if the royal family fell and he was the only one left unscathed, there would be nasty rumors. As promised, he is almost reaping the fruits of his patience, so he must prepare for the next stage. It would be very unpleasant if he were labeled a traitor when he tried to claim the throne. However, it was unclear what to do with Carson, because he was not one to renounce his beliefs under threat of death. Besides, he had already seen too much to be left alive for the sake of nobility. The knight watched with an angry look as Plank swung at him, saying that he would definitely not tell anyone when he was dead. But just as he was about to strike, Raoul suddenly stood between him and Carson, holding his sword in front of him. Jerry never expected to see him there, while the guy said with a smile that they met again. Meanwhile, the king was in shock from the situation because he was hiding to escape the rebellion started by his own son. Even if he survives, he is unlikely to be able to continue the royal line with dignity. One of the knights asked His Majesty to hold on because the kingdom would fall as soon as he wavered. But the fact that he survives won't change anything. The crown prince and the second prince are already dead, and the third is the leader of the rebellion. Perhaps, to avoid unnecessary casualties, it would be better to simply give the throne to Herdian. But before the king could finish this thought, the guards suddenly grabbed their swords upon seeing the guests. However, it was Kane and Jerry who were glad that the king was safe. The man thought he had lost another son, as Herdian had killed his brothers and even pointed his sword at him. However, Jerry knew about this. But now the most important thing was to save his life so that the country would have a king. But the old man did not understand how, because the rebels had already captured the castle, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to drive them out of there. Someone can save them. Moreover, he is able to save the entire kingdom if we are talking about Raoul. Meanwhile, the guy decided that during his absence, Plank had transformed from a treasurer into a rebel leader. He also developed a new hobby, playing with dark magic. Having said this, Raoul swung his sword. Feeling the impact of dark energy, the guy noticed that it was a bit painful, under Carson's surprised gaze. When his voice returned, the man asked how Raoul got there, which attracted the guy's attention. But suddenly he apologized because he wasn't very familiar with the layout of the castle, so he was a little late. Carson was shocked because he heard that they were trapped at the gate that the rebels occupied, which meant that he had bypassed them. Then he remembered Gray's words, that this boy could become the savior of the kingdom when it was under threat. And now, looking at Raoul, Carson began to understand the meaning of the words of the great magician, who was absolutely right. However, Plank did not expect to meet him here, because he thought he would be securely tied to the gate. It seemed he had indeed underestimated him, deciding that after their trap, he would no longer be a hindrance to them. Raoul also did not expect that the uprising would be so carefully planned and executed. They entrusted the defense of the capital to the Rendels, allowing them to organize a rebellion from within by recruiting the captain of the guards. They moved all forces that could interfere with their plans away from the capital, which was not difficult. And by connecting the first guild with the gates, they ensured that there were no forces left in the capital capable of suppressing the uprising. It was a carefully thought out and bold plan, and the guy was not ashamed to admit it. Suddenly, Herdian spoke up and found the guy's words very witty, but he asked him to shut his mouth. The scum who killed his brothers has no right to speak. He is only a rebel, not a prince, so he must remain silent. Plank guessed that this was a weak provocation designed to detain Herdian, who was simply supposed to not give in. The man added that he would sort everything out himself, because if he delayed, everything would only get worse. At that very moment, Raoul waved his hand at Herdian, asking him to get lost because he was in the way. The prince became angry because he wished he could kill the boy himself. But when the rebellion ends and he ascends to the throne, he will ensure that the Ashton family is destroyed. But Raoul was ready to bet on who would destroy whom next, because the prince didn't even realize that the Empire was using him. It seems Plank went to great lengths to make the third prince his puppet, and they still believe that when the rebellion succeeds, he will become the new king of the Reuben kingdom. The man grinned, thus confirming his words, and the guy managed to surprise him again. However, Plank was not lying, and he really does intend to put Herdian on the throne, even if only as a formal king. Of course, this will only continue until the Empire extends its influence throughout the kingdom. Raoul expected something like this, because it was so typical for the Empire, so he wasn't even surprised. At that very second, Carson warned the guy that Plank was using some unknown force. It looks like dark magic, but it's something completely different from what he's seen before, and its exact nature is unclear. It's possible that no one has ever encountered anything like this before, so you need to be extremely careful. But suddenly Raoul smiled, which surprised the others, because the unknown force sounded interesting to him. But the thing was that he himself had considerable experience in communicating with unknown forces. At this time, Raoul's team was fighting with all its might against the Imperial Hounds, not giving them a chance. There were an insane number of them, but they had to stay on guard because there had to be even more of them. However, this time they had prisoners. Josh tied them up so they couldn't do any harm. The boy did not expect that they would meet again, addressing the respected Lord Roy de Rendell. The irritated prisoner declared that this time they were not on equal terms, as at the knighting ceremony. But he still doesn't seem to understand what's going on. And right now, he doesn't have any status to brag about. He shouldn't have joined the rebellion if status was so important to him. And the Knights of the Kingdom do not bow their heads to rebels. Roy found it funny to hear this from someone who had already lost the capital, and such a knight could not be left with honor. Then he suggested that he go and prepare for the funeral of that idiot Raoul, who dared to sneak into the capital alone. These conversations began to irritate Jake, and he suggested getting rid of Randall, but Philip stopped him. Suddenly, someone said that, as expected of Philip, one of the Knights of the Golden Bear, he quickly assessed the situation. Everyone immediately turned their heads in the direction of the voice and were stunned by the newcomer. It was Hudson who noticed that the knight had easily suppressed the elite Imperial squad and even rated his worthless son so highly. The man wanted to salute him with an angry look, but now the situation was completely different. Roy was glad that his father had come to his aid, while the others visibly tensed up. Even Jake would have liked to avoid this, but it was Philip who was most worried, as he understood the true danger. Before them stood the head of County Rindle, one of the 5 great martial houses, a master of the sword, one of the strongest in the kingdom. The knight understood that without their master they were doomed, and now was not the time to thoughtlessly enter into battle. Hudson did not see Raoul among them, and decided that he had indeed made his way into the capital alone. If he is not here, there is no point in staying any longer, because the First Knightly Order is seriously interfering with their plans. Taking out his sword, the man declared that it would be quite pleasant to show him the bodies of the slain knights. At that very second, Roy moved and pushed Josh away from him so that he couldn't reach him. But before he could reach his father, he swung his sword, cutting through his own son's chest. The witnesses of this spectacle were deeply shocked, because they did not expect that the Count was capable of such a thing. Looking at his son lying there, Hudson declared that the shameless insects did not dare interfere. Jake decided that the man was crazy to dare to do this to his own son, being worse than the Imperial degenerates. Looking at this picture, Bernard knew that he was ruthless, but he didn't think to this extent. At that very moment, Hudson began to imbue the sword with mana, deciding that the conversations had dragged on and he was getting bored. Then he began to walk slowly towards the knights, wanting to get straight to the point. Meanwhile, at the castle, Plank decided that it would be quite interesting to test the clash of unknown forces. When they simultaneously confirmed their readiness, Raoul immediately rushed into battle. The guy was genuinely surprised when he realized how easily he managed to wound Plank, who didn't even defend himself. However, the man remained unharmed, and an evil smile appeared on his face, and this battle was worth the wait. Even Ravel was stunned. She didn't understand what was wrong with him and why he didn't receive serious injuries. But suddenly, Plank decided that there was too little space to continue the fight, suggesting a change of location. The next second, he used magic to push Raoul out of the window, sending him flying outside. Carson and Ravel were taken aback by this, while Plank decided to have some real fun. Raoul broke through the window with his body and landed in the middle of the temple, managing to maintain his balance and remain standing. It wasn't easy, because just a little more and it would have been the end for him. But at that very second, a fairy flew up to him. She asked him to be careful because this guy seemed to be very skilled in using black magic. The guy knew this, and besides, normal attacks weren't working on him, so he had to do something else. At that very moment, Plank slowly flew into the temple, deciding that this should be enough. It's difficult to fully display his abilities in such a confined space, so he moved them to a more spacious location. Raoul doesn't want to swing his sword in the chapel, but it seems there is no other choice. When the man offered to fight him for real, the boy immediately rushed forward. However, this was exactly what Plank was after, and he quickly began to counterattack using dark magic. He was disappointed because the guy really thought he could handle him with just a sword in his hands. But at that very second, Raoul used telekinesis to direct 3 blades straight into the enemy's back. To everyone's surprise, the swords reached their target and the boy watched the man closely. Suddenly, Plank laughed, explaining that no matter how hard he tried, his sword would never reach him. Ravel asked in fear who he was, because at this rate she wouldn't be able to do anything. He's not just a skilled user of black magic. He uses it in a way the boy has never seen before. A high-circle mage who wielded black magic, level 88. And his potential ability was at rank A. If the physical ones still don't work, there's no point in releasing Regnator, especially since there's no way to try it now. It's too dangerous, so there's only one option left. And at that very second, Raoul looked at the surprised fairy. He clarified that she had previously healed with the help of a magic stone, transforming pure magical power into divine power. The girl confirmed this, but did not understand how he knew, since this trick is known only to a few, even in the world of fairies. Raoul promised to tell her later, since they didn't have time for it now, and asked her to do the same now. It is necessary to transform divine power into physical power so that it can directly attack black magic. Ravel decided to give it a try, while Plank assumed the boy was trying to cast a spell, but he was instantly surprised when the guy attacked him again, and still managed to put out his hand in defense. The man repeated again that his sword would not be able to touch him, but he did not have time to finish his sentence. Looking at his hand, he realized that it was divine power. She did not understand how he could attack her. The guy thanked the fairy, because thanks to her, he would finally be able to break through to him through his dark magic. Ravel clarified that using divine power is a high-level technique and will require 10 magic stones. However, he had enough of them, and Plank guessed with a smile that the guy would not give up so easily. Then he decided to move on to serious action, because it seemed the warm-up had dragged on, and now he would fight him in earnest. He parried Raoul's first blow, then attacked himself, but to no avail, and then they began to exchange attacks. The guy realized that this would lead to nothing, so he decided to use telekinesis again. This amused Plank, who moved back forward, closing the gap on Raoul. But when he got closer, the guy suddenly felt that he couldn't move, and a seal formed under him. Hands immediately began to appear from the magic circle and grabbed him tightly, not allowing him to escape. This was a very disadvantageous position, as the man immediately swung his magic sword. However, Raoul managed to defend himself, but for Plank, his immobilization was so simple that it was even disappointing. Even with his ability to move objects, he can't do anything with the magic circle. But suddenly, the guy used telekinesis again to rip out a piece of earth and lift himself into the air. In this way, he was able to destroy the seal, which brought a smile to the opponent's face. The power itself was strange enough, and he also found ways to use it in different ways. Thanks to Raoul, he can continue to enjoy it, so he suggested having even more fun. The guy barely managed to escape, but this time, it was really dangerous. And then he decided that he could not win this battle. Meanwhile, the Imperial hounds were surprised by the rain spell, but they didn't care, because the castle was already captured. At that very moment, they were surprised to notice someone walking towards the gate, discovering 2 people on horseback. One of them called the Imperials, announcing that they had brought the body of a nobleman of the kingdom, asking them to open the gates. The knights were surprised that there were still nobles left in the capital, but it was unclear for whom they were asking to open the gates. The man announced that he was carrying Dalton de Templeton, the grandson of the Marquis of the Sword, who was too valuable to be left on the street. The Imperials didn't expect a member of the Templeton family to still be in the capital, so they decided to check it out for themselves. The newcomer introduced himself as the second in command of the Carrington Knights, who had managed to catch a large fish. But when Dalton heard these words, he immediately opened his eyes wide and smiled, looking at the Imperial. The knight didn't have time to react before he was immediately hit in the face, and the guy apologized for his elegant appearance. They hadn't really suspected anything when Marco mentioned Carrington's name, but now they could pretend to be rebels. If they are right and the royal castle has already been captured, it may not make any difference in the end. They were trying to decide what they would do once they got there, but they hadn't thought about it yet. Suddenly, the man breathed in towards them and was surprised that His Highness had misunderstood something. He said that the royal castle urgently needed help, but when they arrived, only 2 small bugs arrived. They immediately recognized Jose and could not believe that even the royal guard had gone over to the side of the empire. Dalton is said to be the scum of the Templeton family, abandoned even by the Marquis to remain in the capital in defiance of orders. The boy was impressed that even the famous captain of the royal guard knew so much about him. But he heard that Jose was a dud who had not reached the level of a sword master, despite being the captain of the royal guard. And now he has to guard the walls, even after he joined the rebels. The man replied that he could surround him right now and cut his throat. But he would let him play a little. He was bored, so this was very opportune. He would bring his head to the Marquis of the Sword when he returned to the capital, which had been turned to ashes. Dalton pulled out his sword and feigned fear, then decided to see what the Master of Chatter was capable of. At this time, Plank appreciated Raoul's incredible abilities, but it seems that's where it ends. The strength to stand against all the sword masters of the Empire cost him dearly. And now it will probably be difficult for the guy to resist this power in such a meager state. Raoul didn't think that we were only strong. Ball handling technique doesn't affect the level of a swordsman. But he does have dark magic. In addition, she was very strong. But that's not all. There was another powerful force besides that. Plank tensed slightly when the boy went silent, assuming he had finally decided to give up. But he suddenly spoke up, saying that he was apparently mistaken, which misled the man. The wizard did not understand what this meant, but decided that the guy had finally given up and wanted to capitulate. But before that, Raoul wanted to ask what kind of power was meant to counter the sword masters. Plank offered to tell him, but Raoul wouldn't understand anyway, because it was somewhat within the realm of awareness. If you think about it, the word awareness is more appropriate for gaining power. The guy must have felt as if the man's body, consciousness, and even his magical power were connecting with this world. Sword Master, the most powerful force protecting the Reuben Kingdom, the supreme swordsman. Such people are hard to find in the entire kingdom, so they only occupy high positions. In addition, there are other talents that are not inferior to sword masters, but have not received recognition. Plank didn't know how to take the Empire back from such monsters, but one thing was certain. He definitely wouldn't be able to surpass them with dark magic. But he wanted to gain more power, and conducted countless experiments. Many sacrifices had to be made in the process, but he was grateful to all those who died for this cause. At that very moment, Raoul realized that he was talking about the very place where he and his comrades had found the laboratory. In his quest to gain this limitless power, Plank came to the realization that he was connected to this world. The man smiled and decided to show Raoul his skills, ordering him to simply watch. At that very second, several magical circles appeared under the guy, which bound him with dark energy. The fact is that Plank began to possess such dark magic that he could not have even imagined before. And now, having become the world itself, he has no limits to perfection, and therefore he is capable of everything. It was very difficult for the fairy, but she tried her best to contain the dark magic. The man was surprised by the shield the fairy created, and at that very moment, Ravel detonated it, pushing the man away. He didn't understand where the guy got such strength from, and Raoul loudly addressed Ravel. She did not respond to his call, as she was completely exhausted, and then immediately disappeared into Skildex. Plank was sure it was definitely a power control spell, but she somehow managed to reflect it. Straight out of the book, Ravel stated that she was fine, but she didn't have enough magical power to be outside. She didn't know what she was doing, because she wouldn't be able to help him while she was recovering her strength. But the guy calmed her down. Plank couldn't believe that he was able to use a defense spell of that level in a situation like this. He definitely underestimated the guy, but this fight was starting to bore him, so he decided to end it. Meanwhile, the king and the four men heard some kind of rumble and tried to understand what was going on. Perhaps Raoul is fighting with enemies, and judging by the noise, a real massacre is unfolding there. Suddenly, Cain announced that he would also fight, which surprised everyone present. In a castle captured by rebels, the commander fights all alone, and he promised to help the first guild. If he was going to die, he would die in battle next to the commander. But at that very second, Jerry asked him to wait. But not to stop, but to announce that the prince will fight alongside them. Meanwhile, Hudson noticed that the rain had stopped, and now it would be easier to fight, although this was no longer important. The exhausted team could barely stand on their feet, realizing that their opponent was incredibly strong. The Count was surprised that they were still trying to resist him. They, the Ashtons, had always lived for the glory of chivalry. They still won't be able to change anything, although there is always a chance for some kind of miracle. By miracle, he meant the alchemist, towards whom he walks slowly and with a terrifying gaze. She will be a serious threat in the future and is unlikely to give up, so it is better to just get rid of her. Hudson swung his sword and promised it wouldn't hurt, but Nakia was still scared to death. But suddenly Josh came to her aid, trying to attack the Count from behind, but he blocked the blow. The man was surprised that the boy could still fight, admiring his strong spirit. However, Hudson only needed to raise his hand up to throw the guy away. Looking at him, the man suddenly remembered that it was he who had defeated Roy during the ceremony. This angered him because Josh had disgraced the Randall name, and now he had to pay for it. But just as he was about to end the guy's life, Medeiros jumped out in front of him and blocked the blow. The knight arrived just in time, and Randall was stunned to see the great paladin in front of it. The knight greeted him, clarifying that they were meeting for the first time since the ceremony. He didn't think he'd ever see him in a situation like this again, with their swords pointed at each other. Hudson didn't understand what he was doing there, because he was supposed to return to the northern border with the knights. He was heading there, but then he received an ominous prophecy and turned his horse around. As they pulled away from each other, Randall realized that even Plank hadn't seen this coming. The massive wave of undead that had appeared near the northern border was strange enough, and Medeiros could have expected something similar. The Count was surprised that he returned to the capital only on assumptions. Only a great paladin was capable of such a thing. At that very second, the knight turned his gaze to Philip, recognizing him as the captain's deputy. The man then announced that the knights were already on their way here, so they should join them. He himself was going to deal with Randall, who had initially chosen an opponent beyond his strength. Hudson could only imagine what would happen if two great sword masters met in battle in the capital. The clash of two incredibly powerful sword auras will destroy everything here down to the last stone. However, if the knight wanted exactly this fate for the city, that it made no difference to him. Suddenly, the man behind him declared that they didn't need this and they could solve everything another way. Everyone immediately turned in his direction and recognized Gray, even though his face was hidden by a hood. Hudson didn't expect Alfredo to show up here either. It looks like Plank's plan has completely failed. However, it is more likely that Gray's plan failed, as he was unable to prevent this tragedy. As he said, if two great ones collide, disaster will happen, and there will be even more victims. If he joins the fight, it will only make things worse, making this battle pointless. The man then began to cast a spell, suggesting that Randall come back and try later. To everyone's surprise, the Count calmed down, realizing that the other knights would soon return. He then hid the weapon, loudly declaring that he no longer needed to stay there. Before leaving, he added that he deeply respected him because he was able to ruin a perfect plan. But as soon as he thought about Raoul's loss, he decided that maybe he wasn't completely corrupted. Meanwhile, Ravel, who was still in the book, tried to shout to the guy and asked him to wake up. Plank hovered above him, thinking that this guy was the most annoying thing he had ever seen. If it weren't for him, everything would have gone smoothly, but he managed to delay the inevitable for a little while. Raoul tried very hard, and the wizard respected him for this. But his strength was still not enough. He was still the Count's youngest son, and his limits were obvious. So his loss was obvious. Whatever Raoul does, Planck is one with this world, and any resistance is useless. A worried Ravel asked the guy to hold on, and tried to get out of the book, but she was unable to do so. I felt sorry for Planck, because the Empire would be glad to notice someone like him, if the guy weren't an enemy. And of course, he will make sure that no trace remains of him so that he can no longer interfere with them. At that very second, the man released 3 snakes created from dark magic and then directed them at Raoul. A roar echoed throughout the castle, and Kane and Jerry were the first to feel it as they stopped in the corridor. They immediately guessed that this was also the result of Sir Raoul's battle, and this time it was not without magic. Kane mentally turned to the master, trying to find out what kind of battle was going on there. At this time, Plank looked at the place where the boy was lying and smiled, because not a speck of dust was left of him. He wanted to say something else, but at that very second, he felt that someone was behind him. When he turned his head, a fist immediately hit him in the face, because he did not expect an attack from behind. Then the man noticed Raoul, who was conscious and, for some reason, still not dead. At this time, Dalton crossed his blades with Jose, wanting to teach the fabulous captain a lesson. From the first seconds, the knight sensed that this would be a tough battle, but he had no intention of retreating. The guy, however, was more than confident in his abilities, and therefore attacked first, feeling his superiority. They then began exchanging attacks, but successfully blocked each other's blades. The hounds noticed that the captain was having a hard time against this guy, which looked a little embarrassing. Captain Jose got his title thanks to his family, but that doesn't stop him from remaining a professional. Looking at Dalton, Marco only now realized that this guy was much stronger than he thought. The guy tried to attack from different angles, but the man successfully blocked all of his attacks. Whatever he says, it is indeed difficult. Jose did not receive his title for nothing. However, you can't give up. You need to distract him and delay him in order to catch him in a mistake. But suddenly, Jose began to imbue the sword with mana, realizing that Dalton was using stupid tricks against him, and decided to end it. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded behind him, which made him look away for a second. A subordinate ran up to him and announced that the knights had returned to the capital and were heading towards the main gate. Their troops are mostly on the opposite side, and the main gates won't hold out for long. Marco was surprised that Medeiros had arrived, and Dalton was glad that he had also noticed that something was wrong. The knight asked what they should do, while the captain ordered them to run and tell the same thing to the Imperial soldiers. He then turned around, sternly telling Dalton that they would finish later. He was very lucky. In response to this, the guy only smiled sarcastically, not taking his chatter seriously, and asked him to walk and look around. Then the captain and his guards hastened to retreat in order to have time to defend the main gate. Taking the castle for yourself shouldn't be difficult since the knights are already here, so there's nothing to worry about. However, one question remained open. How are things going for Raoul, who was fighting alone? Meanwhile, Plank still couldn't figure out how the guy managed to stay on his feet, which made him annoyingly persistent. After that, he began to concentrate dark magic again, deciding to have some more fun with it. Suddenly, he noticed that Raoul wasn't even going to pick up his sword to fight. He offered to let him do it, but at that very second, the guy approached him again, attacking with his bare hands. This did not please the man, who swung his sword, becoming even more angry. But Raoul was faster and used telekinesis to throw himself sharply into the air. Plank was surprised when he saw that he used psychokinesis on his legs to change the trajectory of his movement. At that moment, the guy was able to approach him again to hit him, but the man immediately put out his hand in defense. Plank thought it was impossible. I tried to understand what kind of force it was and where he got it from. Raoul was barely alive, but now he looked as if he had a second wind. The man decided that things were getting out of control and decided to attack the guy himself. While Plank began to become noticeably nervous, Ravel still managed to escape from the book, having recovered a little. The fairy's first move was to find Raoul, when she suddenly noticed that the boy was fighting with all his might again. Looking at him, she couldn't believe that it was still Raoul, because he looked completely different. Now he was much more confident and could hold his own against dark magic. Plank still didn't understand how he had become stronger on the brink of death, and what kind of tricks these were. But suddenly he froze and smiled, because he could not even imagine that there was someone like him. Then Plank addressed him directly, stating that he knew such a person existed. Raoul definitely feels the same power as he does, which makes them equally strong and exceptional. The man added that they were similar, but Raoul did not react to these words in any way. He then suggested that the boy must know this feeling of unity with the earth, the feeling of how the earth gives him strength. He becomes the world, and the world becomes him. Raoul knew this feeling and explained that it was due to the high synchronization frequency, which surprised Plank. It is an indicator of how much his feelings are ready to unite, and is also used to measure strength. The man froze with a surprised look, not understanding what they were talking about, since he had never heard of such a term. Raoul decided that this was what scared him, although it was strange that an NPC like him even felt it. Plank was hearing some of the words for the first time, and therefore could not connect everything into one picture, which irritated him. But suddenly the guy thanked him for this, because he understood something that was revealed to him only now. Ever since he woke up in this world, his indicator had always been at 100%, and he had never used it. Plank decided that this was complete nonsense, after which he asked Raoul to stop talking to himself. But at that very second, the guy again used telekinesis to completely shackle the man, preventing him from casting spells. Raoul has decided to embrace this world as his new reality instead of a game, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't benefit from it. So, over-immersion is always bad, but from now on, things will be different. The boy thanked the man again for reminding him who he was. The next second, he rushed forward, after which he hit Plank in the chest, throwing him away. The man coughed up blood, and suddenly noticed that he was hanging in the air, thanks to telekinesis. Meanwhile, Raoul had already closed the distance and grabbed him by the face, slamming him hard into the ground. However, the wizard was not going to give up so easily, so he released the dark magic from his body. Rising to his feet, the man concluded that the boy would not be able to stop them, no matter how hard he tried. He was absolutely sure that Raoul would not succeed, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeve. The kingdom will fall and the empire will rise. and no one will be able to stop it. His family and the knights will be unable to do anything, and they will forever be remembered as failures. He wanted to further suppress the guy's morale, but the guy suggested that he stop chatting. NPCs with long dialogues really irritated him. But he already knows everything about this quest. Raoul suggested that he end it because he was getting bored with simple chatter. At that very second, he rushed into the attack, forcing Plank to abruptly go on the defensive. Using black magic, he created several limbs from his back, driving the guy away from me. He then created 3 snakes again, which were to attack him simultaneously from different sides. But Raoul only needed to wave his hand once to destroy the heads of 3 snakes at once. Plank was stunned, because he did not understand how he managed to do this with such ease. At that very second, the guy used telekinesis, tearing off the piece of ground on which the man was standing and lifting it into the air. This way, he disoriented him and closed the distance, which allowed him to hit his opponent in the face. The impact was so strong that it shook the ground on which the man landed. Raoul landed next to him, keeping his eyes on the wizard, who was still conscious. Plank continued to smile, because he couldn't have imagined that everything would end exactly like this. He planned and calculated everything perfectly, but it was only because of this guy that everything went wrong. He destroyed the kingdom and raised the flag of the empire, gaining unprecedented power. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Raoul's unexpected question about why he needed this, which made the man think. Looking at the discouraged Plank, the guy tried to understand what the meaning was and what prompted him to do this. The wizard suddenly became nervous, after which he wanted to answer, but to his surprise, he fell silent. He couldn't answer this, and Raoul explained that it was obvious, since there had never been any reason. This scenario was created for beta, the connection was set up perfectly, but they didn't program the emotions for random NPCs. The man must have felt empty now, but that didn't mean he would be forgiven for it. Because of it, too many innocents have died. People have lost loved ones and have hidden in fear after losing their homes. Plank was the only one to blame for all this, and it didn't matter at all that he did it without any reason. When Raoul woke up here, he decided that he would consider this world his new reality. And now he can't simply forgive the one who so brazenly tried to destroy this world. Seeing the guy swinging, Plank decided to ask him one last time who he was, to which he received the answer that Raoul was a player. At that very second, the guy slammed his fist right into the man's face, ending this difficult fight. Suddenly, a beam of light shone through the guy's window while he was breathing heavily and thinking that it was a difficult quest. He expected an uprising, but the timing was wrong, and things turned out in a way he couldn't even imagine. It was dangerous in every sense, which means his actions did influence the Connect scenario. But Raoul still can't retreat now, and he needs to prepare better, become stronger, and expand his influence. You have to be prepared for that day, and it was just a starting point to an unknown future. Ravel flew up to him, glad that the guy had won, but she didn't understand why he was hiding such strength. It wasn't on purpose, but now he decided to tell her. He couldn't hide it forever anyway. But as soon as Raoul wanted to tell her the truth, he immediately lost consciousness, which worried the fairy. She suddenly froze when she noticed a ray of sunlight shining on the boy, realizing it was already morning. The girl gently touched his cheek. She had a lot of questions, but that could wait. The nightmares of that night, from the rebels who had allied themselves with the Empire, dissipated with the first rays of the sun. A long, intense day that included everything from suppressing D-rank gates to fighting Imperial hounds has ended. After the battle, Raoul immediately lost consciousness, as Ravel had warned, and was soon found by Kame and Jerry. The same thing happened to his company. They overexerted themselves and collapsed unconscious at dawn. After this, they slept for 3 days. The king survived, but soon fell ill again. He had long been weakened, and the shock was too great for him. First of all, the fact that the instigator of the rebellion was the third prince was incredibly hard to accept. Dylan had already arrived in the capital shortly after the Holy Knights, but most of the rebels had already left the city. The nobles, who came to their senses late, also panicked and had to urgently provide the people with supplies. The kingdom and its capital, which had been faced with unprecedented chaos, slowly but surely began to recover. And a few days later, Raoul and his guild appeared before the prince, who for a time ruled the kingdom. Jerry announced that thanks to the first guild, the rebellious forces that threatened the kingdom had been destroyed. In this way, they ensured the safety of the royal family and the people, and also elevated the honor of the royal knights. As the sixth prince of the kingdom, on behalf of His Majesty the King, he thanks them for such great services. Therefore, Raoul receives the title of Viscount, lands, and a mansion in the capital, asking him to continue to serve the kingdom faithfully. 6 months after Raoul left Ashton's lands to attend the academy, he is finally standing on his own 2 feet. And on the same day, another important event took place, where the principal thanked everyone who came despite what had happened. Due to his father's illness, he had to take his place, although he does not have sufficient qualities. Melvin, Raoul's father, replied that they weren't even on the battlefield, so now they were just ashamed. Fidel de Grier could not understand how just one minister of the interior could plan such an unprecedented uprising. Carson explained that he was not the only one acting here, but that the rebellion was organized by the third prince and the Randalls. They call it a rebellion, but it was essentially an invasion organized by the Empire, so it should be considered a war. Clifford D. McNeil found it funny that the 5 great clans were in the hands of the Empire. Damage to the capital was one thing, but the Academy also suffered heavy losses, with many of its best students turning rebel. However, it is comforting that the main character who suppressed the rebellion was also from the Academy. Gray then asked Raoul to share his thoughts as the leader of the rebellion. He did not prevent this rebellion alone. Everything became possible thanks to the First Guild and the Knights of the Kingdom. In light of what has happened, they must focus not on what they have lost, but on what they have left. They should join forces so they can be better prepared for future threats. Jerry agreed with him. The Empire was silent about what had happened, but the war had, in fact, already begun. The kingdom is now weakened and in great crisis, so the prince asks the 5 great clans to make every effort. The Empire certainly poses a threat, but there is an even bigger problem, which lies elsewhere. The real chaos is just beginning, and right now a new character has appeared in the kingdom. The blue-haired boy was delighted, still not believing that he was right in the game. Looking around the surroundings and the people, the guy realized how amazing this game was, as if he had been transported to the real world. His name is Kim Il-woo. He turned 25 this year, and recently, in his unremarkable life, he experienced a stroke of luck. There was a new virtual reality game called Connect, and he was chosen to be a beta tester for it. The capsule was like in sci-fi movies, but many said it was a hoax, and they were being used as test subjects. However, Kim still decided to take the risk, and was not pleasantly surprised when the system invited him to enter the world. As it turns out, it wasn't a hoax or a conspiracy. It was virtual reality, and even more. He feels the wind, the smell, even the extras look realistic, which could be very confusing. Why did he decide that even the pain felt realistic, which made him feel a little creepy? At that very moment, all the strangers were greeted by Reynaldo, who was the mayor of Mira. He was genuinely happy about their visit, while Kim was surprised by the event right after leaving, which did not look like training. The man said at the top of his voice that they should have heard news of a large-scale riot in the capital. Listening attentively, the guy guessed that this was the beginning of a script. This unprecedented event caused concern among many of them, but their kingdom was not weakened. I owe it all to the pride of the city, to the hero of heroes who crushed the rebellion, Lord Raoul and his first guild. So he asked all the new arrivals to be calm and enjoy the freedom in his city. Ronaldo was glad, because his speech had not been met with such applause for a long time. And it was good that he decided to side with Raoul. Kim thought that the first guild played an important role in the game. Perhaps they were connected to the main storyline. Then he focused on Raoul, mentally wondering what kind of character he was. At this time, Melvin was pulling his son by the cheeks, praising him with all his might. Although just recently he had begged to send him to the academy. And now the guy has done something so outstanding that he was able to bring glory to their family. Dylan wondered what his father would do with the Randall family. They had arrested everyone who remained in the capital, including the side branches. However, given the entire situation, the decision will be up to His Majesty, but most of them face only a light punishment. All those who actively participated in the rebellion have already fled to the Empire, and the remaining members of their families are not connected with the rebellion. However, they require minimal supervision, so it would be better to leave them under house arrest. Suddenly, Raoul announced that they should also watch the Jadens, which surprised the men. Melvin was surprised that his son suspected his older brother's family of something. His uncle, albeit indirectly, was in contact with the Randalls through Baron Zender. It was also established that he maintained contact with the main organizer of the rebellion, the Minister of the Interior. Although he was not an overt participant, it is highly likely that Lord Jaden was involved in the rebellion. Dylan agreed with his younger brother. Even though his uncle had been silent for several years, it would be wise to be on guard. Melvin frowned and asked his son to stay here and concentrate on watching the rebels' relatives. Then she turned to Raoul, because she thought that he was still a child. But he had matured so much that now the man did not regret anything. From now on, the kingdom will need him even more, so the boy must do his duty properly. But before Raoul could agree, a servant called out to him, informing him that the prince was summoning him immediately. Then the boy decided to say goodbye to his father, wishing him a safe journey home. Melvin was very proud to see his son in such a position, and also said goodbye to him in return. From behind, Raoul already looks like an adult, but his face is still that of a youth, which Dylan agreed with a smile. He was the first to mention the need to be careful of his uncle. It's not hard to think that the fragile boy would change so much. Suddenly the Count became stern and hinted that they could not rely only on the younger one. If Dylan were to keep an eye on his brother, it would be noticeable, and it was still too early for the younger brother to take on such responsibility. Then, the only option left is for Dylan to find his second brother, Lawrence. Meanwhile, the prince said that it was not easy to resist the heads of the 4 great families. However, they are all loyal servants of the prince, so he should not be so afraid of their presence. Jerry invited Raoul as a friend and fellow academy member, so he asked him not to be so formal. Putting formalities aside, the guy said with a smile that Jerry had already been through a lot. The prince did not know how to express his gratitude to him, because he was ashamed that he relied only on him. However, he himself fought against the rebels to the last, and did everything he could. But now he wonders if the capital's residents think the same way as Raoul. Due to the incompetence of the royal family, many people were drawn into rebellion, died, and lost their homes. But the initiator of the rebellion was a member of the royal family, so they probably blame her for everything. Getting up from the table, Raoul suggested that he check it out personally and find out what was on the minds of the capital's residents. At the same time, Dalton's father stated that his son surprises him in a variety of ways. He knew that the boy was freedom-loving, but he did not expect that he would refuse to carry out the king's order. The guy waved it off, explaining that the royal order was given to the family, not to him, and that it made no difference. But at that very second, he fell silent and turned his head away when he noticed his father's angry look. The man sighed heavily, because he sent his son to the academy to teach him discipline. As a member of the Templeton family, he should have valued honor and been more responsible. He didn't want Dalton to be overshadowed by his title as the sword master's grandson, so he needed to prove himself. Then he looked at his son, concluding that his efforts had not been in vain, and Dalton had shown what he was capable of. He was surprised when he heard that the boy had joined the gate suppression operation, fighting the rebels. Dalton, a man who had never been involved in family affairs, was so active outside of it. It was because he was so self-willed that the Templetons were able to maintain their dignity. Now the father was thinking about allowing his son to be free. This was the best decision for him and the family. If the family shackles him, he will no longer force his son to play any particular role. Perhaps Raoul's first knightly order will be more suited to his spirit, and then the boy will find the meaning of his existence. If Dalton wanted to go with him, he wouldn't interfere, but he should think about it carefully. It might be useful in the future. After the failed uprising, the Empire will abandon its strategy of undermining the kingdom from within. They could start a full-scale war, and the rebel forces that have found refuge in the Empire will join them. If the day comes when they come face to face with the Empire, then Titus, the master of the sword, will not stand aside. Meanwhile, on the training ground, the knights trained young men who decided to join their ranks. One of the men asked to look carefully, explaining that the sword was an extension of his arm. But at that very second he froze when he noticed Prince Jerry and Raoul approaching. The prince asked not to pay attention to them. They just came to observe the students of the academy. The new recruits won't recognize the prince anyway, so the knights can pretend he's not there. Raoul heard that there were a lot of new recruits, and there was a lot of activity here. All the places were taken. So they enrolled some of them as cadets. Many of them are boys who suffered from the recent uprising, most of whom lost their families or homes. The prince felt sad from these words, but Raoul, on the contrary, smiled and decided that they needed to talk. He approached a boy with the same hair color, noticing how hard he was training, and asked how old he was. The boy suddenly stood at attention and immediately replied that he was 13 years old, addressing Raoul formally. He joined the knightly order quite early, and the boy became curious about why he decided to join. The young knight was silent for a few seconds, after which he answered in a confident tone that he wanted to become strong. He needs it to protect his family from the Empire and, one day, to protect the kingdom. He wants to be like the knights of the kingdom who defended the king at the cost of their lives, like Raoul, who defeated the rebel leader. And just like Prince Jerry, who did not retreat, he wants to fight bravely against the Empire. Suddenly, Raoul put his hand on the prince's shoulder, making it clear that young men like him were gathering from all over the kingdom. This shows how the people who survived the rebellion feel about the royal family. Without answering, Jerry confidently walked towards the same boy, asking his name. As it turned out, the guy's name was Arthur. The prince smiled, replied that it was a good name, and then knelt down in front of the young man. The knight and Raoul were stunned when they saw this picture, because usually it is not proper for a prince to kneel. Jerry feels very ashamed when he sees his courage. He is small and young, but strong in spirit. He kneels before him in respect for his bravery and apologizes for what he has gone through because of him. After this, he swore to all those present that he would accept their courage as his own. He will protect the kingdom even if it costs him his life, and he will no longer be weak. King Thaddeus was originally thought to have died in the uprising in the world of Connecta, but he survived it and is in critical condition. The crown prince and the second prince were killed during the rebellion, and the third, the main culprit, fled to the Empire. This incident made the fourth prince first in line to the throne. Raoul saved the Ashton family from destruction and thought it didn't matter who became the next king, but he was wrong. The ideal candidate, possessing royal qualities, was now standing right in front of him. Jerry again asked the name of the guy who was too excited. The prince decided to remember his name, asking him to become a great knight of the kingdom, hoping that they would meet again. In the face of the trials of war and division, this is the ruler the people need most. One who is strong and brave enough to stand against the imperial hounds. A ruler who cares for the people and knows more about humility than anyone else. It was the boy who had recently become a man, the sixth prince, Jerry de Rubin. A little later, while sitting at tea, Raoul was surprised that the royal family was especially kneeling before the commoners. It's a good thing they didn't know he was a prince, otherwise there would have been a big commotion. However, Jerry wanted to thank them, even if he had to do it this way, and thanks to these children, he realized something. These children will undoubtedly grow stronger, but the kingdom needs someone to rely on right now. Suddenly, the prince revealed that such a man was right in front of him, the guardian of Turia, Raoul Ashton. But now he should be called the guardian of the kingdom of Reuben. The entire people of the kingdom already rely on him. But simply being a support is not enough. They need someone who can unite the forces of the kingdom, and also nobles, knightly orders, even mercenaries and wanderers, and lead them with strength and gentleness. His Majesty is gravely dismissed, and most of the heirs to the throne are dead or missing. That's why Raoul believes that Jerry is the only one who can take this place with dignity. He said it as a friend, so the guy should understand what he meant. From now on, the Empire will no longer act as openly as before, and we must be on our guard. It will first gain strength and then be ready for a full-scale war. The kingdom needs to be united more than ever, but when that time comes, absolutely everyone will be in disarray. When the time comes for the prince to bring order to this chaos, Raoul must be on his side. Meanwhile, Raoul's team decided to explore Plank's mansion, discovering a secret room underneath the mansion. A mind possessed by dark magic would not be in good health. Yet here they might find clues to rebellion. At that very moment, Pierce turned to Nakia, hoping that the alchemist had managed to find something interesting. There is a powerful sealing spell here. There are no traps or dangerous elements, but the spell requires deciphering. It may be ancient magic, perhaps too old to be found in literature. The whole group was stunned, because they did not understand how Plank could even know about such a thing. Suddenly, a knight came running to them, reporting that the investigators had completed their inspection of the cave. It has been confirmed that it is a man-made structure, but it was built at least several thousand years ago. This information surprised the team even more, since the Viscount certainly could not have lived for so many years. From this, it followed that Plank did not create this cave. He built his mansion above it. Nakia was also curious about what he was hiding, but they would have to report this to the master. Meanwhile, Kane visited the prison again, where he decided to visit Plank, who was imprisoned there. And he couldn't imagine that he would meet that hunter from the guild as the leader of the rebellion. Or rather, now he is just a criminal, for whom death is the weakest of punishments. Remembering the comrades he killed, Kane wants to finish him off immediately, but he still has questions. He wanted to know who was behind this rebellion in the Empire, and how he got in touch with the ducal detachment of the empire. It is also unknown whether there are any forces left other than the families who participated in this uprising. When the man asked another question, he said that he really didn't know anything. Then he raised his head and smiled madly, deciding that they were the same, born in a lie and living in a lie. Rebellion and empire, all this is irrelevant. All this, the world itself, is meaningless. Unfortunately, he came to this conclusion, and Raoul instilled this damned truth into him. This world is nothing more than a created illusion in which there is nothing real and genuine. Soon the whole world will learn that cracks in this false world have already begun to actively appear. Meanwhile, Silver Zero was in his office, demanding a report from his subordinates. They ensured the safety of all the exiles, and at the moment, no one is particularly suspicious. The nobles in the chambers are somewhat agitated, but overall, everything quickly stabilizes. In addition, they quickly recover their strength by focusing on the 4 great families. In the end, the plan failed, and this only resulted in the enemy becoming stronger. Plank was captured in the royal palace, and his dark magic was suppressed, after which he was thrown into prison. His Majesty the Emperor is extremely disappointed with this failure, and they all must understand this. Jose felt responsible for not living up to expectations and would try to make things right. Silver angrily hinted that he would have to do it, otherwise he would not survive next time. However, another subordinate stated that he was, again, to blame for this defeat. The man immediately realized that he was referring to Raoul Ashton, who had been looking suspicious for a long time. He foiled their plan almost single-handedly. Plank's mistake was that he couldn't deal with Raoul. Due to his connection with the 6th prince, with whom he studied at the academy, there are rumors that he supports him as the next king. Now he is no longer just a rising star, he is becoming one of the biggest threats to the empire. They suggested they take action before he became even stronger, but he ordered Zero not to interfere in Raoul's affairs any further. From now on, he will personally watch him, seeing it seems he needs to be taken more seriously. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Josh was in full swing fighting Dalton, who wasn't having such a hard time. But he was surprised when his opponent began to increase the pace, slowly pushing him back. The Lord realized that at this rate he could lose, and so he sharply increased his strength, throwing the guy back. Sitting on the ground, Josh complained that he had failed again, but Dalton encouraged him. If he didn't have 2 swords, it would have been dangerous. But this time, he was just lucky because of the difference in weapons. He thought Josh's style was based only on brute force, but his technique was also good. However, the boys were not happy about this, because it would not work against a sword master like Count Randall. The sword master is the ultimate goal for all knights, but the choice is unexpected, as his style is very different from Randall's. When asked why he chose Randall, Josh replied that it was not a goal and that he just wanted to beat him, who at night he could not even touch the Count with a finger, no matter how he fought. The difference was obvious. The pinnacle of knightly skill, Swordmaster, is so high and unattainable that it is practically impossible to achieve. But Dalton continued to encourage him, saying that the boy called the Count the one he wanted to defeat. Most people, when faced with such an overwhelming difference in strength, quickly give up due to the unattainable height. But he is not like that. Instead of giving up, Josh tries to find a way to achieve his goal. These words surprised the young knight at first, but in that same second, he realized how much truth there was in them. Then his face became more confident, because he knew that the members of the First Knightly Order do not give up. Dalton also realized that there were indeed a lot of decent people here, and he became interested. Meanwhile, Raoul arrived at Plank's estate, his face dumbfounded as he noticed the ruins beneath the mansion. A worried Nakia added that this was a powerful sealing magic, and removing the spell could be dangerous. They don't know yet what exactly is sealed there, but if Plank is involved, nothing good can come of it. During the time of the Crushers, they hadn't explored all the ruins in Connect, but he had never seen anything like this before. Perhaps this was one of the changes in Connect that also happened because of Raoul. The guy asked to leave it to him and ordered everyone else to move away because he had to inspect everything himself. Philip offered to stay with him just in case, but the master said that everything was fine. If anything happens, he will run away faster than anyone else. So he asked his comrades not to worry. A couple of minutes later, when he was left alone, he immediately took out a sword from his inventory. Raoul hasn't explored ruins in a long time, but it will be a lot of fun to repeat the experience. Standing in front of the huge seal, he tried to figure out how to get through this door. Even Nakia couldn't figure out this spell, and with its power, it will be difficult to break. If it's lost ancient magic or fairy magic, then he doesn't understand it at all. But as soon as the guy thought about it, he immediately opened skill decks, calling to him Ravel, who was always nearby. The girl immediately assumed that he needed her help and asked him to just say so because she was always ready. This greatly encouraged the boy, who pointed out the seal to her and asked if she knew what it was. Ravel immediately recognized fairy seal magic, a high-level magic that had been used since ancient times. But she didn't understand how it ended up here, because only a few fairies can create such things. Raoul understood why Nakia couldn't figure it out, and then asked if Ravel could take it off. But the fairy explained that this was not the kind of magic that could be destroyed, which genuinely surprised the guy. Seal magic is usually associated with a closed lock, but not all seal magic works like that. It looks more like a guard than a lock, making it difficult to open. The lock can be opened, but the guards cannot. This door allows only the worthy to pass. It was an immaterial guardian that Raoul initially found difficult, but suddenly he changed his mind. Ravel didn't understand what he meant, but the guy was already heading towards the seal. Raoul placed his hand on the seal, introduced himself politely, and then asked for an audience with the owner of the seal. At first, nothing happened, but suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere and asked the guy's name again. But then the voice announced that the guy was lying. He was hiding his true identity, so the door would not open for him. However, Ravel was the first to get angry, not understanding what he meant and where the lie was. She tried to convey to the press that this was fairy magic, and who else could have done something like this? At this time, the guy also did not understand what was going on. Perhaps it knew the real him and not Raoul. He doesn't know what's going on, but right now, he needs to focus on getting through that door. Maybe behind that door lies the answer to why he woke up as Raoul Ashton. Then he touched the door again, calling himself Do Hyun, and again asked for an audience with the owner of the seal. Ravel was surprised to hear another name, but at the same second, she shuddered when she heard a crash. The door in front of them immediately began to open, and the seal disappeared, which pleasantly surprised both Raoul and the fairy. The guy didn't expect that this was actually a way to break the seal, but they somehow knew about it. Ravel turned to him hesitantly, but the boy only replied that it was easier than he thought. She probably had a lot of questions, but he would explain everything, and now he suggested focusing on completing the research. Having waited for her consent, Raoul gripped his sword tighter and slowly moved forward towards the unknown. At the same time, Kim disconnected from the game and returned to the real world, slowly climbing out of the capsule. Taking off his virtual reality glasses, he looked at them with a smile, deciding that it was truly amazing. He immediately sat down at the computer and immediately began writing a review of Connect after the first test. The guy guaranteed that this game was indistinguishable from reality, from the feeling of the wind to the smell of the horses. And even after 10 hours of playing, you don't feel tired. Everything happens in real time, which is a little confusing. He started together under the name Mira. From the very beginning, something exciting happens, so he invited his friend to join. However, the answers that came to him were not as joyful as his assessment. They didn't believe him, but Kim just suggested that they continue chasing 3D models and pushing the mouse. Suddenly, one response appeared, who was interested in the game, asked Kim to tell him more. The guy realized that there was no time to waste and put his glasses back on, deciding to get everything before the open beta test began. At this time, Raoul and Ravel had already gone quite deep, and the fairy began to worry that this might be a trap. The seal was created using fairy magic, but if it was a trap created by the fairies, she might be in danger too. Looking around, the guy also felt some unfamiliar magic. It's like there's an unusual concentration, magic hovering around, so strong that it illuminates the space. The deeper they go, the stronger it becomes, so they need to be careful. With such a high concentration of magic, it must be some kind of ruins or a high-level dungeon. His presence and actions seem to have changed events, but places don't appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, Ravel pointed forward, and Raoul was surprised to notice a light coming from the end of the tunnel. When they went out there, they noticed a huge hall, in the middle of which stood a pyramid, with a gate at its top. The girl could not understand what this dark spot was. They could not create something that radiated such ominous magic. The guy couldn't believe that he was seeing an unidentified gate in front of him that defied classification. It was a passage to the demonic world, a dark gate he had seen before. He encountered them several times during Crash's time and attempted to pass them, but only when completing missions. They never appeared in such hidden places. If no one found the gate, the demons would break out and the entire continent would be in chaos. While Raoul was trying to figure out why they were there, a phantom silhouette of a man appeared behind him. Ravel was the first to sense his presence, causing her to become very frightened and shudder. When she screamed loudly, Raoul immediately turned around, gripping his sword tighter. Noticing the man in front of him, the guy felt nothing, although he was emitting such strong magic. He didn't understand what kind of creature it was, but at that very second, the man asked to remove the sword of the alien wearing Ashton's mask. His sword won't reach him anyway, and vice versa, so there's no point in them fighting. At first, I assumed that he had placed a seal, but then I realized that the man was the master of this dungeon. However, this was not entirely true, and it took the Phantom a few seconds to come up with a suitable answer. In fact, he was just a trace. Just a ghost of the past that had attached itself to this place. His name is Cardenas. He is the guardian of the Dark Gate, the bridge between the world of demons and humans. The man suddenly turned his gaze to Ravel, indicating that he hadn't seen a fairy in a very long time. Ravel was stunned that he could see her, as few could boast of such an ability. Cardenas explained that the blue fairies at Lake Valatia taught him a couple of spells. It was more than 1,000 years ago, although these memories still remained in his head. Ravel sighed with relief and remembered that there was a legend that fairies once lived near Lake Valatia. But then she turned into a scream when she asked again how many years ago it was. The man reminded that he was a remnant of the past, just a fragment of the seal that guarded the gates from the demon world. But he still had to ask something, and then he turned to Raoul, wondering who he really was. Taking a deep breath, the guy put away his sword, after which he agreed, since there was no point in hiding it anymore. He had been planning to tell Ravel everything anyway, so he was ready to share it with Cardenas as well. As he said, his name is not actually Raoul Ashton, but at the same time, he is Raoul. His actual name is Du Hyun, another name is Crusher, and he came from another world called Earth. This world does not belong to this world, nor to the demon world, and for some unknown reason, he woke up in Raoul's body. He was killed in an ambush, but for some reason he woke up in this world. Upon awakening, he immediately found himself in this body, but he could not find an answer to the question of why this was so. However, the guy considered this a second chance, so he decided to accept this reality. Cardenas frowned and assumed that all this was for the sake of revenge that the boy had harbored against his killers. Perhaps the desire to be together still glimmers within him, but even if he takes revenge, it won't be enough. He got a second chance, so he wants to correct his past mistakes and achieve what he couldn't, reach the top. So he decided to live like Raoul Ashton, but suddenly, Cardenas felt something and shuddered. He stated that it was an interesting story and he would like to hear more, but suggested putting it off until later. Drawing his sword, the man announced that they had an uninvited guest. At that very moment, the gate behind Raoul flickered and an angry roar was heard from within. When he and Ravel turned around, they noticed a demon that could speak and was currently addressing Cardenas. According to the demon, they had not seen the ghost of the past for a long time, which brought a smile to the monster's face. Now Cardenas looked quite weakened. It seemed that even he could not escape his mortal nature. This was said by the 98th ranked demon Fumus, who still hasn't given up, and whose stupidity remains unchanged even after centuries. The monster did not like this greeting, and his disposition remained as unyielding as before. However, unfortunately, none of them have time to enjoy the joy of meeting. Taking out his sword, Fumus suggested to his old friend that they get straight to the point. At that very moment, Cardenas asked Raoul to step aside so that he would not interfere with his battle with the demon. This is his battle. The person from this world has no reason to interfere, and he will make sure that the demon can no longer cross the border into this world. However, Fumus also had a goal, but he could not afford to leave until he repaid the debt. At that very moment, they rushed at each other and clashed their blades in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Raoul's comrades, who were standing outside the door, noticed that the master was late and decided that something had happened. Probably for now, they had to trust the master and wait. But Nakia looked the most worried. This magical seal gave her no peace. The magic was too unfamiliar, and it was unknown what dangers it might conceal. In fact, from the moment they arrived at this mansion, she felt something strange. It's a subtle sensation, but it feels very alien, and most of all, it causes a strong feeling of anxiety. Struggling to find the words, she clarified that it felt like something that didn't belong in this world. Most likely, by this, she meant the dark gate from which the demon emerged to fight the gatekeeper. Raoul, who was watching them, felt a powerful blow, and this force did not come from the use of a mana blade. Looking at the rank 98 demon, the boy realized that this was an opponent he couldn't handle right now. He found it hard to believe that anyone could fight such an opponent on equal terms. But Cardenas held his own against him. When they stopped exchanging blows, the demon decided to break the distance and soared into the air. But suddenly he also dropped sharply, thrusting his sword into the ground, thereby interfering with the man's projection. When Fumas saw this, he realized that he was right, and the altar supported his immortality and strength. When the altar was left unattended for many years, it gradually lost its power. Then he suggested that Cardenas should thank the stupid people for this, because now he could repay his debt. Most demons are just power-hungry beasts. They would just crawl out and try to overwhelm him with brute force. But he is different. He is one of the leaders of the demonic world. Unlike those beasts, he has the ability to use his brain. Since their last fight, he had suspected that there was something important connected to this altar, and now it dawned on him. However, he was sorry that the battle he had been preparing for hundreds of years was ending so banally. The demon then swung his sword, loudly declaring that he would enjoy it to the fullest at the moment of its destruction. But just as Fumas was about to strike, Raul jumped out in front of Cardenas and took the blow on his sword. The man was stunned to see a stranger in front of him who began to use divine power. Fumas was also confused as to what kind of child this was and how he was able to block his sword. But before he could think of anything, the guy's fist immediately flew into the demon's face, throwing him back. It seems Raul's experience fighting dark mages has proven useful. Fortunately, the shining aura also works on demons. Starting to emit a golden aura, the boy decided to join the fight, and Ravel supported him. The demon did not expect such a turn of events that the pathetic mortal decided to team up with the Guardian. He doesn't know how he, a human, ended up here, but since he interfered with the demon's business, he will have to pay for it. Raul replied that he was one of those who used his family more than his brains, but then suggested that they stop chatting. However, Cardenas asked the stranger to step aside, as this opponent was too much for him. Maybe for now, but he was never a crusher. Even with 100% synchronization, there are limits to physical capabilities. The man didn't understand what was going on, but the guy decided to explain it to him later. First, he suggested dealing with this demon that had interfered with their dialogue. Fumas didn't understand how the guy dared to behave like that, because he was just a bug that would be swallowed up by the demonic kingdom. However, becoming the first person killed by a demon was also not bad, which noticeably pleased the monster. He considered this to be the highest honor for mortals, but Raul did not like this statement. After all, humans are nothing more than toys for demons, so now he's ready to have some fun. The guy noticed that all his opponents were too talkative and dragged out the game time so much. Then he again suggested that he stop chatting and get down to business, because it was ruining his mood. But the first to rush at the demon was Cardenas, who had a personal score to settle with him. At that very moment, Raul joined them, simultaneously attacking Fumus. With a deft movement, the demon pushed the man away from himself, after which he directed his magical paw towards the boy. He didn't expect such a quick counterattack, but Ravel immediately came to his aid, creating a shield. She calmly withstood the demon's attack, after which she inquired about Raul's well-being. Fumus was surprised to see a fairy in front of him, and noticed that the guy had a very annoying companion. He didn't expect that a fairy would serve mortals, proud fairies who had once fought with them in the past. But the girl declared that she was not a servant, but a friend. Not that a demon could understand such a relationship. Raul thanked her, but Ravel couldn't just stand by when it came to the demon. Famusu found it both funny and disgusting that a human, a fairy, and a ghost were uniting against a demonic commander. But then he decided that thanks to them, he could no longer hold back and not think about the consequences. Out of mercy, he will allow him to watch the gate's seal break and then kill them. Fumas asked them to watch with their own eyes as demons poured into the human world. However, Cardenas did not want to just stand and watch, so he smiled at him again with his sword. The demon doubted that the weakening ghost would be able to protect the seal even with such helpers, but the man hinted that he wouldn't do it, and then pointed to the guy who used telekinesis. Cardenas clarified that this would be done by the mortal he had so underestimated. Fumas thought it was a joke and a ridiculous trick, and then began to chop the stones one by one. These fools really thought that they could defeat him with such a pathetic trick. At that very moment, Raul suddenly appeared from behind the rocks, but the demon had been counting on such a sudden attack. However, he didn't take into account Ravel, who cast a spell and bound him, restricting his movements. Then she gave a sign to the guy, who was already running towards the demon, swinging his sword. Cardenas also decided to join in, attacking at the same time as Raul. This attack was enough to cause significant damage to the demon, who fell down bleeding. It was close, but if it weren't for Ravel, the guy would have definitely been hit. He thanked the fairy for saving him, since she was, after all, called the natural enemy of demons. However, the Phantom Guardian announced that this was not the end, which made the guy and the fairy tense up. Weakening the altar gives this creature enough time to regain its strength. If the altar is destroyed, the consequences will be catastrophic. In order to preserve the seal, a powerful suppressive force will be needed instead of the altar. Raul immediately began to think about what kind of power could be suitable for maintaining such a strong seal. Suddenly it dawned on him that if that was all it took, then he had the power to suppress magic. This may be possible if he uses the regnator, which he just happens to have. The regnator is a kind of ego item. It usually contains a soul, but now it is empty. This equipment could replace the destroyed seal stone, but Ravel became noticeably worried. Replacing the seal literally means transferring the previous seal to this item. They will have to bind Cardenas to the seal again. But whether he ends his long life with the seal or chooses a new path is up to him. For over 1,000 years he protected the seal, unable to leave the tomb, and spent them doing various things. He trained the royal family and knights, but sometimes powerful invaders appeared. Sometimes descendants of the royal family appeared who betrayed him, but he somehow kept the seal. But just as the man was about to make a decision, the room began to collapse and the ceiling began to crumble. Without wasting any time, Raul and Ravel immediately hurried away to avoid being buried under the rubble. While in the corridor, they turned around and discovered that a huge part of the hall was buried. At that very second, the guy received the notification about the concentration of mana in the world. Suddenly, Cardenas turned to him, asking if he was sure he wanted to replace the seal with the regnator. This action could become a curse, but the guy decided that everything is okay, and he uses it to become stronger. Once their friendship was cemented, Raul looked forward to a fruitful collaboration. A little later, at Raul's estate, the guy thought that, according to the time in Connect, it should be visible by now. At that very moment, he noticed a notification about the successful beta testing update, which had been successful. New players began to enter the world, and almost nothing had changed since Do-hyun first entered. But then he noticed a scenario of chaos blossoming, in which his brother's outbreaks engulfed the continent of Connecta, and many lands and territories were destroyed by monsters due to ineffective defense. Additionally, an unknown conspiracy has destabilized the 4 ancient seals that hold back the dimensional gates. In the process, all the guards who protected the kingdoms died, and the royal families were left powerless. The balance of power collapsed and hidden forces began to act, and only the baronies and their inhabitants suffered from this catastrophe. Powerful noble families with strong knights and soldiers minimized their losses and quickly restored their strength. But that's the problem. Not only the military families, but also the majority of influential houses will begin to act. After decades of peace, this is an ideal opportunity to show off our accumulated power. Abandoned lands inhabited by monsters that are easily captured with a few knights and soldiers. The nobles will not leave them alone, but Raul also managed to obtain 3 territories. Typically, the royal family acts as a counterweight, regulating conflicts between nobles. But recent events have left it in disarray, and the loss of their secret guardian was a mortal blow. The nobles don't know yet, but everything will be revealed soon. But will the royal family be able to control the military families without Cardenas? If there is no way to resist, and all that remains is to go with the flow and get the most out of it. The guy doesn't have some great sense of duty to change the world, but there is something equally important. He just wants peace and happiness for his people, and he simply chooses the best way to achieve this goal. At least he minimized the losses among the inhabitants who might have died in the war. He even intervened in the affairs of the capital, saving a significant number of knights. But the royal family will not become completely useless. According to his investigation, evil plots against House Ashton had been in the works for a long time, and were linked to powerful factions. The next plan needed to be finalized, but while the guy was thinking about it, Ravel suddenly appeared next to him. The girl looked thoughtful, but in fact she was now observing something out of this world. But when Raul called her loudly, she immediately responded, although she had not answered before. The fairy's eyes immediately sparkled as she began to ask the guy about how this world was connected to another. Having opened the system, she was stunned by the internet. It is like a sea of information connecting the whole world. Raoul smiled awkwardly, because last time he was in a hurry and didn't explain anything properly. Activating Regnator, he decided to explain everything so that Ravel would understand who he was and where he came from. But suddenly, he suggested that she explain everything later, as a projection of Cardenas immediately appeared in front of him. The guy called him to explain again what he had mentioned earlier when they were in the tomb. The man realized that this was about the guy's real identity and past, which he had hidden before. Last time Raoul changed the subject, but now he wants to tell, because now they are destined to go down the same path. He wants to be completely honest with him about things that concern his life. After some time, Cal concluded that the boy came from the same world as those aliens, from a world called Earth. Ravel didn't understand why he didn't tell her right away, but Raoul thought it was too incredible a story. But now, there are more and more people like him on Earth, and the guy understood everything only when he saw it himself. Ravel realized that the information about the communications cafe was not a prophecy, but events that Raoul had experienced. She thought that this guy was a messenger of the gods, but it turned out that everything was completely different. However, this is not entirely true. It is impossible for an ordinary person to experience reincarnation. The man also found it hard to believe, even though he had heard about it before. But one thing is clear. There must be some good reason why he was reborn. There may come a time when he will have to make a choice, and those who have the power must bear responsibility for it. The important thing is that when that moment comes, he must make the decision of his own free will, and not of someone else's free will. However, to do this, he first needs to become stronger. Otherwise, he will be carried away by the flow of circumstances. Cal thought that the guy was young, full of will and potential. It was like looking at himself in the past. However, he hopes that Raoul will not repeat his mistake, which cost him many years in prison. So he wants the boy to walk his path with pride, not giving in to the evil and injustice that will consume the world. Some time has passed since Cal settled in the core of Regnator. Although Cal's soul cannot affect the real world, when Raoul activates the Regnator, he appears in a semi-entity form. Moreover, since Cal settled in, the Regnator's rank has risen and his effectiveness has increased. Cal still makes brief appearances to help him with his training as a token of gratitude for letting him stay. Thanks to this, his fencing technique certainly improved, but the man turned out to be a strict teacher. He knew that Ashton was a fine swordsman, and the destructive power of the great two-handed sword was definitely the best. But when fencing is too one-sided, its weaknesses begin to show as the level of skill increases. The fencing of his kind is highly valued due to their extraordinary physical abilities. A strong body, much stronger than that of ordinary people, allows you to perform movements that would otherwise be impossible. But this fighting style does not suit Raoul. And when the guy heard this, he was shocked. He knew that his body's capabilities were not limitless, because no matter how much he trained, he would never reach the level of his father or brother. But Call did not say that the family style should be abandoned, but that continuing to use it in its current form would be harmful. The man decided to teach him his fencing, and the boy would learn quickly since they had similar backgrounds. It's unpleasant, but when he reaches a high level, he will be able to adjust the family fencing to his own needs. It took Raoul a few moments to consider the proposal. Then he agreed. He felt sorry to give up the style he had already mastered, but it was also a great opportunity. Cardenas' style of fencing, also known as the endless sword, is characterized by endless connections and variations of techniques. It's very similar to his usual style, so that's what Cal recommended, and Raoul was already feeling the progress. But he still has a long way to go. He needs to try even harder for the sake of the people who are next to him. This time, he will do everything possible to protect himself and not let himself be killed as easily as in his past life. A few days later, as his domain expanded, the number of tasks that needed to be solved increased. Raoul instructed the guards to constantly check the emerging gates to prevent them from turning into dungeons. Any monsters or dungeons rich in resources were dealt with by guild squads. After a long fight with monsters and guardians, the hunting meter fills up, after which the final boss appears. And when you defeat the dungeon master, it disappears as if it had never existed. You can deliberately avoid fighting the guards, or not fill the hunting indicator. Now that Raoul has reached level 80, mastering gates and dungeons has become ineffective. and now he will have to wait for high-level gates. Long-lived dungeons always carry the risk of outbreak, but due to the difficulty adjustment, they are safe for now. At that very second, the guy heard a knock on the door of his office, after which he answered. Kane entered, holding in his hands a small pile of documents, which he brought to the master. This is the list of foreigners. He said they studied all 2,000 except 17 who came in the first and second weeks. He made a special effort to check every foreigner and free city of Ignat in the kingdom of Marcus. Kane did a good job of sending informants and managing everything personally. The guy thanked him and then sent him off to rest after all the hard work he had done. New players are added every week, and the third batch should join in 2 weeks. However, the information that interests him most may be among these documents. Everything can change depending on what he reads, so you need to be extremely careful. He wanted to find Crash, Connect's best player and the last solo player who fought the authority to the end. However, after several hours, he still couldn't find anything worthwhile. Raoul used all the personal information he had, but nothing worked. Crash is the best player in Connect, but there is simply no information about Do Hyun. He, a hopeless guy, covered his face with his hands, completely lost in his thoughts. All this time, he was wondering whether he should act or pretend that he knew nothing, but now there was no point in thinking about it. None of this matters now, but he would still like to meet him, just to talk. Do Hyun was an orphan, and there was no one in his life who could protect him or stand up for him. He had a very difficult time, and even at school, few people interacted with him, not finding him interesting. But nevertheless, it was his life, which made Raoul very angry, because now he had none of that. Do Hyun didn't let anyone get close to him and was self-centered. If he hadn't started playing Connect, he would have remained a loser. But on the other hand, he could not stand the injustice that surrounded him. The guy always stood his ground and didn't always try to convey his opinion to the masses. Raoul thought it was possible because there were very few people like him left. He wanted to find his biological parents so that they would smile at him at least once. He wanted to show the world that even a poor orphan can succeed in something. Not in the game, but in reality. He wanted to see Do Hyun achieve his goals and live happily. Perhaps it was just useless and affectionate, because he left no trace after his departure. The past Do Hyun and the current Raoul are definitely the same person. But now they have changed so much that they can be considered completely different people. There is no longer that causticity in his speech. He has completely changed and did not notice how he got used to being with people. Now it's not even comfortable to be alone. And from the outside, it probably seems like he's a hypocrite. Only this place remains, which makes his current purpose very clear. His valuables, family, land, and friends, he will never forgive anyone who tries to harm them. Even if it costs the lives of all the players, Raoul will spare no one to save his loved ones. In fact, without Do Hyun, it's even easier. If someone finds out about his skills, fierce competition will begin. Do Hyun surpassed all the ordinary players, but now that he's gone, things might be different. For a while, Raoul will be able to act freely, and players will begin to stand out by exploring their unique abilities. But if everyone suddenly forgets Do Hyun, the guy will definitely remind them that such a player existed. Therefore, Raoul was determined to bring Do Hyun back into the game, even under a new guise. About 2 weeks after the launch of the Connect server, one piece of news shocked the community. The Free Cities of the Kingdom of Reuben has attracted attention for its generous support of players. The first guild, at the center of this policy, established an academy exclusively for players. All players are eligible for admission. A total of 600 students will be enrolled, and the training is a 3-month course. Graduates will receive honorary guild member status and will have priority for quests or missions related to the first guild. Some of those who complete the course with excellent grades will have the opportunity to take the exam to become an official member of the guild. For this, they will be given exclusive equipment and a salary depending on their rank, as well as support for completing high-level stages of training in accordance with the class. The recruitment announcement immediately sent all the forums into a frenzy, and all the players literally went crazy. Many were planning to gather a team and immediately head to Reuben, but for some, it was too late. Many did not issue any statements on this matter, because at this rate, the balance would come to an end. Some people asked about the first guild branch, as they themselves really wanted to join it. The players even argued among themselves, because they were sure that they would be the ones chosen for the academy. However, they all applied because they didn't want to miss out on such a chance, and there are 5 people competing for each spot. Connect said that they would now select 3,000 people every week, which not everyone liked. Raul, meanwhile, read the comments, smiling at the players' indignation. Both now and then, players complain about the operators who were supposed to oversee the game. No matter how well the event is prepared, no matter how balanced the patches are, you can't please everyone. But since the developers are only interested in profit, they have little interest in the balance of the game. He had been planning something like this for a long time, but now Raul had such an opportunity. By making the mayors of the free cities his partners and convincing them, he laid the foundation for player support. And they will rush to free cities with a normal attitude towards players. Then the first guild begins to select strong players. They need to keep them under control so that in the future, they don't decide to change something on a global level. They are not visible now, but they are undoubtedly manipulating this world from somewhere. Now, the guy was referring to the connection operators, because for him, they are enemy number 1, more serious than the Empire. As the game reached its midpoint, the administrators lost their power and became puppets of influential people. What should have been fair was rigged to benefit the corporate-sponsored guild. Artificial intelligence tried to block excessive interference from administrators. It was impossible to completely ignore their influence on the players' actions. But this time, Raul decided otherwise. The purpose of the recruitment was not simply to find talent or improve the guild's image, but to test the impact such events could have on the game. Regular game events are prepared and implemented by the administration, but Connect is a world where freedom of action is encouraged. Like an in-game NPC, but he wanted to try creating events and quests himself, attracting players. And so far, no problems have arisen. The administration has not been able to interfere with him or the first guild. It is entirely possible to carry out events that affect players, and, if taken further, they can even control players. Connect administrators thought they could control the players from above, but now things won't go according to their plan. Sometime later, Raul decided to visit Mira, where he immediately met Reynaldo. The man greeted him joyfully, after which he winced because he remembered that he should call the guy Viscount. Raul apologized for the unexpected visit, but the mayor assured him that there was no need for formalities between them. The city of Mira, which a year ago was a simple province, has now become a center, and for the mayor, Raul is like a savior. The man was interested in what brought them here, because if he had a request, he would help in any matter. In fact, Raul came to introduce him to a man whose face was hidden by a cloak. Ronaldo was intrigued, because the guy wouldn't introduce someone without a good reason. After this, Raul introduced him to the player who would now be working alongside him, Crash. The guy who was a copy of Do Hyun greeted the mayor, trying to communicate normally. However, the man was too happy and declared that he would become an important client for their city. Raul watched carefully as the two interacted, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Later in the evening, while saying goodbye to Crash, the mayor advised him to contact him if he had any difficulties. The guy thanked him for his kind words and said goodbye, after which he left the office. After this, the mayor looked closely at Raul, who did not understand what he wanted from him. He then declared that no one could compare to the Viscount, and he had once again found a way to charm the stranger. He is quite talented and exceptionally gifted, a real find from whom he expects a lot. So he thought that Crash could be useful to the mayor, too, so he decided to introduce them. A little later, Raul himself decided to take his leave, after which he said goodbye to Ronaldo. But when he stepped into the carriage, Crash was waiting for him inside, curious to see how the mayor had reacted. The result turned out to be not bad. He doesn't fully trust them yet, but it seems he decided to take a closer look. The guy's masquerade is truly impeccable, and it's hard to believe that they managed to fool the mayor himself. At that very moment, they began to change appearances. Raul became Cain, and Crash became Raul. All this happened thanks to the very ring that he received from Vice President Gray at the Academy. He also received a second identifier, which gave the user a second ID that could be changed. This consumable item was recently unlocked in an update, and he purchased it from the in-game store. This item made camouflage perfect, although the price was too high, but it was worth it. Regardless, thanks to these two items, Raul gained a new personality and can now act as a player. With newfound confidence, the boy decided it was time to get back to business. Meanwhile, at Connect headquarters, 12 people had gathered in a conference room. They couldn't understand why they had been called. No one explained anything, and the meeting turned out to be urgent. Some speculated that this was related to the first guild, which was living its own life. A minute later, CEO Li Huan entered and immediately announced that this was an extremely important matter. The screen switched to a topic about a special exam for admission to the first guild, and a discussion of live broadcasts and advertising partnerships. They all heard about the upcoming entrance exam. One of the tests, a fight, will be broadcast live. The author of this idea was the head of the first guild, Raoul Ashton, and his representative, Crash, with the final approval given by the president himself. Those present could not believe that such an idea was proposed by the NPS and that the president personally approved it. One of the employees couldn't stand it and loudly asked if this made any sense. How did a proposal developed not by their employees, but by an ordinary character manage to get approved? And how could the president arbitrarily approve such an absurd initiative without even consulting anyone? Even the CEO had a hard time understanding what was going on in his mind. Meanwhile, in the central square of Mira, a crowd of players were advertising their services. This concerned both team recruitment and team search, as well as the sale of various equipment. Crash sat nearby, silently watching them in the company of Ravel. Being among ordinary players in this guise gave me a strange feeling, as if I had returned to a past life. However, for some reason he felt calm at this time. Ravel was actively studying the system. She noticed that an advertising video and announcement had been posted on the official website. It looks like they've seriously decided to expand, and this is evident on all the main pages of their portals and in their communities. Now, Raoul was glad that everything was going well, because he thought it would be much more difficult. The biggest concern was whether a guild led by an NPC would be recognized as a full-fledged partner for negotiations. The deal was concluded more easily than expected, and now the guys from Connect will have to prepare carefully. But in reality, there was one critical flaw in this plan. Raoul pretends to be a player, but Crash doesn't actually exist. Even if he sends an offer on behalf of Crash, if Connect wants to meet in person, he won't have the opportunity to do so. But Ravel found a solution. And if the system is controlled by artificial intelligence, it is possible to send the proposal directly to the administrator. The guy had never heard of anyone contacting the administrator directly. When problems arise, a member of the operations department is usually called. Then the girl pointed to the button so that Raoul could see for himself. But he acted as if he didn't see her. He didn't notice anything. He asked what was written there. The fairy explained that it was a call to the system administrator. At that moment, the guy was literally shocked, because this meant that he could summon artificial intelligence. Perhaps when Ravel pressed the call button, the screen in front of them immediately began to glow very brightly. He couldn't believe it actually worked when his access was confirmed. He started asking the administrator about his nature, and for each message he was charged 100 coins. But when he asked for its location, an error appeared. Then the guy realized that it was just an answering machine. However, Ravel hastened to stop him, asking him to get down to business, to which he agreed. He decided to send the proposal to Connect's head office, surprised that it was too easy. When he finished, the message began to scan, which surprised the boy and the fairy. It was received. 1,000 coins were debited from his account, and the processing result will be known within 24 hours. Ravel noticed that the button had disappeared on its own, and Raoul thought that he had wasted his money. But the next day, he received a letter approving the proposal and setting a date for the meeting. Luckily, the meeting with Connect took place via video link, without the need to visit their office. But what he didn't expect was that CEO Mok Jae-woo would be there in person to meet him. It was an unexpected turn of events, but the negotiations went smoothly, and the first guild was officially recognized as a legal entity. But when the meeting was about to end, the director suddenly asked for a minute, turning to Crash. The guy immediately answered him, but he himself began to get nervous, because this man could understand something. But suddenly he gave him his personal contacts, because it turned out to the man that this was not their last meeting. During the entire meeting, he didn't say a word to me, but it was as if he was paying attention only to him. This anxiety did not leave Raoul until the very end. But suddenly, he heard other players talking about a new update that had to do with the academy exams. Many players immediately asked someone to summarize the results, while others asked about the exam format. Many even got goosebumps, but now was not the time for that, and they had to go hunting. Covering his ears, Raoul walked away, thinking that this was a great response from the players. Returning to the bench, the guy concluded that people would soon start coming here. This means it's time for him to get down to business too, so that all his efforts don't go to waste. Meanwhile, at the head office of the Connect company, in the CEO's office, stood Mok Jae-woo. He inquired about the progress of the work. Li Huan immediately reported that everything was going according to plan and there were no problems. But suddenly the man lost his temper and declared that this was a pointless project, since the entire company couldn't depend on one NPC and player. He suggested that he immediately stop cooperating with them, but the director said that this was impossible. Li Huan didn't understand the whole situation, but he didn't approve this project himself, but received permission from above. This plan was personally approved by the chairman, and his word is unwavering. Moreover, he became interested in the player named Crash, which stunned the man. Mok Jae-woo knew that it was hard for everyone to believe, but they had to complete this project successfully. Meanwhile, in the first guild's forge, a man welcomed guests who wanted to order a full range of basic weapons. Crash answered in the affirmative, and the blacksmith noticed the scars on the boy's hand and realized that he was going to use the weapon for its intended purpose. The man then asked Crash to follow him, to adjust the handles and guards so that they fit well in his hand. Entering another room, the blacksmith laid out various weapons on the table, displaying the standard products of their forge. They made these samples exactly according to the master's order, although at first glance they look like standard weapons. But in fact, these are first-class products, created by the best craftsmen and forges. The master would definitely be pleased, but the man asked him to check everything thoroughly. He sorted out the weapons, and now he needs to go to the tannery to order some armor. Connect doesn't have a brand culture yet, so gear with a logo will definitely attract attention. This is a grand event, the broadcast of which will reach the entire world, and, in addition, the company acts quickly and efficiently. Everyone would know their name, and Raul was willing to do whatever it took to make that happen. The First Guild Academy has announced a special selection process, and 16 people will be selected from 600 applicants. The system required players to win in order to participate in an endless tournament for a ticket to the First Academy. The global broadcast was confirmed, and the company announced that all applicants would be given a portal to the city of Mira. A full-scale advertising campaign soon began, and thanks to active promotion from outside, the community was fired up with interest. The players were pleased with the idea, as the global broadcast makes the winner a superstar. Even though it was just a game with 10,000 people online, it won't be shown on regular channels due to its age rating. However, many have already applied, and if they get into Mira, they will definitely not return. Many doubted the high rating, as even the top players didn't attract a large audience. Many discussed illegal bets at the time of the exam and the annual income of the gaming market. Meanwhile, Li Huan demanded that his subordinates use all their resources to create excitement in the community. It doesn't matter what the posts are about. We need to create scandals and provoke conflicts. People should start arguing because even criticism of the project will benefit them. They need popularity, so they need to involve journalists, hire commentators, and the forums need to be on fire. There are only 5 days left until the Academy's entrance exams, so they need to hurry. The planning was quick, but he will no longer allow himself to be manipulated. Not only the director, but also those higher up are interested in this. Then Li Huan thought about Crash. If he just happened to be in the center of events, he would destroy him. Suddenly, one of the employees announced that the integrated bulletin board was ready, and that they had also expanded the server. The planning and marketing department collected and systematized all the data. Everything was going great, so they can move on to the next stage. They need to attract as much attention as possible. Having set the employees up for work, they immediately began actively clicking on the keyboard and communicating with colleagues. After some time, Ravel appeared before Raul and happily announced that they had posted an ad. Connect has released the second official promotional video for the battle tournament. Sometime later, the First Guild, led by Jake and Dalton, went hunting. From behind the bushes, satisfied goblins were already watching them, ready to destroy the invaders. However, the warriors decided to attack first, instantly cutting down the hordes of monsters. Nikia was also with them and began casting a spell, directing the sphere towards the enemies. The rest of the guild members also fought successfully, improving their skills. When they had cleared everything, Raul rode up to them on horseback, and the knights greeted him joyfully. At that very second, he took out the ball and headed forward, calling on his comrades to follow him. The first event in Connect Wrestling began. Kim expected this, but it was even cooler than he thought. After some time, Raul was looking through 1,000 comments from players who were generally happy. Obviously, the development team isn't that bad to be able to achieve such a result. If the reviews are so positive, then filming the promo video was worth it. In fact, filming took a lot of effort, but everyone did their best. Now on the forums, all the news was only about the fight. The quality was decent, but what surprised me most was the reward. 64 participants who advance to the main stage will receive free access to Connect for 1 month. The 16 finalists will receive a share of the profits from the fight broadcast, and the winner will receive 10 million won and a 6-month contract with Connect. Additional rewards were also announced that players would receive as they completed the challenge. Distributing the awards among all the players in the country was a great idea, which Raul also liked. By creating an international competition format, they will attract the attention of not only players, but also ordinary people. The integrated bulletin board is currently in chaos, but it's actually quite fun, and the atmosphere is tense. Looking at the actual player rankings, the guy noticed Do Hyun from Korea, level 21, in first place. He is already looking forward to this day, and the closer it gets to it, the harder it is to contain his emotions. Looking out the window, Ravel noticed that even after the selection, there were still too many people. More than 6,500 players applied, which is to say everyone with a level above 10. Of these, only 2,000 people were selected at the review stage, of which 1,600 remained after excluding non-combat professions. The selection criteria were simple, but many complained that they were not accepted even though they met the requirements. The selection was based on the level of online time. Those with higher scores moved on. Someone may lack the ability, but if he is dedicated to the game and plays consistently, then he is the one who is needed. There were also small groups of people in the central square inside the guild, past which Raul walked. The kingdom's free cities also decided to come here to congratulate the guy on the opening of the academy. They also thanked Raul, because it was a privilege for them to participate in such a great cause. For a second, the guy also noticed 3 mayors from other countries to whom he offered to invest. Unlike the mayors of Reuben, who agreed to cooperate in allocating land, they rejected it, considering it stupid. Now that others have benefited from my proposal, they seem to be bursting with envy. While Raul was chatting casually with the mayors, Bernard announced to him that all the players had already entered. The guy smiled because everyone was looking forward to this. So he decided it was time to start the event. After a while, a man came onto the stage and thanked the players for waiting. Why did he shout loudly that the entrance exam of the first academy, the battle, begins right now? His name is Palmer, and he is the manager of the first guild in the world. And now he wanted to introduce some rules. 1,600 players will be divided into 8 groups for qualification. 200 players will be sent to one group for the battlefield. They will fight until only one remains. Players were surprised, not expecting a battle royale. Only 8 players from each group will advance to the next round, the last one standing, the 5 players with the most wins. There will also be 2 players who meet special criteria, and statues will be hidden on the battlefield, where the players will be sent. The first 2 to collect 5 statues will also advance further. When 5 statues are collected together, they will create a pillar of light for 5 seconds. They will need to defend the statues for 1 minute to secure their spot. If someone dies or loses the statues, they will disappear, so you need to be careful with them. If there is more than 1 player left, or no one finds the statues, the 8 players with the most kills will advance. There are also a few hidden rules that make this exam fair for everyone, but they would know them when they saw them, after which Palmer asked Group A to follow the guides. But he had nothing to complain about, so instead, he decided to take another look at the list of players. The highest level is 25, the second is 24, about 30 players at 23. Fortunately, the first and second in the ranking are not in his group. However, there are 5 level 23 players in his group who are among the top and need to be highlighted. Suddenly, an archer approached him and noticed that the boy was also from Korea. The guy looked too friendly and wanted to talk, but Kim was in no hurry to trust him. He grabbed his hand and offered to cooperate, because it wasn't so bad to work together. Park Sun-ho came out in front of the players, and he felt much more at ease surrounded by his compatriots. This guy was level 19, global rank 357, and local rank 27. This qualifier will most likely turn into a team battle. Let them call it a battle royale. He wants them to work together because the others will do the same, and the number of kills won't matter. One player cannot defeat a group of players. And in team battles, kills will be distributed among everyone. It would be better to survive and constantly gain points, but Kim noticed that one girl still had doubts. In any case, they had no choice, and nothing can be done here alone. Suddenly, Park Sun-ho called out Kim's name, calling him, which surprised the boy who thought he had done something wrong. However, he only smiled when he learned that the guy had a global rank of 16, and it was an honor for him to meet him. Everyone around was stunned, not understanding how he had improved so much, and Kim did not understand why he was being praised so much. Park explained that this test is important for their nation, and it will be better if more Koreans advance to the next round. Kim hesitantly agreed, and was then asked if he could share his kills with other players. If one player gets too many kills, the number of successful candidates may decrease. Kim was shocked by this proposal, but Park was also willing to share his kills. The rest, inspired by his words, also decided to share everything equally and show their unity. However, this angered Kim, because in reality, all the kills should be given to the one with the highest rank. Sharing kills is nonsense, and Park just wants to hold him back because he's not sure he'll win. Sunho was upset because he thought Kim would join him, but they can't be with someone who wants to play alone. Suddenly, the guy felt the other player's gazes literally burning into him. Realizing that refusal could lead to conflict, Kim reluctantly agreed. He said he would join, but he doesn't take it seriously. It's a competition, so he'll ditch them as soon as he uses them. Now, Park felt much more confident, and then suggested that everyone show their Korean spirit. The matches haven't even started yet, and Kim already doesn't like it, because he's already gotten into a situation. Meanwhile, the spectators began to take their seats, and Reynaldo noticed Raul, who was exactly what he was looking for. The man heard that the guy had developed the exam himself, which sounded absolutely amazing. However, players started complaining, not understanding whether it was a battlefield because the room was too small. They doubted that such a cramped space was the right place for a battle royale. However, Raul asked not to worry because special instruments had been installed for this exam. Ronaldo immediately laughed, realizing that the Count himself had designed this, so there was definitely something else going on. Looking around the arena, Raul noticed that people were forming groups, which was very disappointing to him. At that very moment, the mayor loudly suggested placing bets, to which the other guests readily agreed. The man suggested that Raul place a bet, but he couldn't say for sure who would win. But at that, he was the only one Raul truly trusted in his past life. They grew up in the same orphanage and were like brothers, but Ilya lived a much better life. Kim worked for a small company and married the right person. Unlike him, who spent most of his time in Connect, Ilya led a normal life. However, he was the only one Do-hyun could talk to, and Ilya had never played Connect. He shouldn't be here, which means his life has changed dramatically because of Raul. The guy thought until the very end that he had no impact on the earth, but he didn't expect to meet him here. At first, Raul thought about a way to force Ilya to leave Connect, or to help him since he was already here. Now, he sincerely did not know what to do in this ambiguous situation. After some time, Palmer announced that the test would begin when the counter on the screen reached 0. After that, everyone started counting down. And when it was over, the man loudly announced that the test was beginning. At that very moment, to everyone's surprise, a magic circle appeared under the players, blinding them. All players were teleported to a random location, and Kim found himself in some house. The guy immediately began to examine the hut, wondering where all the players were and why they were separated. It turned out that all the talk about teamwork was meaningless, and he could only imagine Pak's face. At that very moment, Kim noticed a strange light in the wall, after which he discovered a golden hawk. He was very lucky, and he already felt that the test would go well. Suddenly, some kind of icon appeared above him, similar to a scroll, which he had never seen before. Clicking on it revealed a mini-map that showed 11 zones, and he was in 4. Looking at the window, he realized that it was too quiet outside, and didn't know whether he should go out. Meanwhile, viewers were amazed at the screens, asking Raul how he did it. However, the guy only designed it. Without Sage Grey, it would have been completely impossible. Everyone immediately realized that a powerful wizard had had a hand in this, and now they could see everything that was happening to the players. This was exactly the kind of enthusiastic reaction that Raul was expecting, and he was very happy about it. It was very expensive. He plans to use this place after the test, so he put everything into it. Everyone was very impressed by this, and the idea of separating the players was truly well thought out. But they don't leave their seats. And will the match be interesting if they continue to sit like that? It was a perfectly logical question, which is why Raul and his assistants installed a special tool. Looking at the mini-map, where each player was marked, the guy decided that something was about to happen. Meanwhile, Kim was already fighting one of the players, shooting at him with a crossbow. Having finished him off with his shield, he emerged victorious, but he did not relax for a second. Suddenly, an arrow flew past his ear, forcing the guy to quickly retreat. Kim hid behind a nearby tree, spotting one person at 3 o'clock and the guy shooting at him at 12 o'clock. At the same time, Kim was outraged, as such fines should be announced in advance. But it's not all that bad. Not only was he exposed, the boy also noticed the archer who had been hiding in the building the whole time. The archer noticed that the penalty had ended some time ago, but Kim still hadn't moved. But when he realized the guy was sneaking up on him from behind, it was too late, and Kim held a knife to his throat. The magician, watching them from the side, could not understand what was happening, and already wanted to burn everything here. But, having dealt with the archer, Kim quickly reached the magician, who was left completely alone. When the guy quickly finished him off, he breathed a sigh of relief for a while, even though he almost got caught. But this is just the beginning, and he still has a long way to go, although he already has 3 kills and 1 golden hawk to his credit. But suddenly, Kim felt an earthquake, and a notification announced that the zone with the most surviving players would disappear. The guy realized that he was in that very 7th zone, and therefore hurried to change his position as quickly as possible. When he reached the top of the tree, he noticed that the sky had turned red, illuminating the area in gloomy tones. At this time, other players quickly ran to another area to avoid failing the test. But suddenly they discovered an ambush. These cowards were hiding at the border to kill the fleeing players. Not everyone managed to escape, but time came to an end, and the 7th zone began to disappear. The players who witnessed this scene noticed with horror that the guy had simply disappeared. Suddenly, the land beneath them began to rise in price. The structure of the battlefield changed due to the disappearance of the zone. At that very moment, the houses began to separate from each other, thereby changing the landscape. Ronaldo was taken aback by this idea, but now everyone must understand that inaction is not an option. No one could have predicted such a turn of events. There must be complete madness going on inside. One could assume that it was now a real hell on earth, where players were killing each other. Meanwhile, it wasn't difficult to gather the Korean players. They had the numerical advantage, so everything went perfectly. The initial isolation ruined everything, although he expected it and had come up with a plan in advance. If pre-planned cooperation is not possible, then you just need to assemble a team after the battle has begun. He spent most of his time finding 5 partners. Now it was time to show the results. When he looked at the rankings, he noticed Kim Il-woo in 2nd place, who had already managed to score 5 kills. He was just lucky that he got into the 1st zone and was able to move up in the rankings. If Pak had been chosen, he would have been in his place. Now he has 5 human shields, and given his abilities, it won't be difficult to catch up with Kim in terms of kills. With a displeased expression, the guy advised Kim to enjoy it while he could, because soon he would destroy them all. But suddenly, at his command, a magic circle formed under him, which was during teleportation. Opening his eyes, the boy discovered that he had been transported to another place, and his team was not next to him. The system has detected unfair play, and as punishment, players will be randomly moved to different locations. Pak didn't know who came up with it, but they were crazy. They were probably sitting there laughing at him right now. At that very second, Raoul sneezed loudly, deciding that someone was clearly saying nasty things about him. It's now impossible to assemble a new team, but it will still be difficult to catch up with Kim in terms of kills. Suddenly, a player standing behind a tree nearby addressed him. Turning his head, Park immediately recognized Kim Il-woo, who, surprisingly, did not attack him from behind. The guy immediately put on a well-wisher mask and began asking Kim about his health. However, his interlocutor suddenly pulled out a knife and ordered him not to come closer, causing the guy to freeze. Park stated that Koreans had no reason to fight each other, and that since they met again, they could unite. Kim couldn't believe that after he had pulled such a dirty trick, he had the nerve to suggest such a thing. He immediately refused and decided to go their separate ways. But he asked him to think about it again. Suddenly, Pak, with horror in his eyes, asked him to turn around, and Kim instinctively turned his head, noticing the light behind him. The boy was horrified when he saw a fire dragon flying right above him. A level 20 player definitely couldn't handle him, and it was hard to believe that this was real. But suddenly, Pak attacked him, stabbing him in the back, taking him by surprise. Park's Yeonho's trait is known as a trickster, and he has a rare A-grade talent. He manipulates rhetoric and illusions, thereby deceiving people's feelings. Naturally, the fire dragon was created by Pak to distract Kim. However, the real attack was right in front of him, but he was too easily taken in by the illusion. He thought that he would not be noticed, but Pak saw everything, and he definitely hid a golden statue in his chest, and there were several of them. Since he already has 3 of them, if he just collects the statues from this guy, he is guaranteed success. But his mood quickly vanished when he noticed that there was a shield sticking out from behind Kim's back, blocking his knife. Pak thought that only he could deceive people, but in fact, he turned out to be more stupid than expected. Taking the boy by surprise, Kim swung his dagger to attack his stunned opponent. His hand did not waver, and he delivered the finishing blow, adding that he should have been kinder. After searching Pak's pockets, the boy collected all the golden statues, which gave him an advantage. The preliminary round scheduled for the first day concluded with Group A and B matches, and the community was buzzing. Many were impressed by the real-life graphics and the way the developer approached creating the exam. Some talked about the idiot who made a smooth living, but no one expected him to die such a stupid death. While the outside world was seething with unrest, the players inside Connect were also busy with work. In particular, Chinese players were the most numerous, and they focused on analyzing the problematic forced portal. They had just finished analyzing the video and noticed that there was a pattern. The last survivor of Group B from China, Li Jin, was happy because he knew it. The sample size is small, so it's not certain, but if there are more than 5 people and it takes 3 minutes, a forced portal will open. Based on this information, the guy suggested creating a strategy for their brother. After all, tomorrow they will have an excellent opportunity to widely show the spirit of China to the whole world. On the expected second day, during the first test, everything was decided thanks to Li Jin's efforts. The morning group test resulted in an overwhelming victory for the Chinese players, with 5 of the 8 who advanced being Chinese. The Chinese players combined the 2 zones and predetermined approximate meeting points for their strategy. If he was able to combine forces, rather than strictly act as a team of 4. As a result, the choice turned out to be correct, and the Chinese players demonstrated overwhelming performance. Players watching the matches could only be surprised and worried about such dangerous opponents. Luckily, since the morning's preliminary tests only ended with Group C, there was a break before the Group D match. Other players were worried that the Chinese would be the only ones to get through, which greatly overshadowed them. They too could form teams and move together, but they lacked numbers. The desire to succeed allowed players to quickly unite and create their own groups. This allowed most players to move as a team of 4 during the pre-tests. Eventually, solo survival evolved into team battles, which dramatically changed tactics. However, Raoul expected this. China acted faster than expected. But there was one thing. Its goal is to make players stars through battle, one-on-one confrontation, and no impact. 4 people is just what is needed. In a team format of 4 capable players can show their worth. Barring the overwhelming performance of Chinese players, there were no instances where the country had an overwhelming advantage. The top performers from each country were able to somehow demonstrate their skills and advance. Many expected this, but it was worse than expected. Out of almost 200 Koreans among 1,600 participants, only 5 remained. These 200 would have had a higher average standard of living than America, but they couldn't even cover their food costs. Some said that the boy from Group C made the game less interesting, as they expected more intense competition. Reading these comments, Raoul concluded that protagonists always appear last. The atmosphere on the forums is also perfect, so he can make a strong impression in the end. Previously, he would not have wanted to stand out as much as possible, but now everything was different. The guy plans to take a slightly different path, and it's not the path of a solo player, but rather the path of an influencer. To do this, he must imprint in everyone's minds that Do-hyun is on a completely different level. So everything came together perfectly, and his magnificent exit was just around the corner. The preliminary rounds turned into team battles, with the Korean players underperforming. If he shows something impressive now, people will inevitably pay attention to him. Of course, then some problems will arise, because Do-hyun is a fictional character who does not exist in reality. Without an actual identity, such attention will certainly lead to quick exposure. However, the plan is moving forward, which means Raoul is as prepared as possible. Accepting this label was the best decision of my life. No one could have imagined that everything would turn out this way. Looking at his ID again, the guy announced to himself that he would now start playing seriously. Raoul forgot for a moment, but Ravel was a sage who spent 1,000 years accumulating vast knowledge in the library. But now she has just begun to explore the world concerning the Earth through a magical thing for her, the Internet. For her, it was simple. The internet looks like magic circles and barriers that hide flows of information. At some point, she felt like she had reached a level that went beyond that of an internet expert. She found out that Raul was having problems because he didn't have a real identity. So she decided to help him with that. However, this cannot be resolved with simple methods, and Korean law is incredibly strict regarding this. However, after some time, the fairy solemnly declared that she was finished, inviting the guy to check the inventory. Raul couldn't believe his eyes when he found a residence card in Do Hyun's name. It was a gift from Ravel, and she sent him all the other details by mail. There was no need to make a physical copy. But even if it's the past, it's nice to have at least one thing with memories. The fairy lost her hometown and friends. Just like him, the guy can find out the news through the internet. But for Ravel, it doesn't work that way. Inside Connect, this thing has no meaning, but it is a precious gift into which the fairy put her soul. The girl thanking her for her kind words, Raul bowed politely to her, after which he agreed to her proposal. Meanwhile, a new guide regarding duets appeared on the board, and everyone immediately started looking for teammates. Crash! At that very moment, a female voice addressed him, asking if he was a player from Korea. The girl sighed with relief, after which she invited him to follow her, since everyone else had already gathered. They were met by a silver-haired boy who immediately recognized Do-hyun and greeted him. Crash introduced himself anyway, but he didn't see any friendliness in the other people's faces. When everyone had gathered, the leader proposed to start the meeting, offering to be the main voice. Raul didn't mind, but before that, he would like to say a few things. He plans to play alone in this preliminary match, so he would be grateful if they excluded him from the strategy. One of the players asked if this meant he would be hostile towards them during battles. However, Crash had no intention of contacting them until he had gathered all the players from other countries. He also had two requests for them all. Firstly, to commit as many kills as possible, and secondly, to quickly head to Zone 1. When the guy finished, he immediately turned around and added that they would see each other in the game. After some time, Raul carefully studied the polymorphic ring given to him by Gray. He bought an upgrade scroll that was available in the store and upgraded the ring to +5. Right now, the guy was looking for an opportunity to check this, after which he checked his status window again. The ring is well adjusted to his level, and now he can continue to be Do-hyun. Now no one can suspect him, but some players know how to check status windows. However, this time Raul will be able to come up with a strategy against them so as not to be caught again. Although if he tightens the ring a little more, the adjustment range may turn into a positive value. Enhancement scrolls have different prices depending on the item's class. For unique items, one costs 10,000 coins. But from this point on, the number of failures increases sharply, so it's better not to take risks. In the past, he could earn a lot of coins as a reward for first place in scenario missions, but now things are completely different. At that very moment, the players were told that everyone should get ready for the match, and the game would begin after the timer ran out. A couple of minutes later, Raul reached the stage, with just a few seconds left before the game began. When the countdown sounded, the guy was transported to some settlement, but he couldn't understand where he was. However, he immediately felt that his telekinetic power had definitely decreased. But he could still clearly feel in the 3M zone, and approximately in the 10-meter area. From now on, the guy is very attentive to new players, and therefore does not allow himself to lose. Raising his swords with telekinesis, he decided to show them a game that was in a completely different league. Having reached the roof, Raul immediately discovered a guy sitting alone on the balcony. They call it a cover-up, but it has to be someone who has never served in the military. Suddenly, time was on Crash's side. But at that very second, he was discovered by a guy with silver hair. He instantly sensed his presence and launched a spear towards him, thereby disarming him. The player immediately grabbed his wounded shoulder, but at that very second, Raul cut off his head. He then found that this side had mostly already been served, so he decided to continue. At the same time, a lone cat was walking around the city, scouting out the situation, and then dived into a window. She immediately jumped into the arms of Han So-hye, who was a beast summoner, and the girl also praised her. She informed her comrade that this was a suitable location, and that no enemies had been detected in this block. The guy thought her summoned beast was just cute, but her detection skills are really impressive. Either way, it was good news, and they can stay here a little longer. Suddenly, So-hye suggested going outside to fight, but their team agreed to prioritize survival. And regardless of her thoughts, they will not use dislocation, but they suggested that she fight on her own. The others whispered among themselves that she said such things because she felt comfortable sitting in the back and simply supporting them. There are no upsides here, though. If she keeps moving with this group, she won't get any kills. She remembered that after collecting 4 fragments of the statue, she needed to go to Zone 1, which opens in the middle of the game. The only hope she has is the 2 statues that Umbyo brought. The next selection zone will be determined soon, so the team had to stick to the formation. The real number of murders should be known by now, but when they saw it, they were genuinely surprised. Han So-hye was no exception, and her eyes were fixed on the table. While second and third place had only 3 kills each, Do-hyun managed to get 21 and climbed to first place. Meanwhile, other players from other countries began to become noticeably worried and decided that this Korean was using cheats. But the guy suggested moving even faster, because of Do-hyun, everything became even more urgent. One of the comrades decided that it was too early to rush, but Shoichiro made it clear to him that this was not the case. They need to collect everything they can while there are still some that haven't been grouped together, and also go on reconnaissance missions. Now was the time to hold back and not move on, but he still felt uneasy. If this guy keeps going crazy and the number of survivors dwindles, it'll be hard to find loot later. Now he, like the other players, had a question about where this monster came from. At this time, Crash fought against several players with utmost calm. They tried to attack him from a distance, while the tank, on the contrary, wanted to push him back with its shield. However, the guy disappeared at such high speed that the tank lost sight of him and crashed into a wall. This created a cloud of dust that obscured the other players' vision, while Crash decided to attack them from behind. The spearmen, who watched this scene in amazement, could not even move out of fear. Raoul muttered that if they were on defense, their job was to hold the center and protect the team, not to go on the attack. However, the remaining player ignored his words, after which he gathered his last strength and tried to attack. He then explained that this was precious advice from an elder, and they would not hear anything like it anywhere else. But soon he dealt with him, after which he began to examine the bodies of his defeated enemies. Suddenly, memories of adventures from his past life came flooding back to him. Come to think of it, he was completely pathetic, so now he is in no position to criticize others. The players have potential. Their current level is only due to the fact that most of them have not yet had any real experience. But if they want to use the players properly, things can't stay as they are now. If anyone wants to work with him, he must stop being a loser who relies solely on his skills. This is exactly why the Academy was created, of course. The players didn't come here because they wanted to learn something. They were simply tempted by the rewards and benefits, so they agreed without hesitation. That's why Raoul needs to show them correctly. But suddenly, he felt 2 people behind him. Right now, he was ready to show others that there was something that transcended skills and levels. A few minutes later, he dealt with 2 pursuers who were stunned by his strength. At this time, Shoichiro couldn't believe that Do-hyun had made 33 kills in just 10 minutes. Because it was impossible. It's only been 20 minutes, and more than half of the players have already been killed, and there are now almost 20 people following him. He was in the middle of a fight with another group outside a building 2 blocks away. Shoichiro immediately began asking how many people were in his group, because he was sure that he was not acting alone. But when his comrade announced that he was alone, Shoichiro couldn't believe his ears. The guy didn't believe these words, but they examined the surroundings, but didn't find anyone. Shoichiro decided to check it out himself, after which he ordered everyone to be ready to attack Do-hyun from behind. He doesn't care what the secret of these numbers is, but if he really is alone, then it's a jackpot. Shoichiro thanked Do-hyun for getting 33 kills for him, but in the end, he would be the one who reached the top. Meanwhile, Crash fought against the wizard, who was stunned that his firebomb was not working. Tank noticed that this ability didn't work on Do-hyun, so he asked to cast something more powerful. The wizard no longer had any aces up his sleeve, so the tank decided to act on his own. Crash attacked him with a spear, but if the tank closed the distance against his spear, he would have the advantage. When his plan succeeded, the player decided that he had enough space to charge the shield. At that very moment, he filled his shield with mana, wanting to use his strongest attack. But at that very second, he noticed Do-hyun smiling, and then the guy suddenly disappeared. This speed caused the tank to fall to the ground, and Raoul explained to him that this was a bad position for the loading ability. Next time, he better pay attention to the movement of his opponent's hands when he adjusts his weapon. However, seeing his defeated comrade, the wizard immediately began to run away. But Crash caught up with him with flying blades, plunging them into his back. He then noticed that the shaft of his spear was noticeably bent due to him blocking a full charge. But suddenly the guy froze when he felt the multiple presence of other players above him. But at that very second, he felt a familiar presence and immediately recognized Shochiro. Shochiro was an attacker who was deeply interested in ninja long before Connect appeared. Backed by a powerful force in Japan, he created the Rai Guild and then created a ninja squad in the game. The problem was that the squad leader was on the front lines of hunting for solo players. Ambushes, poisoning attempts, and interference in their hunts were just the beginning. He often resorted to kidnapping to lure players into traps. Yi Do-hyun has always been one of his main targets, but his search has been thwarted several times by the ninja squad's plans. But they never exposed themselves openly, no matter how much he chased after them. Only small things remained. This guy was a cockroach who got in his way at every turn, even in his past life. But now, he even missed him. So he cannot remain unprepared when greeting his old friend. And now Crash is fully prepared to put him through the same thing he had to go through. When Shochiro and his squad reached the roof, he immediately gave them a signal of readiness. They didn't need to engage in close combat to catch someone wandering alone. The guy was sure that it would be difficult to defend against such an attack, but as soon as the arrows flew to that place, he disappeared. Suddenly, a moment later, an arrow flew out of nowhere and wounded the crossbowman in the shoulder. Shochiro immediately realized that Crash was inside the building and ordered a search. The enemy was supposed to be on the second floor, but he ordered Kenta to keep an eye on the surroundings. At that very moment, he himself entered the building, but his comrade reported that he could not find him anywhere. Suddenly, Shochiro noticed that Kente had been hit by an arrow from behind. But this was impossible unless the guy was using the clone technique. At that very second, an arrow flew past the guy's head at high speed, piercing his comrade's shoulder. His life wasn't in danger, but Crash aimed straight at the limbs, clearly trying to mislead them. At that very moment, Shochiro loudly asked him to stop playing dirty games and show himself in person. He demanded a fair and honest game, and at that very moment, Raoul appeared outside, who was in no hurry to agree. He used telekinesis to send his blades flying, striking Shochiru's limbs. Noticing that these blades had killed his comrade, the ninja reached for his weapon, with the firm intention of killing Do-hyun. Suddenly appearing behind him, Crash asked what it was like to experience that feeling of helplessness. Turning around, Shochiro immediately began to wonder who he was and whether he knew him. Do-hyun answered the last question in the affirmative, then returned his blow and counterattacked with his fist to the chest. Crash was surprised that he didn't recognize him, and Shochiro stated that he was seeing him for the first time in his life. This visibly disappointed the guy, who immediately pinned his opponent to the floor with his foot. Looking into his eyes, the ninja promised that the next time they met again, he would kill him. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking, because he noticed with horror several blades hovering above his body. When Raoul finished with him, his soul immediately felt lighter, after which he decided to check the number of remaining players. The location had already noticeably decreased, so he also decided to move, since Zone 1 would open soon.